Hola, peeps. I thought I'd swing through for a bit. Still not feeling all that great, but, yeah, is what it is. So, last night I was on for a bit in the background. I wasn't playing in their horseshit drama. They're targeting and they're wrapping around and design fuckery of everything around Hunter and True and family, all leading back and forth from certain places. Same suspects as usual. I ain't got no need. I'm not here for their drama. I'm not here to use for any of that. There's a difference between monsters and fucking humans. You know. Right. Right. Then, this morning, I tap a button. Not even really sure why. Skipping about in it for a while. Well, I wouldn't say a great while or anything, but skipping about in it nonetheless. And, kind of get the gist of Hilt's trying to do whatever the fuck it is he's doing still. And, excuses for it, blah, blah, blah. While knowing that it was all done with others from the onset. Wasn't really hard to figure out from the beginning. Pretty much alluded to that fact from the beginning. Hence the reason I said stick with H. So there's that. I do think they are surrounded by many right now that they don't realize connect or how or why, or hell, maybe they do. I don't know. It's not for me to decide. Known for days, certain people around them in person. Nah. All the helpful little ground critters. Goddamn ground squirrels. Tell you what. Ain't they something? Especially for this tragedy pimp crew who are all attached to certain places and people. You know, but I just, goddamn. Just goddamn. Really has been one hell of a walk. And it'll continue to be. For a while, yet. But I'm listening to some bits. Skip past the Hilt's fuckery excuse whirlwind tour. I don't, it's like whatever, bro. And, like, oh, meh. Anyway, and then I skip about, and then I hear this voice, like the goddamn devil itself. And I'm like, holy shit. Dear blue baby Jesus Porkchop, is that you? I'm like, of course it is. Of course it's the blue pork chopping crew around Hunter and the family and a toaster and a Nana. And no, no, it's not. Is it on here explaining and talking for people again and giving no. Holy shit, blue pork chop out of the sky. Jenni fucking Waters. Say it ain't so, my guy. Of course it is. And it doesn't take but 15 seconds to hear some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. No, it's generally the way it's been since ever hearing Porkchop. It's always some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Really was, though. I had to look up the ceiling. Like, holy shit, it's the god blue Porkchop Jenni Waters herself. She's coming out of chasing skirt from underneath her porch, from out of Penny's fucking butthole, and Adrian fucking Kelly's fucking ass crack, and she's just crawled right out in the open. There she is, you know. Oh, hell. Shit's gotten deep. But see, I had gotten word pretty much night one. On the ground here. But see, that too holds things. And you have to be a fucking idiot not to realize that little well-organized group's rolling everything around Summer Wells, Summer's case, the tampering of, with, and fucking with everything and everyone around it, including courts and all kinds of shit from the beginning. Since before they even hopped their little asses over here from their court watching groups, where they probably should have fucking stayed. Now, thing is, there are many things. Many converging things. Many things that popped up, many things that happens, many things that were done from the beginning before we ever knew they were being done. That all led here. I will tell you that in my pursuit, there were a couple key things, major key things, not little key things. Live and in real time. To our faces, to mine, certainly, while living in Ben Hill. One of those being looked at within the first few days and being asked the wildest question on earth. I probably should not have given the response I gave, but what the fuck else was I supposed to do? I was dumbfounded. But realizing there was some real shit really afoot and really a problem, if that was the way it was. After thinking on that, and what I thought at the time was the dumbest shit I'd ever heard on earth. Still, I wish in that moment that had that truly been this thing, it was real. It was real. But I really wish All things have been locked down from the beginning. Everyone, everything. To keep the mud and jello bullshit. Being grown on purpose. Used to hide behind. Fuck with shit. And it looks like that was known, and it should have been shot. I wish someone had done that. That would have been the solution and kept that fucking stupid question from ever being asked. At least to that degree. On top of that, not too long later, there was this giant red flag out of nowhere that I immediately got as a something. Said by those who probably thought it wouldn't mean anything to me. I wouldn't go, and it wouldn't stay with me. Wouldn't mean anything to me. Problem is, it did. It stuck real well. Kept thinking that over. It didn't take but 9 days, week or two, maybe 3 from that moment. Honestly, probably not even. That red flag hadn't come. Giant red. Telltale. A key. So shortly before everything else. Probably wouldn't have stuck as much as it did. It's like knowing half the shit said or given to me is to fuck with me. Even now. But they forget, all do, that while they're doing that, and they're more concerned about the targeting, the fuckery in the game, and, whatever else is in between. From here on the ground on out, cross over here, right, and back and forth. While they're doing that, it's pretty easy to understand and instantly get, because, see, they're too concerned about the fucking game. Getting caught up, getting caught in, being caught as the main anything. To realize that common sense and logic in real time and instantly tells on them, my brain goes, ha! But there's no way you could have that info without, oh, I don't know, being part of that group. Also, a great many tells throughout these last couple of years, all involve a simple way in which a great many people on the ground and outward and to here and the 40 owls and the idiots and the creators and manufacturers and pick-me's and the helpers and whatever else always want to play stupid or oblivious. Suddenly, out of the blue, like, they go from having all the things to when you ask a question or it gets too close to something, it's like, huh? And they want to play stupid and you have to over-explain. I ain't got, suddenly they don't have any information. They have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. They just blank the fuck out. What? I don't know how to use a computer. I don't. What? Wait. It's a thing. Those on the ground do it too. Thing is, even those on the ground, they forget. I'm me, and they're them. I've lived my life here. While all of them think they have eyes on or this group or whatever, playtime with it, are gonna hide their fuckery. Or that they're real great at their heckin' fucking fuckery, jobby jobs, all that shit. I have eyes on them too. So do a great deal others. Many others. And in that way I can watch their goddamn lives and how they play games, and how they help with see which bag of shit they want me to eat on whatever day it is. And then see how it comes out here. They've all had a habit for several years of thinking it's fucking smooth. Now, I'm not saying I'm a super genius, in the least. Most days I'm lucky to be able to tie my own shoes, especially of late, and as my health has declined over these last couple of years. I am not the sharpest tack in the shed, that will never be the case, but I'm not a dumb bitch either. Not even on my worst days. And I do keep my ears to the ground. And it never took more than a giant red flag. It never really took more than that. All the way back in person. And then as time's gone forward, to be able to always connect the things back to certain. And I'm going to tell you, when you keep doing the same, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. For a great deal many around here, one of those things would appear to be the fact that they hate tragedy pimps, hate what they do, they hate all the things, they're unaware, they're this, that, and the other, but yet they keep bringing them in, keep working with them, keep patty caking them, know who and what, exactly what they are, what they're capable of, and, I can only hear oopsies so many times. Once is generally enough. twice a mistake. Everything else after that is on purpose. And if you want me to buy the bullshit, I ain't it, my dog. Tells me you're part of it. You're part of it. Always have been. Since before we were ever even public, at least to our knowledge, right? The hubris of certain motherfuckers around everything Summerwells. Alright. So anyway. I noticed recently a few names being brought up for a few other reasons surrounding other events around Queen Bee, Six Up, Ziggy. That'll fall in play here a bit. Mm. Now, I had a buffer through which I was fortunate enough to have Blue Porkchop's voice filtered from hell to my poor sensitive fucking ears. However, I don't know whether to do it through there again because that shit was like 6,000 hours long. Or through the source because sweet baby Jesus, I didn't even realize the shit was going on over there. Lord help us. But I guess I'll go over there since it's direct source. If it's still up. Nah, it looks to be, I think. At least this, I think, is what's on. Okay. What the hell kind of shit is that? What did I just grab? Alright. So, let's see. There. My poor precious fucking ears. And I don't even know what I was said over here. I just know I caught like a 15-second blip and I proceeded to laugh. Mightily. So we're gonna go in pursuit of this 15-second blip and the other frog-faced cretin who's done all kinds of weird stalking of my children and sexualization of my children and body shaming of them and still stalks the shit out of minor children and is whatever. It's a group thing. Right. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, there's Justin. No, it would never be. Alright. Shut.
Myself personally, along with my friends.
Oh, Derek came in that early.
Didn't want to, didn't ever. Wasn't going to come out and tell it. Michelle, hold on. There you go. Okay. Okay. So just when you get ready, there's your link. I didn't know if you still had it in your email. Okay. She's waiting on toaster oven. Toaster oven is going to come up here and tell her part of the story and what happened. Here's Dutchie. Hold on a minute. Hey.
Oh, God.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I sure can. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm just waiting for her to call me back. She doesn't have good signal because she's in her car. So she's trying to get situated so that I will be able to hear her on the phone.
It's Dutchie. It's Dutchie.
When she calls me. So
Okay.
I'm just waiting. So she should be calling me anytime now. And I appreciate you allowing Toaster Oven to.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe I should rewound. Holy shit. Oh my God. It's like a voice double, though, isn't it? Am I in hell right now? Okay. Either way. The rest flies. Swear to God. Alright. It's a fucking voice double from Blue Porkchop. Yeah, well.
To share her stories.
Absolutely.
Because I want everybody to realize that there's more than one side to the story.
Holy shit, it's a voice double for Blue Porkchop. Man, should have probably went over and watched this first. Oh God, I didn't want to. Or it's a voice double for Blue Porkchop. Tell me I'm wrong. Holy shit. Oh my God. How many of you are there? How many of you are there that do this same shit? Were you all trained at the same fucking Tragedy Pimp online class? Holy shit. It's like chasing in this one. In Porkchop. They come on and they talk for people and they do all the things. And they explain away all the things for them. Holy shit, Blue Porkchop has a voice double. Still, all the other shit applies. No change there. Because Blue Porkchop, Adrian, Jenni, Jenni Porkchop, Adrian, and Chasing, and the others, including Toaster and everything else, are wound up around this shit concern. Same still applies. However, Toaster here and her fuckery. Tell you what.
And
Holy shit. Y'all be careful on these streets. Go compare voices, bro. Holy shit. Alright.
Toaster Oven, I know her in real life, and she is a good person. And
Really? Seriously? Anybody said that? I'm gonna go with a no. Indeed. Well, I heard that Chasing Hairline the other day straight up was like, yeah, Hilts. It's like, holy shit, really? It was done on purpose. Like, even my ass over here wasn't. Hell no. Right? Y'all done seen that. You know, I asked Tilts if it's cool to post hunters. And I posted hunters. No. Nor did I ever go, hey guys, go over there and just hug all the species deals. You know, I know who the dude is. It wasn't just 2 or 3 weeks prior on live with Tiffany. He was like, hey, was my son violent? Yeah, he basically alluded to the fact, did you ever see how he treated those children? A good boy ain't never been out to do nothing but fuck with Hunter using. And I think we all know that. On top of that, um, he gets paid well for it. And he got paid well for it this time. Y'all really think that gaming computer came from his baby mama? Fuck no, come on now. It didn't come from cash apps either. So anyway, I'd say it came from the same place Adrian's did. Yeah. And Hilton will probably be in the bad guy. Pays well. So anyway, and then the night that he was over in my chat a few nights ago, literally the same night he was talking shit about Alan, just down nowhere, talking about husband she was still married to, was married to 3 other people. What the fuck did that have anything? Y'all heard me be like, what the fuck? Not at all. But yeah, but these super detectives, the Carolyn, they're on it. But the thing is, what they're trying to do is fuck with Hunter in a way that screws up any of the investigation case around Summer. They're tampering with him, and they're doing so in a very vulnerable moment. And they knew it. But either way, the point is that those around, like Toaster and Nan, I mean, y'all know where they come from. They set up all the little booths. Certain people make appearances at them, act like they're doing something. Yeah, that type of shit. And Toaster and Nan and a few others here on the ground have been some of the worst of shit, along with Yennefer and Heather and all the fuckery. Alright. But what they're trying to do, I'd say for the worst and the most likely to be suspect around, is fucking with everyone and everything they can do, and they've not had many opportunities out here in the open to do that with Hunter, and to straight contaminate jury pools of him with all the bullshit they manufacture and pop out. Certain people right now are absolutely doing this shit around Hunter to fuck up Summer's case. And you cannot tell me otherwise. And that you have Chasing and Jenni and Adrian and Penny and all of them right there in it. Just like Chasing's been in it since, I don't know, really Dawn's first interviewish thing. I don't know what to tell you. I've always told you to watch the ones quietly in the corner. God damn, that she really does sound like Blue Porkchop, doesn't she?
And there were things.
And believe, I can tell you that where True was standing in the video they did with Chris, that is indeed. Yeah, I see. And it is locked. You have to come in and out of one part of it with call pieces, and it's the other, and whatnot. So, anyway, uh, blatantly, she is the same one that set up a lot of the look. C and D are looking for summer tents and Bayleton days and all that, and her people on a campground not far from Ben Hill and such. I think that one's her, isn't it? Is that her? Is that Nana? Shit, I can't remember. Either way, um, yeah, and either way, the story goes that a while back, everybody around her was killed in fire, all of her stuff, la la. She received burn. I don't know. And then she comes on here calling herself Toaster Oven. I'm not sure that any of us would do that, but hey, each his own. No, she's not. I mean, she's in it, but she ain't. And they cleared that up on Dolly's. I mean, I know Dolly put it out because he's an idiot that she was this and the other and blah, blah, blah. But he was wrong. He helped in this. They all are. But she sort of rambles amok. But I think it's her people that on that campground, as I recall. And I don't really care where she lives, quite frankly. So there's that. But yeah, her and the others been around all this since very early on, and they're just a piece down the road. You get what I'm saying? All right.
Things that were said about her that weren't true today, and I want her to be able to share her side.
Oh my God. Is there a fucking blue Porkchop voice changer? My God, are they from the exact location?
Of what happened because she was there. So yeah. I appreciate everybody just being kind and being willing to hear that. So
yeah, I want them to at least listen and be able to hear the story, her story. It's only fair. We've already heard the other parts.
See, this is the visual I was seeing, and then over on Dolly's. And then the voice behind it, and then Toaster comes up like, no, Vixen, that's Dutchie. She's out from behind the icon while she's speaking. Swear to God, apparently that is Dutchie. Which Dolly did not show that I'm aware of the piece where it was out behind the icon, so I assumed, wrongly so, I guess, that it was Porkchop and Toaster speaking in other, phone lines behind. No! Porkchop has a voice double around here.
To the story.
Unless there's a damn voice changer for Blue Porkchop.
True, not true, whatever you feel in your heart. We're not asking you to believe any different. We're asking you to give her a chance to explain her side of the story. She wasn't going to come out and tell it. She wasn't going to do any
bullshit. She's been all over chats going, but, bullshit.
Source.
I know it does, Vixen. I know it does. Fucking Dutchie sounds exactly like Porkchop.
Till she started to feel, this is me, this is nobody else. Until she felt that she just got thrown to the wolves, and she wasn't even listening because she don't have Wi-Fi. And I believe it's okay for me to say she's home.
Y'all, I seen Toaster Oven not long ago when AB was doing that's catch up. That's not real violence against JSB for Monster, who literally seen those pictures online and was like, yep, I did that. I really did fuck her up and split her face to the bone. Um, with AB's motherfuckery. But Toaster Oven was in those, being like, ha, and trying to help the fuckery and putting that bullshit about me. Because, that's what such a great person and stuff does when they work with a well-organized group around certain motherfuckers. So anyway, how she, in the past night or two, she's damn sure been in place, so she has access to Wi-Fi somewhere. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I guess Molly's putting out the same shit as Dolly.
Homeless, and she lives in her van. She'll tell the story.
Yes.
So things that were said about her that happened, I mean, there's no possible way that it could have happened. First of all,
she was doing this out of the kindness of her heart, and she's going to explain that. Andrew didn't ask her or send her to do anything. She actually was trying to just reach out, to Andrew, because she wanted to have him to give her information to the family, to just let them know that she was just wanting, she's local and she's wanting to help any way that she could. He didn't send her to do anything. In fact, she had no idea everything.
Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit. But then again, this group does have a habit of winding up fucking idiots. But the thing is, considering all things, and I try to, I'm a good bullshit. All they ever wanted was in that hospital, confirmation, wrapped around the family, blah, blah, blah. I knew this from kind of night one. There are others, it's fun. However, it was told that it was someone different than Toaster at first. Now it's Toaster, but with the same story. Meanwhile, you got Nan over there playing oblivious of all this shit, and like she doesn't know Toaster at all, which all of you should find fucking strange. Acting like she doesn't communicate with Toaster on the regular, or wouldn't be aware, but there she was in Chris's chat, being like, what? Blah, blah, blah. Meeting Toaster. It's like, what are you up to? Oh, you trying to pretend y'all ain't connected. That way you can keep trying to get little, what? See, it's the games, man. It's the games. With real people's lives, and some are real case. What do they care, though? It's fucking entertainment, isn't it? They're really gonna get something. They're really gonna crack everything wide open. They're really gonna solve this. It's really gonna be usable by the time they're done fucking with it all and fucking with everybody else. No. What they want is the exact opposite. They want to tamper with it so much that Summer's never found and justice is never served, and they can continue to eat. I think that's the way it's always been. I think it's been that way since instantly, especially after certain contacts were made with certain. All the above and then some, Dixon, but they're not even trying to do that. They're just the same thing they've done to all of us. All of that, so much.
That was happening on Andrew's channel. because she wasn't able to connect to Wi-Fi to be able.
Really, you guys, she wasn't able to connect to Wi-Fi. But during all those hours, you've seen comments from her in certain chats. Yes. Yes, she's just oblivious. She doesn't know anything. She's never online leaving comments. She just never knows anything. She's not, like, give me a fuck.
To get to the phone that's not connected for a phone. She has like an old broken smartphone that can't connect, and it doesn't work very well. And sometimes she's able to get it to connect to watch YouTube. So she had no idea that this was any of this.
And while she's still, even if she didn't, she still talks to those like, I don't know, Nana and every fucking body else connected to Summer Wells on the phone. She's well aware. So we're going to play the toaster stupid game. Even though all of y'all seen her around here commenting throughout everything, Summer, whatever. I bet you if you go back to some of those events they've held, and there's pictures and live streams of it, I'm going to bet you at some point she also has a phone in her hand. You'll probably see. Actually, did she stream or uploading it? You know what? It's fine. Just.
This was happening. She said had she had known, she would have never, even revealed anything about trying to reach out to him. She was just.
Okay, so you're telling me that. Not only that, but make it make sense. Do you think Toaster has been around Summerwell's case since the beginning and doesn't know shit about Hunter? No, of course she did, because she had to hear that some way, didn't she? It's family's need, Allie, blah, blah, blah. Right. Abso-fucking-lutely. So, you're telling me, though, that suddenly, Toaster just got word as a local that somebody was in need and rushed to but she doesn't know. Oh dear. This math is not mathing. It's not math. Holy shit. Whatever will we do? She doesn't know who Hilt is. She doesn't know his fuckery around Hunter. She doesn't know the rest of the group. That all combined with Adrian and Jenni chasing Penny, blah, 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 motherfucking bullshit. AB over there, as she makes fun of domestic violence. That type of shit. Victims, survivors, fighters. Oh no, what a nice little old lady who's homeless and living in her car and has this now untouchable story. Y'all can't touch this. No, 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 no. No, no. Oh wait, everybody's got cancer. You can't touch this. No, 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 no. Right. Oh wait, so-and-so's got whatever. No, 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 no. They're missing a leg or a toe, or this one time something tragic happened to them. You can't touch this. No, 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 no. As a former survivor, as a whatever, as a this, as a that, they're an advocate. You can't touch this. No, 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 no. But yet, you all watch them touch the fucking rest of people around everything. Summer Wells at any vulnerability and abuse the shit out of it and use it to target, hurt, and harm, and harass, and cancers and medical conditions and heart attacks and strokes. Oh my. No, 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 no. Yeah, oh, but wait. That's right. You can, as long as it's whoever the fuck y'all want to fuck with and whoever the creators and manufacturers want to fuck with. That's fine. Somebody needs a liver transplant. No, 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 no. It's fine. Oh my god, they're an addict. You have to leave them alone. No, 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 no. But wait. Let's accuse people who are not of being in this and the other, and that's fine. As you watch addicts put out all that shit right in front of you, it's like Twitch on films. But no, no, no. Anyway. Exactly, Vixen. Toaster wasn't there. Yeah, but Nana and Chris is all over there, been like, what? Yeah. Anyway, so we're now supposed to believe that Toaster's just a random citizen heard some shit, I guess over the phone, because no smartphone, it's all broken, she doesn't have Wi-Fi. To leave all the pretty comments she does and has been all over the place for a couple years now. And man, if she's that destitute, I mean, they give out free phones, right? Isn't that what they tell everybody else from here? They give out free government phones. Smartphones that are here these days. I don't know. Hell, it's so more $50 or less. But she could afford stuff to go to the hospital and make sure she was there, being weird. And then while she's there, at the peak of Hilts and all the bullshit and everything in the hospital, she didn't hear shit from Hunter and them, or the family, or True or anybody else about Hunter and the shit around Hilts. Is this what we're meant to believe right now? Yes, it is. You all need to eat this shit with a spoon and just lap it up and pretend that you're enjoying it. Yeah, just saying.
Wanting to offer any help. She
Now, Toaster in some way, though, had to hear to be all random Supermaning, right, to the hospital to take food and all these things that you'll later hear her say, I was struggling with, I asked him to come help with. That's a lot of food. That's a lot of things to take to the hospital and this and the other and do whatever with, right? All right. Now, I don't say some people were, either it's her own money, and if it is, then Jesus, she should have probably went and got herself a phone first. But this one seems to be working fine considering her comments are working. But anyway, the point is that and it works fine enough to pick up phone calls. And she said it was broke, screen crack, whatever it was a second ago, but it seems to be able to be still touch worthy enough to answer a phone call. It's anyway, wild really. Or that's either her own money or there was money flowing to Toaster to buy these things to get up her to the hospital. In which case she certainly would have to have Wi-Fi or internet in order to probably swap funds over and cards and to get cash apps or PayPals or whatever sent to her in order to buy that food. I don't know. Whatever you think, it's the same.
I just feel like I have to stand up for what's right, and I defend my friends. And Toaster's a good person, and I just want people to hear the truth of what, all of that is. And I really appreciate you guys giving her some grace to be able to share that. So,
Yeah. And that's the way that some of it works, is when people have the least money, that's when they.
Annabelle's over here in the chat. She's the nice lady who sets up booths for the missing. Yeah, at Balaton Days with Nana and them, and Candace and Dawn and Eric Estrada, who probably still washing himself down with bleach after realizing who he was around. And, Toaster and all them decided to have Rap, the rapist, and some stalkers working for Justin and the setup of Rap and Chillbilly and everybody else to toss them off the bus, the crypto train, and all that, and put them in the way. It's fine. It's just a whole thing. And then Don himself there and a few others that have some really worrisome records, all around children at Balaton Days while looking It's fun. It's fun. It seemed like that'd probably be the one booth I'd avoid and want a cop looking at the whole time. That's all I'm saying. I ain't taking a flyer from it. I'd probably make a flyer about it, though. Hey, it's full of predators handing out flyers, pretending they don't care for missing children. It's fun. Oh, and the shirt doesn't have your daughter's name on it. It just has World's Greatest Dad, and there's Eric Estrada. Woo! Hell yeah! Imagine that fucking photo op moment. You don't use it for Summer's face. What a goddamn tragedy. Fuck yeah! Full of stalkers and hackers and fucker-uppers or something. They're all at the same tent, you guys. Nah, whatever.
They try to reach out and help the most. And that's the God's honest truth.
And imagine, though, that whole camp using Toaster and the others to set up booths and pay for the flyers and all that shit. Using a homeless lady. Their whole family and everybody was just annihilating a fire. Who came here and chose the name Toaster. And, right across the street from where they hold Bailiff's Days is where her family's campground shit is. And it rakes in a portion. It has all kinds of campers, long term and otherwise in this area. I just don't know. It's right there at the Bailiff's and exit, bro. Where all the semis come and go and where it's not, but I don't know if you drive correctly. 10 minutes out of Ben Hill, you can hit the interstate any which way, including loose. Has the least amount of traffic cameras and shit. Absolute lot lizard type territory too. It's fine. Also, probably the only motel anywhere within a radius. It's like this little dive motel, but it's nice and neat. Either way, it's right there. All right there, isn't it? Carrying on. And maybe that's Nana. Maybe I'm. Either way, one of them's family owns the goddamn thing.
It's not necessarily with money, but that's what people, and that's what hurt me the most. I heard them saying that, hey, YouTubers are trying to get famous. Whatever. Trust me. I just monetized that.
And y'all don't worry. After I figure out where this piece is here in a second, I'm just going to skip over most of this because I really don't give a shit. Now that I figured out that I was a little wrong, and apparently fucking Blue Porkchop has a voice double, but either way, the rest stands. Blue Porkchop, Chasing, and the rest are still wound around in this situation. So, yeah. Including these right here we're trying to cleanse for right now. I ain't got time for this shit.
After having 5,000 something subs, didn't want to, I was talking to it, finally broke down and did it because I looked around and seen what others was doing. It's not a get rich quick whatever. Thank you, Dana Lynn, for
the fuck it. What? You know what? I'm just gonna skip it. Just don't do it to us. It's fine. It's
becoming a member. I appreciate that.
Oh no, it's a get rich quick scheme based on memberships long term. And I don't know. And lying from the get go, ain't it, Smiley? You fucking child minor stalker, you pervert. Child pervert at that. Facts, and it's proven. She did it in front of the world for the world to see. So no lie there, no slander.
It's hard. It's a 24/7. It's hard, and
it's no get rich quick scheme. It's hard. It's It's hard work 24/7. What the fuck do you people work at? No. Fucking receipts tonight are better than whatever the fuck this is. Rinse, repeat stuff.
I don't know where they're getting that, and if they knew her story and what she'd been through, and she still has the want to get up and go out and help somebody, it's a miracle. It really is a miracle.
Hmm. It's interesting. Huh. I just want to see the timing on something real quick. I'm gonna go to start. An hour and 59. Looks like 12:34. This bitch. Alright. Mm, I'm gonna bet tonight Monster didn't appear on the fucking streets anywhere until I started up this live. That's my bet. Alright. Carrying on. Oh my gosh, I'm so triggered. Oh, whatever will I do? Alright, carrying on.
She has a really good heart, y'all. And she pays it forward by trying to help other people.
Oh my god. Monster appears places. And then I'm supposed to go off on a DV rant or monster support or how this group does. Or anything. No. No. And as they can. Oh, gosh. He's an abuser. It is what it is. He does his things. Targeting tragedy pimps. So, same shit, different day. Blah, blah, blah. Oh! People are fake. Fake accounts exist. I'm so distracted. Oh God, let's turn this live into a thing. No, I'm gonna pass tonight. I'll take care of that later. All right.
I know for a fact that I have
I'm triggered.
helped Toaster myself
I'm being
personally, along
targeted.
with my friends, on my channel, and I've been on the phone with her, and she'll say, "Can you hang on a minute?" And then she will be giving the things away to other people who are homeless because they have less than she does. And that's the kind of person that she is.
Oh.
And that we need more people like that in the world.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, absolutely. And can you?
Yeah, please do not, BJ. I don't ask for that over here. Ever. And I prefer people not call for it. I find it as a form of manipulation. And I'll ask for it to bring up algorithms and people to watch. So I don't do that.
A lot of people, some people know, I think she's went on other panels. You give them a brief, like, her house caught on fire, right?
Yes, she wasn't home at the time, and I don't think she'll have a problem with me sharing that. She's talked about it before.
Holy shit, blatantly. Is there another camper in play? My God. Now we're not confusing this one with the bullshittery that they promised Monster or Lips was doing with that camper, Lupus, Lycan, whatever, right? And all them after trying to 40 out me for forever and then going to the monster, or Chris M's camper, or Dolly's camper that he got on summer, or I don't know. How many other goddamn campers have there been? Have there been? Seriously.
And I believe that both of her parents, she took care of them and she lived with them, and her pets. And she came home to.
Where have we seen this type of shit before? Okay. Even if this was a basic cricket old people film, which you know it ain't, why couldn't she just call Smiley? Smiley is good at putting people up on just phone calls and stuff on her lives. Why did somebody else have to come up and tell all of everything first and get it out there real good? Why is that? And then Toaster will make an appearance, and Toaster will say less than whatever they did, and just go, I guarantee it's fucking.
Find that her house was on fire. And I think she tried to go in and, help.
Yeah.
And that didn't turn out very well for her. But she lost her family and she lost her pets. She lost everything.
Cricket Arrow has met Toaster in person. Vixen, Bleak Fire comes and goes an awful lot. She said in chat she was home with the fire and heard everyone screaming and crying to escape. Anyway. Yeah,
everything that she had.
Yeah.
In this fire.
Yeah.
And she's just trying to make it in this world. Not everybody chooses to be homeless. People just try to do the best that they can. And she also did tell me that she has been threatened since all of this has happened. And she's scared, y'all. And I don't think that's right.
I don't either.
She's already living in a compromised situation. And she doesn't deserve to be threatened.
Nope. And, it's just, I guess you can call it my bluntness or whatever. But I don't see her on here with cash apps, begging. I mean, I put her cash app up at Christmas time. That was my choice.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's Nana for Life people. Her dad owns the RV park. About 10 miles from Ben Hill. And so it's not Toaster's people, it's Nana's people. And Nana and Toaster are tight, so I don't know why she couldn't just park it there, but Smiley's community pages mentioned at the same time. Toast goes to RV Park to hang. Grandis used to camp there and take summer fishing there. Toaster's family got burned up in a house fire, but she got out with burns. Alright, so, and this was in August, this particular screenshot. These other things were recorded and taken. So, Nina 4 and Toaster hang, and Toaster hangs out at the RV park, right across from where they set up the Balaton Days thing. And I don't know where both of those are circling. Toaster at that time was also on paneling on screen, and Daisy's, I guess her phone was working then. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Here's Toaster Oven. I want to show y'all this because this is important, and it has to do with Smiley as well. Here's Toaster Oven with, guess who? Fizzle. Penny, Latasha in the group. Lip Locked, Lady Q. The usual hive, right? Mm. Anyway, so here is Toaster Oven, who has no phone. It doesn't work. It's not smart enough. Here's fucking Toaster Oven, right? Okay. The comment is as follows. She was burning up the phone for hours out in her drive. She was there when I went to Bays Mountain on my way out hours later. So there's Toaster Oven. Admitting to be part of our stalkers, like anybody needed to confirm that. We have much proof of that. And, boy, that phone seemed to work well at the time, didn't it? She was right in Smiley's live chat talking about stalking us, coming by here multiple times. Thing is, it was a lot. That particular day, I was like, man, I wasn't even out in the driveway. Whatever. But yeah, there's Toaster being like, hey, I'm stalking JSB, and I'm giving all the information to the internet and the tragedy pimps, including fucking Fizzle. God damn. Somebody homeless and without much. She got a lot of gas to burn. I wonder where she was coming and going from on this road. Wouldn't be Ben Hill or other places, would it? Or to that fucking RV park of Nana's. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, there. Oh, look, and there's flies on the coleslaw. Do y'all remember who is behind the flies on the coleslaw account? Oh yeah. Anyway, but the whole hive is there, and Smiley's, and there's Toaster admitting to stalking us, and well, as you can see, coming back out here. I don't know, man. That was at the end of December, by the way. Just, right before we left here, and this group started with Brian. It's Brian, isn't it? Or no, that was. Well, anyway, look. Yeah. Let me see. What's this? But you see, some of us have seen the bullshit for quite a long time. A whole hell of a lot of us. This is in February of 2022, when I already knew what lupus and toaster already were and how they connected to summer and back to certain things and locally. That ain't too far removed from when summer vanished. Now is it? I already knew all of you were very bad things. Living life. Anybody know who that one is? Oh, it's great. I know it's fun. Toaster, lupus, all known and not good. Anyway, I don't know what to tell you. See you, motherfuckers. I always
Yes, you
have.
did, and you're so kind to do that.
But with a lot of others, not just hers. And I didn't know her. That was the first time I really, but it could have been anybody, Joe Blow off the street. It wouldn't have mattered. So did I put Andrew's, Ericon's. Well, that was the first time Ericon had ever been in here. Hey, Josh, and so.
Talking to me today and being willing to come on Smiley's panel. Well, not technically because you're on my phone, but I know that you're not able to connect to Wi-Fi to be able to take the link to come on panel. But you have 500 people in here that are here to listen to your truth about the things that happened. And I just want you to know how much that we love you and we appreciate all that you do for the Tennessee Missing. And there's a lot of people in here who are supporting you right now. And
yes, stalking all of us and feeding it back to YouTube. It's real helpful. It's doing so much for the missing.
Who love and care about you so very much. So thank you, Toaster, for being willing to come up and talk to me and Smiley today.
I appreciate you so much also coming up here and doing this.
Toaster, can you tell us a little bit about how you even got involved with this situation involving when you found out that what had happened with Allie and...
Yeah, knee pads. All the originals are coming back in a swarm. Original clothing's everywhere-ish. Past couple months now.
You want to take us through what happened with that?
Well, I just seen, where the Allie was in the hospital on life support. And Andrew had made me a mod after I took up for Hunter back when I heard a couple of videos. And I didn't ask
How'd you hear a couple of videos? You know what? Fine. Fuck it.
to be a mod or anything like that. But when Andrew had Hunter on there, and Hunter said he was having twins and all this was going on, I thought Andrew was.
How do you mod for Andrew Hiltz when you don't have Wi-Fi or internet? During that whole Mama Bear and dumpling phase and all that too, and that attempted. It's fine. How do you mod? How you watch all these videos? It's fun. There's no Wi-Fi. She rarely gets to see anything. She didn't really truly know what's going on, but she was watching Andrew. But wait! Oh my God! The math. The math.
Was really trying to help Hunter and help this family. And I believed him. I really believed he was going to Tennessee to support his son. I didn't know.
You mean after the attempted Mama Bear setup shit didn't work? And they couldn't get info out of Hunter, that family is way in that way? Or do you mean all the shit he's talked on his lives you've moaned on about Allie and Hunter and all them? In between trying to use them to speak. You really thought. But you condoned him giving him shit, then suddenly you as his mom cared about that family so much you just had to go to the hospital. But the rest of the live streams you modded where he was talking shit about Hunter and Allie and everybody else, you just sat there and were fine with that. But suddenly, like the Grinch, your heart grew 400 times that day when you realized there was a vulnerable family, a vulnerable moment you could place yourself around in a hospital setting and maybe getting something. It was all done for them.
Oh, that he was just grifting.
Hey, you remember how... And see, part of this is going to be that, where, was her name Nikki? I don't know. Hunter's mother-in-law and the others and Chris and them were talking about how Toaster's stalking, and I did hear a snippet of this where Toaster's like, "Nuh-uh, I'd never stalk." And yet I just showed you a receipt where Toaster's like, "Fuck, I was stalking people around some Royals case." Feeding info back to you too. Oh, fuck. It's just an honest misunderstanding, and I'd never also not call the CPS or tell the tragedy pimps immediately so they can do like a welfare check on him. I'd never do any such thing. Just this nice person. I don't know, Toaster.
You're not allowed or whatever's going on. And there's different people in different cities I go to, and that I'll ask, they know about summer, and they know about.
Why do they all do that? Summer's name. Summer. In different cities? Who is this person? Piper? Just traveling around in your vehicle, just... Hell yeah, stay mad about it around that curve. Do it again. Fuck yeah. What's up with them squealing giant ass trucks every time I get on a squall? Fucking Toaster. I don't... Or Nana. What is up with that? It was 2 this time. Y'all stay mad, boys. Blow them turbos up. Bless you. You can't fucking drive worth the fuck. I'm terrified tonight. I'm terrified. scared for my fucking life. Try me, ho. There's a reason these motherfuckers don't get out that shit. Fucking pussies. I ain't seen it yet. Still waiting. They keep telling me I have to cross the little white line. No way, I'm not a bad girl. Or,
Kids in their city, they know, different things, and they'll, put them on the prayer list. And I'd ask different people to put Allie and her family on prayer list.
By the way, those just came from the creekway and went out towards the garden. Definitely a Bays Mountain in between. It's usually typical when it storms or things. Okay.
When I was talking to one person, we were talking about, are they being cremated? Is there going to be a funeral? I said, I don't know. And I said, I don't know. I said, probably Summer Wells community will pay for her funeral. I said, I don't know. And so we started talking about the cremation and, and there's, and they would, be willing to help. I told them the situation.
Actually, hold on a second. I'm going to make a call. No, that's typical with those. Well, it's typical for one of the bigger trucks, usually a red one's combined and such. When you mention Squall and some of the others around here, it does the shit. My cameras catch it just fine. Sometimes y'all can hear it, sometimes you can't. Tonight they're riding bumper to bumper, two together. About the timeline it takes to get from point A to point B lines up when certain things are mentioned. Two doing it tonight is why you all heard it so loudly. Timing and coincidences, eh? Alright, so anyway.
And I said, I don't know, but I heard they're being evicted. I don't know. I said, I know two of the kids are having babies, and I said, it's just a bad situation. And so we talked about it, and they said in this situation, they would give me information and a funeral home, and they would cover the cost of a cremation. And if they wanted a service,
who the fuck was a we? And who was gonna cover and all that? And who in the hell goes to a hospital talking about that shit to a fan? Oh, I don't know. That's fucking weird and sus.
Would pay for that, sir. They would do the service free of charge and assist his family with whatever it needed. And I said, but I was worried about YouTube and how everything gets out, and I wanted it.
She's worried about YouTube and how everything gets out. The toaster oven who I showed you a minute ago had no problem stalking us and coming by here and then giving out information on her stalking of us to YouTube. But suddenly Toaster around Hunter is all like, I was heckin' worried about the YouTube and, YouTube and how the information gets out. Yeah, Toaster? Were you really? Shit. Come on, man.
Not on YouTube, not with anybody knowing the funeral home that would be used or who pays or anything. And, and that wasn't going to be let out. And let's see what happened next.
Let's see what happened next in Toaster Oven's version.
They wrote me down all the information, and I started trying to get a hold of Andrew. And I don't know what day it was now, but the day he got his computer and game system and
yeah, supposedly from his old lady, who could suddenly afford that, despite the rest of the year, him being online and them not being able to make ends meet or rent or anything, she could save up that much suddenly for a gaming computer and new headphones and all that. As that shit was swirling around age. Yeah, okay. Alright, Toaster.
I noticed he was live, and I went in his live, and I kept trying to get his attention. I had called several creators. I called you, Dutch.
Damn, Toaster's got all the hookups, all the creators. But she's worried about how information, and YouTube and how information gets out to them. I'm just a little old lady and I got this story. Can't touch this. No. Yeah, I don't think so. I was calling all the creators and I was modding for Hilts and I don't know any damn thing and I'm not a stalker. But Jody Sue just showed you that I've admitted to being a stalker of all these people around Summerall's case and giving out information to YouTube and Smiley's chat about them. Oh shit. Abort mission. Shit, Toaster. No. I'm worried about all the information. You know how YouTube is and how the information gets out. Wouldn't want that out, but I called all the creators. I called them all on my broken phone. Some reason I have contact, unlike most of subs and chats. I have contact with all these creators. And just this helpless little old person doing all the right God deeds for Jesus Christ and missing children around the Summer Wells case. I got all these contacts with all the creators. I can just call them on their phones. Where I'm so heckin' worried about all this information get out about these missing babies and all these families and witnesses and things around these open and active investigations. But dang, old boy, that information is getting out to these YouTubers somehow. Oh my God. Blink, blink, blink. Oh my God. No.
Just
Yes, you asked me to call Justin to see if he had Andrew's number because you wanted to pass on that information. And I did.
was trying to get my number to Andrew to call me.
She was calling Justin, who was also running shit for Hilton, to get Andrew's number, who she's modding for, and the mama bear and the dumpling. And oh God.
Because, people, I don't care if, they had my number. And,
Because people, I don't care if they have a number, because I have all the creators' numbers. I don't know why.
but, I kept trying to get Andrew's attention. I asked him if he would call Justin or somebody and get my number from them and call me.
Would you contact Justin to get my number? I kept trying to get a hold of Andrew.
And I didn't want to put what it was about, be willing to help. I told him the situation. And I said, I don't know, but I heard they're being evicted. I don't know. I said, I know 2 of the kids are having babies. And I said, it's just a bad situation. And so we talked about.
So she definitely heard this from Andrew in live streams, but not once is she monitoring. Could she be like, hey, Andrew, get a hold of me. I'm in your room holding wrenches. I have to go to Justin. I have to go to this one. I have to go to Dutch. I have to go to Smiley. Andrew. Say the fuck what? Hold up.
They said in this situation, they would give me information and a funeral home, and they would cover the cost of a cremation. And if they wanted a service, they would pay for that. They would do the service free of charge. And
now, Crooked Arrow, who says she knows Toaster in person, she's met her. That's what Crooked Arrow says. And Crooked Arrow said this in a lot of places the last couple days and prior. Goes, Toaster is a nurse or a doctor in ER. Interesting. She living in her car. It's fine.
assist his family with whatever it needed. And I said, but I was worried about YouTube and how everything gets out, and I wanted it private, not on YouTube, not with anybody knowing the funeral home that would be used or who pays or anything. And, and that wasn't going to be let out. And let's see what happened next. They wrote
and that wasn't gonna happen, be let out. Okay.
Down all the information, and I started trying to get a hold of Andrew. And I don't know what day it was now, but the day he got his computer and game system, and I noticed he was live, and I went in his live, and I kept trying to get his attention. I had called several creators. I called you, Duchess.
Yes, you asked me to call Justin to see if he had Andrew's number because you wanted to pass on.
But she couldn't call Nana. She couldn't call Mama or Dumpling or any of them she's connected with who clearly had Hiltz's number and H's direct number, because you remember that fuckery and how Dumpling and Mama were fucking with H? She could have called H directly and left Hiltz entirely out of the fucking thing. Couldn't she? Weird. Had to contact all the creators first.
On that information. And I
was trying to get my number to Andrew to call me. Because, people, I don't care if, they had my number. And, but, I kept trying to get Andrew's attention. I asked him if he would call Justin or somebody and get my number from them and call me. And I didn't want to.
You make that make any fucking sense. I'll wait.
Put what it was about in the chat. And he said maybe later because he was busy, he was putting together his game.
Yeah, she didn't want to put what it was about in Hiltz's chat. Because that would be public to YouTube. She just called all the creators to make sure. Because, yes, putting in Andrew's chat time, hey, I want to help agent. Can you just call me? Email me so I can swap something with you because I want to do something for your son who you're asking for stuff to be done for right now. Yes, that would have been. My God. Wow. Y'all make that math work. That would have been so wild during that peak period with all this bullshittery. Oh my. The world would have latched on. Creators would have known. YouTube would have known. But yeah, she called all the creators. You make it work out however you like. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It's fine.
System or computer, whatever it is he got. So I thought, well, this is kind of important. And so then I wrote in the chat.
Just no segue. She mentions for the 40th time the computer Hiltz got. And then goes right behind and whatever he got. And then goes on something else again. They do have a flavor about mention in between, or just to put it in there. Yeah, I think we all know how the computer came to play. And way to discredit him and try to put yourself as different. It's fine. And I hate to use the term discredit. You know what? That's not what I mean. I mean, like, put it all off on and like you were no part of. Like Mama and Dumpling and all them did too. It's, you'll have a habit, don't you?
Because, when someone passes away, you have to have things going pretty quickly. You can't wait. You have to know what funeral home's going to come pick them.
Well, thank God. Somebody here to educate us all on how services and things work. And you need to be upstairs with a family you don't know. You need to be inserting your way inside of a hospital and then immediately talking to these people about services for their family that is none of your goddamn business and is very invasive and very like not appropriate. while their loved one's in a hospital setting. You're like, hey, funeral services, death, here. We'll cremate them for cheap, for free, for YouTube photo while I call the creator. Yeah, I can't imagine anybody like that. Nobody should be doing it. That goes beyond the realm of etiquette, decency, normalcy. You don't do that. That's invasive. That's trying to get info. That's trying to get confirmation of Allie's medical status and all that. That's what the fuck that is. Carrying on.
You gotta know. And with this being all free, I had specific, rules, like how they, wanted it. They didn't want to have a person sent to another facility, and then this person decide to.
I really just want to know what the fuck is wrong with half of these motherfuckers out here in the world. Can you imagine as a stranger coming around anybody in the world? Matter of fact, one of y'all random assholes out here, go to your nearest ICU. You don't know a person from Adam's house cat. Go up to the ICU unit where the family's on whatever type of support or care, and you go up to the first, like, I brought your food, but here, I'm going to need to talk to you about less services and this and the other, and can we blah, 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 and help, like, trying to insert yourself in their final, if needed. Like, can you imagine? I know many of you all, especially with the age demographic and things it gives back here, most normal human beings, families, people have suffered some type of and been through deaths in their families, whether accidents or age, or no matter what it is, you've had to plan services, into life, all these things. Can you imagine somebody coming up to you and doing that? And then millions of people going, oh, that was so good of you and so kind of you to do. And can you imagine that? Can you imagine going and doing it to other people you don't know? I'm gonna bet most of you that are normal humans would say eggs. That not only is that not normal, but that's weird and creepy as fuck. Invasive, insertive, horrifying. And then I want you to add in, say you have a missing neighbor or a tragedy or something that's happened around you, community, or a witness to something, or whatever around you. Do you think anybody coming up to you and doing that during that time just be doing it out of the goodness of their heart? Or would you think there was a reason they were doing it? Especially if you could prove these people had done this many times to others around the same event and things. Do you think they had an ulterior motive? Or would you think it was just out of the kindness of their fucking heart? Yeah.
take them up on this free offer. And then that's another cost of transporting that person, wanted it. They didn't want to have a person sent to another facility, and then this person decided to take them up on this free offer.
And then this person take them up on this free offer of a low price of $2,000 for a cremation. This free offer. Well, imagine making your loved one or their final steps be like, free offer of, and we'll give you a free ShamWow when you order 2, as long as you give us information for the YouTube, and it's worth $2,000 because all these tragedy pimps will make more than $2,000 off of the information I can get from you and your loved ones around this event. They'll cough up $2,000, like non-slip grip shoes and a camper offers to draw you in or whatever else. And bless them all, Orson Jailhouse call and chirp funds. Bliss. ShamWow! Order now for $29.95. Or is that $129.95 like the cost of 3 automatic obituaries for a Stacy fucking sleigh? I don't know. ShamWow. Carry on.
And then that's another cost of transporting that person. So I wanted that information to them soon. And I was trying to wait and hear from someone. I didn't want to go to the hospital. I just wanted Andrew to get the information to the family and call on the hospital.
Oh, she didn't want to go to the hospital. She just wanted Andrew to call and get the information from the family. But yet, Toaster and Nana, all them, and the mama bear, and the dump, man, they could have gotten H's, and what? Why did she need Hiltz to do it? She didn't. And Hiltz was more than accessing at those times. This is bullshit. Are y'all really buying this? Fuck it.
Hospital wouldn't be an option because they're not going to take that information or give me information. So I couldn't get a hold of who I wanted to go with me. So I thought, well, that information to them soon. And I was trying to wait and hear from someone. I didn't want to go to the hospital. I just wanted Andrew to get the information to the family. And calling the hospital wouldn't be an option because they're not going to.
Did you see how quick Hiltz was over here in my chat that night and willing to email me? You telling me that his mod couldn't? You know what?
Take that information or give me information. So.
That's where you're wrong, Vixen. Oh, there's a Jenny. There's a Porkchop about. But this is indeed Porkchop's voice double.
I couldn't get a hold of who I wanted to go with me, so I thought, well, I'm going to take food, and I was told that the cafeteria closed at 2 o'clock, so you can't get food. There's a
lady. Yes, they needed her to go to the hospital cafeteria for them and then take food up a couple floors. You know who else? Nurses will do that for them, and care advocates and things. If they needed somebody to simply go down, walk a couple floors, or an elevator, they could have went to the cafeteria themselves. Yes, they needed you to go to the fucking hospital cafeteria to bring them a meal. You shitting me? Well, it closed at 2. You know what? There are a couple restaurants and a Starbucks and all kinds of shit in that hospital, ma'am. There's also, you can get deliveries to the hospital, to the desks from DoorDash or any of them as well, from any restaurant open. You could, anything without you having to go in person and from somewhere else other than the hospital cafeteria. This is ridiculous.
Subway or something, maybe a coffee shop. So I was having a meal cooked fresh, and someone called and said she passed away. And
So she was having a meal cooked fresh. I don't know.
so I said, oh, and you've talked to that person. So I took off.
Oh dear. Here we go. Alright, so I put Stanley Valley and timeout on the regular streets a while back for their bullshittery not that long ago. They were vague threatening me. Stanley Valley has shit to do with Beach Creek and otherwise. If they're in the chat, they're up to no good. Anybody wants to take screenshots on which 6 devices, that'd be great. Alright.
From there and didn't get the food yet, but they had started it. And I wanted to get all the paper, the information, contact numbers to the family. So I went to the hospital and went to the ICU and walked straight in. And
went to the ICU and walked straight in. Bullshit.
Went to the nurse's desk and said I was looking for the person that was the one in charge. I didn't know if it was Allie's mom, if it was.
You pressed that little button on the intercom and you're like, hey, I'm blue. You know what? It's fine.
One of the kids, like a great grandma, that said I need to speak English.
Toaster here, who's a mod for Hills, who's been involved in all this shit, wants to pretend that she doesn't know who H, Allie, Sherry, Grandbun, True, any of them are. She set up the tents and stuff for Candace and Dawn. She's well aware of Summerwell's case, and she wants you to believe that she wouldn't have known who was in charge, potentially, over medical decisions or an adult capacity to make decisions for Allie. So she was asking nurses about all that at the nurse's desk in ICU. Okay. Y'all want to eat this shit? Carry on.
To that family and whoever's in charge. But they said they're in the waiting room, so I went to the waiting room. Nobody was in the waiting room, so I went back to the desk. And I said, this is what I'm here for. And I said, this free cremation, these services are offered to the family at no cost. And I need to get this. I said, it has to be the family to make the arrangements. And I said, I can't do any of that type of stuff. All I can do is just give them the offer and the information.
So wait. You and all these maybe creators you're contacting, they come up with this thing, this offer, this low offer of one cremation, trying to get all the family going up there, gonna deliver in cafeteria from 3 or 4 levels below. Yeah, 7th circle of hell, maybe? Has to be. Yeah, I turned to this one to chat, I can see it. Um, hmm.
I wrote it all down for them up there also. And I said, here, I'll put my number in case you guys need to contact for any questions or anything. And so then when I was,
Go ahead.
can you hear?
Mm-hmm. I can hear you.
Okay. So I didn't know if my phone was going out. So when I was going to leave, and just hope and pray. And then I saw some of the family downstairs, and I walked over,
And then I was gonna leave, but then I saw some of the family downstairs. So she left the ICU area, the nurses, whatever, giving information, writing it down this there, inquiring about the family, who was going to be in charge of Allie's, everything. She walked her ass downstairs and basically she hung out until she happened to see family who she'd probably been like, hey, there's a hot and ready meal waiting. I don't know. Either way, waited to see some of the family coming and going in and out front doors or at the bottom levels. And then, because that's totally normal. I don't know most of you, but if you're leaving a hospital setting, you leave it. You ain't then going from ICU to the bottom level and then hanging out until you see family coming and going, are you? No, you leave the hospital. Therefore, you wouldn't see family coming and going. Am I wrong here? Yeah.
I said, and I recognized Hunter from being on his dad's live, but I didn't know, the others exactly, which was which. And I said, I was wanting to speak. I don't know who's in charge. And I said that I was bringing information. So, and at this time I'm still thinking she's dead. And because the nurse.
Oh, okay. So you thought she was dead. And you couldn't get confirmation from nurses. You swear you just walked around in the ICU in this area. And you waited downstairs and shit. I don't know. You're planning on accosting them at their time of need and being like, here, tell us about Allie. And we have this low price of one time gives information for all the YouTube creators and just, that'll make more than $2,000 that we're putting it. No. Oh boy.
This desk, and everyone up there and the nurse supervisor are looking at me. I said, I know you can't give me information. I said, but I'm hoping you haven't sent her body anywhere yet. And they're looking at me like,
wow. She's at the nurse's station somewhere at some point. Talking about, I hope you've not sent her body anywhere yet. And they're looking at me like, what? Yeah, because that's real goddamn inappropriate and scary and creepy. And I'm sure, like most of us around Summers anything, these hospitals and settings and all this know what the fuck you all do around all of us. And they're like, holy shit, here we go. YouTubers trying to sell up this family and these people and these vulnerable moments and their family members or them in hospital settings or ICU or funerals. And no, they never look at y'all fucking weird, especially a hospital who is well aware of you motherfuckers and your fuckery on YouTube, let me tell you. Oh yeah, that hospital, oh yeah, they're aware of you motherfuckers. Carrying on.
I've lost my mind.
But you didn't know that Andrew and all of this had taken place on YouTube because.
No, I thought first exactly which was which. And I said, I was wanting to speak. I don't know who's in charge. And I said that I was bringing information. So, and at this time I'm still thinking she's dead. And because the nurse's desk and everyone up there and the nurse supervisor are looking at me, I said, I know you can't give me information. I said, but I'm hoping You haven't sent her body anywhere yet. And they're looking at me like I've lost my mind.
But you didn't know that Andrew and all of this had taken place on YouTube because.
No, I thought she was dead.
But, whoa, wait a minute, Dutch. Why are you talking for Toaster, who clearly just said she was indeed aware of all this because she heard all this as a nod and in Andrew's room and was trying to get a hold of him? Dutch is going, but you weren't aware of any of it because, and what? Yes, she was clearly aware. She was in there without internet or Wi-Fi, wildly enough, in Andrew's room and everything else, trying to get a hold of him and, kind of, see, y'all can't even stay consistent 30 minutes into a damn video. It's fine.
Hunter went on Andrews, they said, and said she died.
Right. Okay.
And you know the person that called and told me.
Uh-huh.
That.
Yes.
And so, they're all looking at me like I'm stupid.
No, they're looking at you like you're crazy and a YouTube stalker and trying to insert and get around patients, and taking up their time that they could be using to save other people's lives instead of with your fuckery to sell off to YouTube and all the creators. That's what they're looking at you like. While you're talking about, I hope they didn't send her body anywhere else.
So when I'm talking to this one group, I said, someone's offered, they'll take care of a cremation. And if you want a service or anything like that, I said, that'll be covered. It's up to the family. I said, it's your choice and nobody will.
So she's talking to this one group. And she's like, service, blah, blah, but it's up to the family, which would imply at that time, with whatever group she was talking to, that weren't family. Weird.
No, it'll be kept offline. Nobody's going to know the funeral home or who's paying or anything. And
it'll be kept offline? Really? That party line you have with all the creators?
So one lady that had brown hair, she started crying, and she reached over and started hugging me.
Oh, and there's that command. They were so grateful. Okay. Crazy.
And she was all excited about, all of that.
She was all excited. That's really how she just said that. She was all excited about. Yeah, okay.
Going on. So I'm like, well, I need to talk to whoever's in charge. So hold on. Okay.
Now she was downstairs, seemingly after leaving. She didn't know anybody around H or Bell, but she recognized H. But then also this group she's talking to with some brown-headed lady, but she needs to know who's in charge and whatnot. If she didn't know anybody else around other than them or anything, then how would she have recognized some random lady with brown hair to even come up to them to know that they were in or around Hunter or True or any of the rest of the family? Make that work. She doesn't recognize any of these people. She knows what H looks like she said, because of Hiltz's YouTube and modding for him, but She doesn't know anybody else, but she sees the family coming and going. But also, there's this random lady with brown hair. Oh, yeah. See, you can't make it add up.
Hold on a second. I gotta take my shots. Okay.
Hang on a second, guys.
They're being real good.
Oh my god. Pink's over here in Smiley's chat going, so sorry you've been treated so wrong yet again. Is that like the Christy Vincents and such over and over and over again, and how they always end up coming out? Oh my god, and by the way, let's not forget that Christy Vincent, Toaster, and Nana all know each other in real life, and are friends in real life. It's weird how they always come out and then people are like, oh, I'm so sorry you've been done wrong over and over again and involved, and people are scamming you all and doing whatever over and over and over again. Weird. Eh? Again and again and again with these, or 4 or 6 or 12 here in real life on the ground close by. The Vincents, the Toasters that keep popping up at weird moments around the setups of people locally and otherwise are here on YouTube, and the attempted discrediting and tampering with or stalking of everyone around Summerwell's case over and over and over again. Weird how certain characters keep popping up, and then YouTube goes, oh my gosh, it's you ladies who keep being done wrong. You have the best intention and greatest of hearts. Oh! Over and over and over again. And all of them have real life connections. Interesting, isn't it?
But they're supporting her and everything. I'm watching them.
Anyway, didn't Vincent just participate in that lockdown fuckery, lockdown of the Candace and Dawn I'm Friends butt cleanser variety? Didn't Vincent just appear over there again with that Cam and Alley fuckery and the scam? You know what? There was a little Ziggy in there, this little thing.
Anybody else would have just gave up, you know. I appreciate y'all being so kind in here. That's all.
Okay. Okay, so Andrew didn't send you to do anything at the hospital.
No.
You were just simply reaching out to say, I know that that money is tight, and I have a way that if they need this, I just want to give them the information. So if they would like to do this, they have the information and they can make the decision on their own if they would like to have this free cremation. And you were just offering this, and you did tell them that you did not want this to be on YouTube. You just wanted to.
Yes.
Yeah, she just got on the party line to all the creators and told them what she was doing beforehand. She didn't want it on YouTube. Yeah, fucking break.
It was a private.
Okay.
So, yes, because I couldn't get a hold of Andrew. And I had posted in his chat, you know, after I kept asking him to call me. I'll post.
Now, wait a minute. So you kept posting in his chat for him to call you, implying that 5 minutes ago when you said you were trying to get a hold of Justin and everybody else on the Tragedy Pimp Creator Party line to get him your number, that was a lot. You were in his chat posting, hey, call me, like he may have already had your number. I'm so fucking confused right now. Shit.
Did you know? I thought, well, I'm just going to have to do it. I posted in this chat about the cremation and no cost to the family.
So she also posted in chat about cremation and no cost to the family. But wait, 5 minutes ago she was saying how she was trying to get hold of Justin and all them so nothing would be released on YouTube. She didn't want to put everything out in Andrew's chat. That way nobody'd know about. But here she is saying she did indeed put all those things in Andrew's chat. Which is it, Toaster? How do y'all listen to this shit? How do you all not hear the drops and the fucking pieces? And in 5 minutes, it's flip, flop, flip, flop. None of this shit makes sense.
And I want to get the details to him. So I was doing other things, and I looked up to see if he responded. And as I looked up, my comment was being deleted. So I typed, "Did you see my comment, Andrew?" He said, "What comment?" I guess he didn't want people to see that there was a free offer and free cremation and free services being offered.
Wow. Because Hiltz never tried to raise money for final expenses or anything. He was trying to raise money to supposedly, allegedly get here. So, but she's implying that they want nobody to see it because of a scam. But he was not trying to raise money for final expense. Not that I'm aware of. But that's the implication here, is that's what he was trying to hide. But meanwhile, you just got her saying she didn't want to put any of that out in his chat. She was contacting the Tragedy Pimp Party line to keep it all off of YouTube, but yet she posted it all in Hiltz's chat. You can't make this shit up, folks, but they do.
I don't know. But
So at what point, Toaster, did you just realize, I mean, when you went up there to offer this to the family at that time, the family didn't express that they were upset that you were there to just give them the information if they needed help?
no, they were very nice.
Okay.
But there was the brown-headed lady there, and she gave me hugs when she heard and cried when she heard there was some people.
Good luck on your return trip. Have a nice night.
That were willing to pay for this because, doing a funeral is a lot of money. Even if it's a cremation, it runs into the thousands. And
so, Toaster, at what point did this change?
Swear, Crooked Arrow, who knows Toaster in real life much like the others, was like, Toaster is professional. Toaster is a professional what? Crooked.
because from what I understand, the family said that they believe that Andrew sent you there to go to people's houses and record them.
No,
Did that happen? You told me you didn't know where they lived.
I don't know where they live. I don't know who lives with who. I know none of that. I thought Allie, they all lived with Allie.
Right.
That people have sent,
And you don't even know where any of those people live. Like, you never tried to find out where they lived. And I also heard
Why is Dutchie saying that for Toaster? Toasters are planning. Yeah, I don't know where any of them live, even though they've been doxxed all to hell. Clearly, Toaster has watched all the things. It's not hard to discern. Bullshit, bro. And Dutchie comes in with the whole, yeah, you don't know where nobody lives, right? Hold on.
creators state that you called TB.
I don't know. But
So at what point, Toaster, did you just realize, I mean, when you went up there to offer this to the family at that time, the family didn't express that they were upset?
Holy shit. The call's up in this chat to help Toaster, to get her a house, to get her somewhere to live, to get her this, to help her out. Wild. It's much like, was it Danny and Vincent to get their money back, like the 423 situation where it actually looks like Vincent got more money than she put in back. But Chasing did the math on it and it's fine. This is weird. This keeps happening.
That you were there to just give them the information if they needed help?
no, they were very nice.
Okay.
But there was a brown-headed lady there, and she gave me hugs when she heard and cried when she heard there was some people that were willing to pay for this because
Some people willing to pay for this, which means all of you behind the scenes in a group got together and were like, hey, we'll toss in whatever because 2,000, what is it in the grand scheme of things when we can use whatever those like Toaster and the rest bring back to YouTube through the party line and feed the creators, and it'll make each of them more than thousands. And all they do is put in $20 each, or they tell their subs to give them money to put towards Allie's whatever. This person's that or whatever, and tragedy pimps don't really spend anything. Their people do, and then the creators make fucking fortunes off of whatever dumbasses like Toaster and them with, while also helping tamper with Summer's case, witnesses, and everybody else, right? For entertainment. Yeah, okay. Got it.
so doing a funeral is a lot of money, even if it's cremation. It runs
Cremations are like $2,000 right up here.
the thousands, and
So, Toaster, at what point did this change? Because from what I understand, the family.
Now, I would have been more impressed had they been like, hey, we'll make sure that there's an actual funeral. So we won't offer you the cheapest thing we find, which is cremation and no real service. Because remember, she separates two. She's like, and if they wanted a service to go with it, what, 30-minute rental space inside the cheapest place you could find might cost another $300, $400, $500. The only way in which I've been impressed by any of this is if they offered to buy a plot, coffin, services, a spray or two, headstone, but they did. A, for the low, low price of $129.99, 3 obits, and a stamping by Chasing Hairline. Yeah.
Police said that they believe that Andrew sent you there to go to people's houses and record them.
No.
Did that happen? You don't.
But a lot of people are trying to get recordings and all kinds of things from lots of places, including ICU nurses. Anything that slipped. I'm gonna bet there were devices on hand that weren't broken and cracked in order to record in real time those being talked to after the party line of creators was contacted. I bet a lot of people sent in a lot of motherfuckers, couple in particular, to that hospital. Carrying on.
You told me you did.
And one in particular is still trying to distance and pretend that they're in no way connected to this one or whatever, and that way they're not sussed and found out by the family as being part of it. Especially openly, which is probably why Toaster's not saying shit back about it in chats for the present. They know what they're up to. Carrying on.
Didn't know where they lived.
I don't know where they live. I don't know who lives with who. I know none of that.
Bullshit.
I thought Allie, they all lived with Allie. But people have since,
She's in a mod for Hilts, but she doesn't know where anybody lives or where H is or where all the people are. No. Bullshit.
And you don't even know where any of those people live. Like, you never tried to find out where they lived. And I also heard a...
Is that what Toaster said at all? No, that's Dutch speaking for going, yeah, you don't know where any of those people live. You've never looked for any of, you don't look up, blah, 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 blah. Right? And yet this proves Toaster a liar and whatever cleansing Dutchie's doing there. She knows exactly where we all live. Hard to stalk us if you don't know, ain't it? Feed off information to those like Smiley, who she's done before because that's where this was at, and other creators, including, well, there's P-Fizz, right? Fizzle of the Chasing Jenni Adrian gang, who are all wound up and have been around the wells since the golden ticket after tormenting the shit out of us for X amount of time. No. Oh, and after they were on the arc of here's the tent at Balaton days, and oh, look at the blips, and oh, look at the things in the cleansing cycle, and ignore that 2-year piece Ainsley Daniels did, still putting Candace and Dawn at the top of the suspect list even after polygraphs. Put on a goddamn button-up shirt, Dawn! Stay offline, Dawn. Alright. See you. Alright. Oh, and it looks like Monster came into that chat tonight at Piss Pads around the same time that this live started. Coming around the 50-minute mark. That's odd, huh? instant. It's weird. Strange how things keep happening like that. Timing. It's a beast. Alright, carrying on. Oh my god. Domestic violence. It really happened. It happened and it's still happening in our lives and playing a role in it. And the monster who won't let go and strings on and box on and also fake Gmail accounts. And wildly enough, they only pop up at convenient times lately. And people are being paid for shit behind the scenes and above the scene. No. And distraction techniques. Oh my god. When will ever cease? It's happened in Ryan's, it's happened at Josh's, it's happened at Cher's, and now it's in Best Pie. It's one of my least little favorites. It should also speak volumes to you if it's the real monster. That he's okay going somewhere that put out the worst shit around the children, implying the worst fucking things about it. How much he really cares to work with and be over him. Oh, but it should really bother me that he's with the worst of the worst. And in their chat, I'm going to rush right up. No, I'm going to pick up that time and I'm going to feed it back on permanent orders.
Creators state that you...
If not a fake fucking account. When I see it, grab a link, we'll talk. Carrying on.
Called TBI to report something about Hunter, and that wasn't you either, correct?
No, that was not me. Because all I did was give them the information. I chit-chat a little, and I encouraged them throughout because I had when I was leaving the hospitals when I saw the family, and they said, Grandma's out here, and they took me over to see Grandma.
Which is Hunter's grandma?
That's Grandbun?
Great Grandma.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was on the phone with his dad all the time, you know. So I said, let me talk to Andrew, because I never spoke to Andrew.
Cricket over here's like Toaster's a peacemaker, carrying it forward.
I said, well, no, just give Andrews my number and have him call me.
So wait, she had to stalk the family, she had to talk to Grandbun in the parking lot, had to be taken to her, and then wanted Grandbun to be like, no, just have Andrew call me. What? Fuck it.
And so he called me, you know, when we were on, you know, going out the hospital door because they were outside smoking.
But you were already outside the hospital door and had been taking the Grandbun in the parking lot. Get your shit straight, Toaster.
And so
you mean what you did was you sat in the parking lot until you could have caught somebody and recognized their, and because you knew they smoked and they'd be out eventually, and nobody, you know what? It's fine. It's all fine.
To talk to.
I also ordered him a meal downstairs to lure him down so that maybe I could catch a view and follow him. Oh, food delivery at the desk, at the nurse's desk. They'll come down for it eventually, right? Right.
Go on. And tell them, you know, about this going on and blah, blah, blah. And I was trying to, I said the nurse's desk has information. I gave the information.
But she just gave the information to the brown-headed lady that she didn't know anybody else around, but she knew enough to go up to the brown-headed random lady and tell her all the information. But here she is, and she's telling Grandbun that the nurses have all the information. But yet, I guess the random brown-headed lady who escorted her Grandbun didn't have all the information too. It's fine. This makes perfect sense.
Information to one of the other people. There were 3 people that got the information for that.
Okay, wait, I need to stop for a second. I see somebody in chat said that you were sitting in the parking lot of where they live and they called and told you to leave. But that's not true.
Oh, but I bet. You know what's wild, though? Wildest of all. Toaster, who's mighty close to Candace and Dawn, couldn't just message or call Dawn or Candace and be like, hey, where's Hunter live? Allie, I'll go leave a polite note in the mailbox saying, hey, there's people that want to help. If you would like to contact me, here's my number on my broken can't get Wi-Fi phone. That would have cut out all the, well, okay, it would have still gotten back to all the tragedy pimps by way of C&D in camp and chasing and, oh dear, it's fine. She just couldn't leave a nice little memo card or piece of paper on the door in the mailbox going, hey, here's my name, number. If you would like help with XYZ or this, that, and the other, blah, 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 and left it at that. Obviously, she could see by way of Hiltz's live streams that she was at least watching part of. That Hunter and them were coming and going from the houses, and Grandbone would have been there, and Sherry, and whoever else. Other people would have been checking the mail or the door or seen it and would have gotten a hold of her if necessary. Instead, all this extra, this try too hard to get into the hospital or around the family, the luring out of, the watching of, the stalking of. What? Uh-huh.
That's
No, that is not true.
just wanted to clarify that for Isaac Brown in the chat.
See, I can't see the chat.
I know, but that's why I'm simply, because there doesn't need to be misinformation. What if it was another YouTube?
There she goes. But I can't see chat. Blatantly, please erase that from there. Anyway, I'm not helping build that piece of shit up, so please erase it. And I'm not gonna run over there. I don't care. It's being downloaded and recorded. And it's all that matters. Anyway, it's also meant to do all the things. Squirrels, driveways, distractions. Not planning horse shit. I'm sure if it is monsters being paid well for it, it'll also show courts what the fuck and when the fuck. Timing's gonna help on that. And if it's not, and even if it is, it doesn't matter either way it goes. It's just more compiling on these tragedy pimps. Fake accounts, bullshit, how they operate in a group, what they do, how far they go, and what they're doing in Summer's case. So either way, it's working out well for me and not the group. So there's that. All right, carrying on.
That was doing it, and then Toaster got blamed for it.
When we were outside, there was a car that drove by slow. They had their phone up.
This is in the hospital parking lot, though, not at their house.
On the road, but there was a light on their phone, on the back side, like you would have your flashlight on.
Right.
And I thought, I wonder why they had that on. And then I thought, maybe they're videoing. I didn't know. So I just stepped in front of the family and didn't say anything. And, that way it blocked Grandma and them. And,
oh, there's the Toaster. She was trying to help block others who were sitting there recording and stalking the family. She was the savior. Oh, you can't get pictures of the family. Only I have, rights to the family right now. And oh no.
So we just kept talking and stuff. And the one brown-headed lady started, because I was going to go pick up that food I ordered and bring back to.
She was going to go pick up that food she ordered and bring it back to him. Fuck it.
And the one brown-headed lady, it was a friend of Allie's. She was talking about making GoFundMe's and all this stuff, and
oh, and there's the drop, like the computer, like this, like that. Oh, they're mooches if they start a GoFundMe. But hey, if all of YouTube starts scamathons on them and drama and entertainment this year, and the creators can make fortunes on them, that's fucking different. If they can play shell games with all their cash apps and all this, and then turn around and accuse them of scamming to create even more drama for the creators and the manufacturers to make money off of, well, that's just fine. But you don't want that family creating a valid GoFundMe where there's real repercussions if they scam people on a legitimate site. No, we can't have that. We all have to have it confined to YouTube to play all the games with, and the shells and the cons and all that. But if YouTube true crime watchers hear us say the word GoFundMe, then they'll be like, oh, this family's just trying to scam. And then they'll give all their money to the creators and swear that, and then they'll all be stupid enough to go along with, like a bull by a nose ring, just with whatever narrative's being pushed out. Don't want them to start those GoFundMes. We need all the cash apps up here and all the things. And oh my God, the link to so-and-so's cash app, it was wrong. I don't know where it came from. It was one letter difference. And started Venmo and started this and started that and started blah, 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 blah. And here you donate to this and you do that and blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, they're scamming. Give all your money to the creators who tell you that these people are all nobodies around Summer, but they want you to, give to them because they're nobodies who never even met or knew Summer, and they're criminals and junkies and violent offenders and tweakers aplenty with long ass criminal records behind these icons. They're so entertaining, folks. Alright, carry on.
Said something about the babies or True's baby, and I said, I said, if she needs things, I said, this community, I said, they would.
Cricket Arrow in chat. She's a great lady. We know each other. She's sometimes quiet. You mean when she's stalking people? It's fine.
Would make one of those wish list things. And, oh, people don't buy that. We just want the GoFundMe. I said, no. I said, people, if it's for a baby.
She was like, start one of the wish list things. And they said no. But I said, and, okay.
Baby. I said.
So, and what you'll hear, I did catch this piece, is her telling them, no, there's YouTube full of caring people, and if you start a wish list, they'll fulfill, instead of you starting a GoFundMe and legitimate or doing whatever. No, there's lots of people that'll give and do all this over on YouTube, where, remember, she wants to keep everything, it's fine. She seems like she keeps pulling everything to YouTube while saying the opposite. It's fine.
They would get what that baby, it's a very loving community. And then, I said, well, what about Hunter's baby?
And then she wanted to, because see, they only mentioned the one baby. And then she mentioned Hunter's baby, probably to try to elicit a response and get information. Most likely to be invasive for the tragedy pet party line. No. Well, what about Hunter's baby? Can we start one for that too? And then it's confirmation or denial or information on to star shit and to fuck around with all the witnesses and people around Summer's life and to her case and do this shit out in the open where it taints jury pools and this and the other and fucks with certain shit and inundates law enforcement and these creators continue to feed. I don't know. Toaster's real helpful to all the missing children, isn't she?
Grandma looked up and said something about what baby? The test was negative. And I just put that off as, Grandma, she's under a lot of stress. It breaks my heart. I mean, she has the weight of the world of this family on her shoulders.
You told me that when we.
Yeah, and then she needed somebody like Toaster to come and be invasive and talk to her about her daughter's arrangements and try to dig for information. Then make it to where it's all drama and to where if they do need help or services that nobody believes them or will help or reach out or help with expenses because they have hearts. No, it'll instead it's worth more to creators for the drama and also their shit. So they can make money off of being vultures. And that way then, you can set up the doubt for everything. That way people, if they did want to reach out at any point and help that family or with arrangements, people are like, no, Tragedy Films have already done this thing in a 2-day period and said all these people are scamming and conning and look at all the doubt and seeds y'all are sowing. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's been done before many times around here. Well, it's you're really helping.
Talked that she was you were so worried for her, and you asked me if I would pray for her.
Oh shit! And there's Smiley advertising their merch during this series.
And Bear, and I said yes, and you said they were just so upset, and you were.
And look, all of them in Smiley's going, we would throw a virtual baby shower. Yeah, that way it's viewable and entertainment and on YouTube.
Worried for them, and they needed help.
and you see a young girl with silent tears going down both sides of her face. That's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. Yes, absolutely.
And that child needs help. I'm not talking, just whatever that child needs, no matter what anybody's done. That great grandma.
Get the quake in your voice. Make it sound like you care. I tell you what, they're under such stress, and I can't imagine that I care so much as a human being, but here I am, doing all this stuff to them in a parking lot, in hospital settings, and all this shit on Tragedy Pimp Line. Oh, God, but I feel for them so much. They just needed a stranger in their faces.
She needs help, no matter what anybody's done. That great grandma has the weight of the world on her. She is distraught. And when people...
And then in comes a toaster, like a horror movie, where you throw it into a bathtub full of water with some vulnerable person that didn't deserve it in the water.
Well,
how do you people not sit back like we do and hear when some of these creatures, like this one or piss pads or others, are involved, and y'all don't hear that Norman Bates like shower scene, like noise? Cause like we hear it and live with it and see it 24 hours a day, every time they drive by, every time they're fucking mentioned, all the times they do all things, even online and otherwise, and we're like, holy shit, these motherfuckers would split us open like Ed Gein and wear our skin. It puts the lotion on, or it gets the hose again, or kneecap us like some Stephen King misery shit. These people are goddamn terrifying, y'all.
it's hard enough. And, none of them drive. Can you imagine if they're at home or wherever they live?
And none of them drive. Bullshit. How does she know? If she doesn't know anybody but Hunter, and she knows nobody else in family. And but wait, Grandbum was sitting in a car, smoking. Wait, Grandbum was in a car in a parking lot, parked. Hold up, somebody was driving. And if she knows nobody but Hunter, and she doesn't know Hunter's mother-in-law and all these others, then, and she doesn't know shit about any of them enough to recognize anybody but Hunter, then how in the fuck does she know who else around and who drives or who does not drive? But wait, Grandbone was just sitting in a car.
And the hospital calls and says, we need you now. Can you imagine how long it takes to ride public transportation like a bus to get to the hospital?
There are only so many bus stops in Kingsport and this area, but here's the thing, they don't live too far from the fucking hospital. She's making people think this is like, they live way far away and also shit, and that they're going to be out waiting for buses and trying to get to the hospital. They don't know anybody else ever. It would only be Tragedy Pimps and Toaster who could save the day or get them rides or money for an Uber for 3 seconds down the road. No, here's Toaster, come save the day. Is that Superman? Is that a bird? A plane? No, it's a toaster oven and Tragedy Pimps. Could you imagine if there was a life without invasive toasters in your bathtub?
Right.
you imagine what stress that would be trying to catch this? I don't know, how many buses or any of that, I'm sure some friends probably bring some of them back and forth. I don't know. I didn't ask those questions.
Right. But
No, she just asked what their final arrangements and expenses.
because you're not trying to go get in their real life situation. You just came there to offer, hey.
Why is Duchess talking? What do you mean she didn't go to get in their real life situation? No, it seems like she tried hard to get in her real life situation. And now all y'all trying to make it look like she didn't, and she ain't. And none of y'all were involved in this fuckery once again around any of us around. No. It's always poor you guys, isn't it? Y'all are just the fucking superheroes of every goddamn thing. Super saviors. The advocates. Y'all just here to do good goddamn deeds for the world. Humankind, aren't you? Stalk all of us, hurt us, go extreme real life, do all the very bad things, including and downright trying to get some of us murdered and harmed and hurt, like I mentioned last night, which is why, by the way, Floppy's all up in his feels about shit. That Floppy is trying to get Hunter possibly even murdered currently, because that's definitely not witness intimidation and shit, and he's trying to get him arrested. They're calling all these false calls or doing all this shit. He's trying to do shit with the gun stuff. He's saying, hey buddy, I'm gonna make sure your little gang friends know this, that, and the other, and they'll take care of you. Damn, isn't that a rinse repeat around this Cash App gang? They really will even attempt to get minors murdered around here. Oh, but it's fine once they do that. There'll be a piece, an article they can run, and then they'll swear they bought non-slips or something and they cared and they never said a bad word about any of us, and they're gonna hunt down our people who did this to us too, right? Oh my God, it's a tragedy. Somebody else around summer died. We had nothing to do with them suicide. We had nothing to do with their murders or harm to them. We always supported them. Bullshit. And honestly, if any fucking cop with any sense, like that shit Floppy had up, targeting Hunter, trying to get him harmed, hurt, possibly murdered, insinuating exactly that. That's a minor. That's by online means, communications, group effort, definitely online. That violates federal laws. Any police officer was given any of that shit right there. Anyway, even standing alone, it would mean serious fucking trouble for Floppy. And Hunter and his position around Summer's case, I'm gonna bet it would mean a great fucking deal. Anyway, so he's all up in his feels. I guess they got wind of membership lives last night. Just carrying on. And I mean, that doesn't make him look too good to the people who are making him wear his $400 sub member funded lockdown ankle bracelet right now. Right. $300-400 a month. He got to make Cash App gang style, or he gets put in a cell instead of locked into his yard for the duration. Anyway, carry on.
I know that finances are tight. Here is some information if you would like to pursue this.
Talking and stuff, and the one brown-headed lady started because I was going to go pick up that food I ordered and bring back to him. And one brown-headed lady. It was a friend of Allie's. She was talking about making GoFundMe's and all this stuff, and and said something about the baby.
So legitimate places where there are consequences if you scam or con or anything like that. Toaster goes, no, instead let's make it all YouTube. Okay.
Babies or True's baby, and I said, I said, if she needs things, I said, this community, I said, they would make one of those wish list things.
Yeah, they make it Amazon. Also sort of semi-valid. Hey, Di, are you still around here anywhere? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I put a pair of pants on you. Would you care to keep an eye out for 30 minutes? I got something I've got to take care of. Alright. I'm ready then. I'll be back. Alright, so I'm back. Imagine that. Looks like I was gone and mice were trying to play. I got some word throughout, I'm watching the fuckery, time to certain shit. Looks like a certain Duchess, Dutch oven, toaster ovens, I don't know. Anyway, losing the whole tragedy pimp shit, right? So, from what I've seen since me, being like, Jody Sue, I'm not Gavel. Well, no shit, you dumb bitch. I said that myself when I figured out I was incorrect. First, 12 seconds of this fucking life. No need to have a hissy fit and a meltdown. See? As long as I know I'm wrong, I'll correct myself and say, I'm sorry. I thought you were Gavel. I mean, that, however, does not make up for the fact that you're tragedy pimp and part of the fuckery. And who you connect to, who I've always connected to, and you're rolling things. Just because I don't mention you well really ever doesn't mean I don't see all of you and how you interact and what roles you play in things and who you play with, and that I don't know all the things behind the scenes, dear. I just don't know what to tell you. Anyway, imagine if I had a whole fucking meltdown and made a live, just title it every day as these creators, these manufacturers, these fucking tragedy pimps were wrong. Do you know how long I'd be on here? Shit, I'd need 6,000 hours in a 24-hour cycle to do that. It's not possible. Let alone all the lives I would need to start up and fire up every time y'all lied purposefully or played fuckery on top of that. Around summer, her case, and with all of our real lives. Holy shit at the amount of lives I could fire up. But boy, you tragedy pimps, you sure do have a way about you. One of us can even be like, shit, I was wrong about something. Instantly figure out we were wrong. Be like, whoops, our bad. And y'all still fire up live about it. Makes great content and targeting shit and whatever, right? Oh, and then I see helpfully that, one of the creators come here and tried to advertise for some shit that downright wasn't going on, but wanted to advertise for over yon way and pretend certain shit was going on over there that absolutely wasn't, to try to direct attention to the fucking whole ass. Oh my god, we can start up a fucking live on this one thing alone. Carrying on. They tried to put Monster all up in that shit too. Along with CZ and whatnot. Shit. No. Oh my god, the more drama they can manufacture and direct eyes to something else. Oh hell no! They would never do any such thing. To get eyes on some tragedy event meltdown about one little wrong thing that somebody else corrected all on their little own without a fucking tragedy pimp title. Oh my god. Hell, if y'all spend as much time instantly latching on something that was already corrected in real time, make, holy shit, can you imagine if they did that themselves, auto corrected and start up alive going, shit guys, this is wrong about this, and this, and I pumped out this lie, and this lie, and this lie, and this lie, and this known thing that was false, and I did this and that and the other, this part. They'd be here. They'd have ample content. They could do 1 billion lives. But they ain't ever gonna do that, are they? No, of course not. Anyway, we're gonna carry on with this shit fuckery here. I guess. I assume. For a minute anyway, because I'm rather kind of bored with it. I was forever left. It's fine. Toad's fine, my dudes. Alright. I'm sorry, Di. I know it took me a wee bit longer than anticipated, but it's snowing here. It had snowed a little bit before I was like, wow, really? And then I just kind of got lost in the darkness and the snow. Also, as a small added note, you know, and I've mentioned some things before a long time, a long, long time ago in a land far, far away. Though nobody will ever look through it with a 6 or 12 hour live or anything. I've got to have a fucking AI cat or clips or I don't know. You gotta do a thing. Anyway, um, so I mentioned this a long, long time ago. I would really like to know. Okay, inquiring minds and all, curiosity, that type of thing. But I mentioned it long, long ago about watching weird payments to people around us certain weird times. Certain shit just suddenly popping up as soon as some of us go live too and whatnot. And I just wonder how many tragedy pimps think, well, a couple, a certain few, one or two, think that I'm oblivious, unaware. And how long they think that's going to continue. I'm asking for. So, much like my everyday life, in other regards, I'm just going to start cutting that shit straight the fuck off, just so you're aware. Uh, answer's going to start being no. And that shit ain't going to work either. Also, uh, yeah, there's a reason why none of your insertion in our lives has ever worked so much. Not real well. It's why things said to anyone, basically the most, is, yep, nope, eh, mm, not really much detail. Same thing, and see, it's no different for me than the other decade of my life, really. Yeah, when monsters are afoot, you don't share shit. Right? And you don't say shit. And, you know, especially if they try to cut you off, tamper with certain people around you. I mean, it's no different. And basically what you have was this group, instantly inserting into people I'd already been cut off from, fucked with, and made into certain things for decades around me, and that I didn't share my life with anyway. It They found out pretty quick that that wasn't really going to work for them, which is why then they came fully targeting little and such and whatnot. There's a reason they only get bullshit fed back to them and people who don't really know anything and have never known anything about our real lives or real conversations, and they can't get much. But with certain pushes of certain things, they can at least try and attempt distractions or fuckery. And I'm gonna tell you right now that shit's gonna stop too. So yeah. And I mentioned it, like I said, in the way back. I've been aware. I don't know what to tell you. So, doesn't matter to me. No different. And well, I've lived my life for decades, really. Uh, Same shit, different day. All right, carrying on now. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's the weather guy.
My phone?
It's broken like toaster ovens, right, fella? It's a safe travel, but I don't know. It's a Republican. Everybody in big cities are scary. Carry a gun, carry the copper thing. They're all stealing your credit card info. But hey, hit up Team. Anyway, carry on.
And all people don't buy that. We just want the GoFundMe. I said, no. I said, people, if it's for a baby, I said they would get what that baby needs. It's a very loving community. And and then, I said, well, what about Hunter's baby? And Grandma looked up and said something about what baby? The test was negative. And I just put that off as, Grandma, she's under a lot of stress.
Now, why is she on here having to say all this stuff to defend herself or anything else or any of that? Think about that and where we were earlier. I thought none of this shit was supposed to go to YouTube. Why is she coming out this hard just because she was called exactly what she is? I don't understand. Oh my God, it couldn't be a tragedy. Pimp whirlwind bullshittery. All right, Karina.
It breaks my heart. I mean, she has the weight of the world of this family on her shoulders.
You told me.
I know, Enhanced. That voice, though. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that is not the voice double for Blue Porkchop. I mean, you've known Blue Porkchop for like a decade plus. And even you're like, holy shit, that voice. So God forbid. Anyway, carrying on. And I self-corrected. Immediately upon finding out, the rest of the shit still stands. Anyway.
You talked that she was just, you were so worried for her, and you asked me if I would pray for her and Bear Bear, and I said yes, and you said...
And the fucked up part is, here's the fucked up part, I have listened to that shit before. And I don't recall it ever sounding this much like a Blue Porkchop in my life. Not throughout these several years on these streets. It's almost like there's been a goddamn sudden Blue Porkchop voice changer applied. It's wild as shit. Carrying on.
That they were just so upset, and you were worried for them, and they needed help.
And you see a young girl with silent tears going down both sides of her face.
Well, thanks for putting that out there. It's definitely, that should be public on their grief and how much they're crying or not crying. That was necessary to put out there. Toaster.
Oh, that's hard.
That was necessary to exploit.
It is heartbreaking. Yes, absolutely.
And the child needs.
Here, I went over there and caused them stress, and here are the moments I can share with you publicly to exploit their grief and how they feel and make sure the world knows about every little fucking detail. How's that toaster up here defending herself or any of that? It's not. It's exploitive. See?
Help. I'm not talking. I mean, just whatever that child needs, no matter what anybody's done. That great grandma.
You get the shiver in your voice as you're talking about. That's what the babies need. A baby needs a little one, a child. Oh, but Hunter, he doesn't count. He's not a child. True's not a child. They're not children. They don't count. But them babies, them unborn babies, the little babies, the summer, the this, the that, them babies. Care about all the babies. Except for when this treasure pimp group's trying to harm and hurt and exploit and even so much as getting hurt or murdered right now. Because fuck them. What are they but witnesses in and around everything in Summer's case and shit. You know y'all like targeting and tampering with them witness babies, don't ya? Sure fucking do. Exploiting the hell out of them. Pick any missing child's case, right? Like Benny says, pick any missing child's case or murdered child's case and then just exploit the motherfucker until the last dog's hunt. Right?
She She needs help, no matter what anybody's done. That great grandma has the weight of the world on her. She is distraught. And when people, I mean, it's hard enough. And, you know.
Yeah, people need that explained to them over here, apparently. They needed that exploited. They needed Toaster to go see it in person to tell them what she's seen visually with her own two toasted eyeballs. I don't know. For it to count. Shit. Anyway. Nobody else here could ever imagine what it might be like in that situation if not for Toaster to come out here and exploit it on these tragedy pimp streets with Duchess and Smiley and all the rest of the Cash App gang.
None of them drive. Can you imagine if they're at home or wherever?
Pretend she cares. Flying fuck.
They live. And the hospital calls and says, we need you now. Can you imagine how long it takes to ride public transportation like a bus to get to the hospital?
We went over this bus, car, Uber situation and how clearly this one knows where everybody lives like earlier. Just the addition of filler garbage and the tragedy event cycle, right? We went over this earlier before I checked out. It's fine. Rewind. If you need a refresher.
Imagine what stress that would be trying to catch this. I don't know, how many buses or any of that, I'm sure some friends probably bring some of them back and forth. I don't know. I didn't ask those questions.
Right, because you're not trying to go get in their real life situation. You just came there to offer, hey, I know that finances are tight.
She's not trying to get in their real life situation at all. And yet, everything leading up to this says otherwise. She was just going there to offer help. Yeah, she had to go directly to the ER and do all this extra fucking garbage that none of us. Oh, dear God. And we all know it didn't take all these fucking theatrics and drama and all the outward open bullshit and fucking around with and contacting the creators and all this other garbage for her to have done if she just wanted to be like shh and helpful. Didn't take none of that to contact Hiltz or Hunter or the family or any of that shit. She knew better. She had an instinct. You know what? We all know better. Carrying on. I'm like goddamn tragedy pimp garbage.
Here is some information if you would like to pursue this free cremation, and I also brought some food. And then now after all of this happened, you left and you didn't go to their house or call anybody. You just left.
When I left, that's the first.
Well, thanks for being a blue Porkchop talking double. Swear. See, this is why I couldn't tell. This is where I caught the piece I caught that made me think it was blue Porkchop. Because I was like, the fuck? Shit has the same let me talk for you skill and tell your story and then only let you in every now and then, like blue Porkchop does Monster, the others, like Chasing does for everybody, like the rest do for everybody. Like all the leash holders and shit do for all the others. That type of shit, right? They come on, they talk for them, they do the things, especially when they're in cleansing cycles, blah, 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 blah. They want to stick with narratives, other people aren't good. Like, notice how much Toaster, in just a little bit she's been allowed to speak, has already fucked up and contradicted herself and been caught in already. It doesn't make sense. So those like that often have to have these people with them and by their side. Those that are a little bit more skilled, like the Shares. And the blue Porkchop Jennies and the Pipers and the cows. Oh, she's not real good at either. And the lockdowns and the types like that speak for them. You see what I'm saying and how this works? Anytime you see anybody anybody needing a helper to do this. You notice they would do this to Cam too when he was up on panels. Even his own, they go over and redirect him like they do Ziggy. Ziggy got all the shit fucking confused during the targeting of Little and I phase. Team went over and helped that out. Cam and Allie got fucking confused about the player on the sleigh shed. And fucked that all up because they thought they'd tied the final bow on it. And Cam and Allie fucked that all up for him. And TM runs over there and corrects. Then it's time. Anyway, one is Cam couldn't keep his shit together. It was never, ever. He just couldn't keep it together. But they'd always have somebody on panel to do whatever with Cam, or on his own shit, or they'd be texting. You notice how much he was texted while on lives and shit. It was to keep him on track. Where he was supposed to be going. They often do that. You'll see that with several other creators who can't keep their shit straight. You'll see a lot of texting back and forth messaging. But if ever you see any of us up in places and you see a goddamn hand holder in chat, or those around them in chat, directing everything, including the only selected or picked questions are asked, you might as well just piss it to the wind, because it's you being fed bullshit. Cleansed bullshit at that. Polished turds, if you will. While you really feel at the end like you've gotten something grand or whatever, and you've not. And then you always have to wonder why it is that certain folks, not just those around Summer's case, but those on here who do shit like this, there's been many of those. Why it is they do this often and need people to be with them when they do it, to tell everything and then, speak for them. Here's your sign moment if you're being fed more bullshit. Just take out the cleansing of a Duchess and go listen to Toaster's own words. They don't add up. They don't compute. Cancel one another out. Half an hour in, she made damn lies that you can't keep up with. Back and forth. Shit, it's just nonsensical at best. If you listen, hell, you ain't even gotta listen that close. Damn, they really do doubt y'all have any brains at all, don't they?
Time I've ever met them and the last time. Because even if they accept, that's why they have the numbers of the people.
They don't have to go through you. They can make a decision and they can pursue it on their own.
Yes, it is.
Common Sense 101 is like that girl earlier was driving a car, watched her drive from the hospital to her house. She's talking about one of the ones that was on the panel with Chris and them. Yeah, so there in real time is Toaster being called for bullshit. People around him have cars. But imagine if they had to ride the buses all the way down the block from where I live to the hospital. Fuck's I gotta cross it, you know what?
It's none of my business. They call that number, those numbers themselves, and nobody knows. What happens after that? Nobody has to know when she dies. If she dies, nobody has to know where she's taken or if there's a.
It works though, doesn't it? This type of bullshit, manipulation, conning, all that, cleansing, the puppeteers. It's like chat. You can watch it light up with things. With the so sad she's offering help, and they're airing lies about her. I don't know how these people are effective with mind fucking of this degree. They are so weak and bad at it, and so obvious with it. But it really does work on. But then you do have carnival barkers and playing chats. They do know their demographics of QAnon and Wayfair and adrenochrome drinking motherfuckers.
Service, nothing. And they would not be contacting me because I have nothing to do with it either.
I understand.
I was, it was just fell into my lap, kind of. And I said, okay.
Yeah, all this stuff planned with a group to offer them after the tragedy pimp party line and all the open and outright efforts and what y'all have heard so far. It just kind of fell into her lap, and she wanted to be a nice, good citizen and Samaritan and go over and do all things in person, but she could have just left a note in the mailbox. She could have easily gotten numbers to contact H and others directly. None of this shit was needed. See, there was where the comes into play. All of it. It's all bullshit. Yeah, bird.
I said, this is a good thing. One, it takes a lot of burden off of this family to know that if something does happen, things are took care of and they don't have to scramble.
One, it takes a lot of burden off of this family if something does happen. But yet remember, the reason she showed up to begin with is because she was there in the hospital and already like Allie's dead because I was watching under Allie's things. I've been made aware of the situation. But yet now it's, well, it takes a lot of burden off the family if this happens. What doesn't, wait. What? Oh, bless it. This is what it needs. Blue Porkchop 2.0.
Homes last minute because you have to pay when it happens. Most funeral homes don't give you a payment plan. Right.
Let me tell you something. They actually will. It does take credit. This, blah, 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 blah. But here's the kicker. I know for a fact that several places around here for cremation services absolutely fucking do and will. And they do give you a couple days to determine things without charges and this and that. But also, I've seen some of my friends and their family who have zero credit, zero anything, get payment plans at certain places around here. Every local knows where those are at. For cremation services. And you do not instantly have to, now, maybe she's mixing up certain types of religions and burial practices with, you have to instantly decide and you have to instantly pay and you instantly have to either bury him the next day or cremate him. But whatever sounds good, lady.
I had to get a loan for my brother. And, you know, when they're holding his body for 10 days.
She had to get a loan for her brother. Was that was that a separate incident than the one that happened that all the other family were lost in? What about then? She's been the only one left to take care of all that stuff, right? Hmm. Something to think about, I suppose.
Days. They said, well, we got to get this done. I'm like, I'm still waiting on the loan to process. You know, that is difficult because then not only do you pay that, you pay for storage of the body.
I know. It is very expensive. And
Okay, but taking a couple days to probably work all this stuff out together with tragedy pimps, getting everybody's shit and ducks and running all this other stuff, it wouldn't take the same amount of time at all, would it? Or longer? Never mind, I just don't.
And you understand.
And that's why it was important to me to get that information to that family because Andrew's at 72 hours.
It was important to her to get this information to the family as quick as possible. Yet she went the longest, most tragedy pimp-tastic, exploitive way about it ever. Okay.
Hours. He did.
He did say that, yes.
Yes.
This is from the start.
So I called several creators that I thought might have Andrew's number. And I mean, I've called you and the others don't want to be mentioned.
And nobody did call you, and that is why the phone.
Damn, tells you something, don't it? A toaster had Justin, she had Dutchie, she had everybody on speed dial in her old broke down phone. Not Hilts, not low tier Hilts, who she modded for. She couldn't call Nana or Candace or Dawn and be like, hey, how do I get a hold of the family directly? She couldn't go leave a note in the mailbox or on the door. No! But she has them top tier and mid tier tragedy pimps on speed dial, bro. How many of y'all can say the same?
Call wasn't made. You're local, so you just went there to give them the information and bring food, and then left.
I was supposed to be out of town, and when I left that hospital after dropping the food off, I took it up. I was taking it back up to the ICU because the restaurant was already starting to cook it when I got that call.
What? Fuck?
About her being dead. So I told them
that is why the phone call wasn't made. You're local, so you just went there to give them the information and bring food, and then left.
I was supposed to be out of town, when I left that hospital,
she was supposed to be out of town, but when she left that hospital,
after dropping the food off.
When she was supposed to be out of town, but when she left that hospital after dropping the food off.
I took it up.
I took it up. Well, I was going down. Is this a game of fucking Tragedy Pimp Twister? like the drunkest version of 21-year-old college student Twister ever, or is it just me?
Taking it back up to the ICU.
You were taking it back up, implying you'd already taken it once? She was taking it back up to the ICU. She was taking the food back up to the ICU. Oh. Why didn't you just leave it at the nurse's desk where he looked at you like you were fucking crazy and invasive and tragedy pimping? Because I assure you the hospital knows exactly who and what the fuck all you are. Back up. She was taking the food back up.
The restaurant was already starting to cook it.
She was taking it back up because the restaurant was already starting to cook it when
I got that call about her being.
When she got the call about her being dead. But yet she went up there the first time, remember? When she just walked around into the ICU, went to the nurse's desk, they were looking at her crazy when she said, please tell me you've not taken the body anywhere yet. But yet, remember 3 seconds ago, it was, well, if they need these services. What the fuck? I mean, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't want to cry about it. I want to shake people and be like, how in the flying fuck do you listen to this shit? You go, yeah, this makes total sense. It does. Makes total sense. And then think false shit about everybody else but these people saying this shit and doing this shit in Summer's case and around all of us since before any of us were ever even goddamn public or known. Well, at least not most of y'all. How? How do you fucking know these people stalk, terrorize, try to get near us, insert in our families, pull real life crimes, do all this bullshit, air it out here for all purposes and all sort of shit? And you're like, yeah, they're good human beings and they're just here for summer and they're just whatever for. And oh my God, they set up this tent one time in a blip and they paid for a thing. And my gosh. And not understand how destructive they are and what they are. And you cannot hear them and see them for what the fuck. I don't understand. I really don't. Every day I wander through this Jurassic Park knowing damn good and well I'm dumber than a box of rocks myself. But holy shit. This is so fucking obvious that it's unreal. I'm like, how do people not catch on to this shit? And then they help these assholes continue to do this to real people in real life around real cases and cheer it the fuck on and pretend these are the good humans. Ah! I don't. It's just mind blowing every day.
And dead. So I told them, we were outside and I said, I'm going to go get that food. So you guys,
wait,
if there's a service,
fuck it, I'm gonna shut my mouth and we're gonna listen to at least 3 minutes of this without any fucking commentary.
Nothing. And they would not be contacting me because I have nothing to do with it either.
I
I was
understand.
going to be, was just fell into my lap kind of. And I said, okay. I said, this is a good thing. One, it takes a lot of burden off of this family to know that if something does happen, things are took care of and they don't have to scrounge last minute because you have to pay when it happens. Most funeral homes don't give you a payment plan.
Right.
I had to get a loan for my brother. And, when they're holding his body for 10 days and saying, we got to get this done, I'm like, I'm still waiting on the loan to process. That is difficult because then not only do you pay that, you pay for storage of the body.
I know. It is very expensive, and you understand.
And that's why it was important to me to get that information to that family because Andrew said 72 hours.
He did.
He did say that, yes.
This is from the start.
So she was aware. I can't help it, I'm sorry. So she was aware that Andrew had said 72 hours. But earlier she said that she knew that, and she went up to the nurse's station in ICU first off and said, please tell me you've not moved, buddy. But here she is saying Andrew said 72 hours and then toe tag. Isn't that what he said supposedly? So she was aware he said that, which would imply not. She went to the nurse's desk being like, according to her just a few minutes ago, please tell me you've not moved the body yet or done anything with it. Back and forth. It's
So I called several creators that I thought might have Andrew's number. And I've called you and the others don't want to be mentioned.
And nobody did call you, and that is why the phone call wasn't made. You're local, so you just went there to give them the information and bring food,
and nobody did call you. So she called, she spoke to creators, probably said they could reach out to the family, and then the family didn't call her. So she just went there. All right.
Left.
I was supposed to be out of town, and when I left that hospital after dropping the food off, I took it up. I was taking it back up to the ICU because the restaurant was already starting to cook it when I got that call about her being dead. So I told them, we were outside, and I said, I'm going to go get that food. So you guys can.
So she was going to go get the food.
Have dinner. And I left, went and got the food. They had told me they'd be in the waiting room. So when I was coming back in the lobby, I saw one of the family members, and it was really heavy. I had a huge bag and a huge box. And I said, can you help me carry this? Because I was struggling. So they come to help me. And we took it upstairs, and I was helping them. And I started encouraging them. I said, there's something, you should do, which is put Allison on unlisted private.
I started encouraging them, and I told them you should really put Allison on, unlisted and private. And yes, you really need to do that. You remember the first minutes news broke, and Tiffany Marie BK and all them were over here trying to figure out which hospital Allie was in, and nobody getting information. Yeah, I think that already, and they don't just give you anybody's info anyway, especially in status, but around most of us, they know the tragedy pimp shit. I don't, and shit, if it wasn't like that, then I guess Toaster could have simply picked up the phone and left a message at the nurse's desk and been like, hey, I'm a citizen, here's my number, I would like to help this family in need. Can you give them my number? I would like to help them in their time of need. Can you get this note to them? Whether you're telling me they're there or not. If they happen to be, here's a note and here's my number. Or if they hadn't already been put on a top list or any information available, and like the whole hospital's telling everybody all their business and letting them know that Allie was there, then, well, they would have said, hey, Toaster, when she could have called and seen this, they'd been like, hey, lady, random citizen, yeah, Allie's here, blah, 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 it's here. You want us to leave them a note and your number? Tell them that you want to reach out, order them a meal to be delivered without your hands on it, because that hospital does allow Uber Eats and DoorDash and all that shit to the desk, and then it can be delivered up to the room. No shit. That'd be too much. But anyway, so yeah, it just makes sense. The more you think about it, the more it makes just perfect sense. Not in the least. But here she is. She's encouraging them to make it where it's private. No, she's making sure everything's shut down so she stays in on it. It's fucking fine. God damn you people. Just nefarious as hell.
Whatever they call it at that hospital. I said, it's a list. Well, we're going to talk to them about the code. I said, no, a code won't do it. I said, people can still call the hospital and, they won't give you information unless you have the code, but they'll confirm she's there. I said, you need to put her on private or unlisted or whatever it is to make sure that nobody can get any information. And I said,
well, it seems like by here that they weren't giving any information anyway. Or confirming that Allie was anywhere. If they were and Toaster knew this, then why didn't she just simply leave a fucking message with nurses' desks? Everybody was bothering. And leave it at that.
They call, and the operator answers. The operator will tell them, we don't have anybody listed as that name in the hospital. And I told them over and over and over, making sure I told
That's all normal. Who sped this shit up?
multiple people because they're all distressed. Starved. So I called several creators that I thought might have Andrew's number. And I've called you and the others don't want to be mentioned.
And nobody did call you, and that is why the phone call wasn't made. You're local, so you just went there to give them the information and bring food, and then left.
I was supposed to be out of town, when I left that hospital after dropping the food off, I took it up. I was taking it back up to the ICU because the restaurant was already starting to cook it.
She was taking it back up to the ICU.
When I got that call about her being dead. So I told them, we were outside and I said, I'm going to go get that food so you guys can have dinner. And I left, went and got the food. They had told me they'd be in the waiting room. So when I was coming back in the lobby, I saw one of the family members, and it was really heavy. I had a huge bag and a huge box. And I said, can you help me carry this? Because I was struggling. So they come to help me, and we took it upstairs, and I was helping them, and I started encouraging them. I said, you know, there's something, you know, you should do, which is put Allison on unlisted, private, whatever they call it at that hospital. I said, it's a list. Well, we're going to talk to them about the code. I said, no, a code won't do it. I said, people can still call the hospital and, you know, they won't give you information unless you have the code, but they'll confirm she's there. I said, you need to put her on private or unlisted or whatever it is to make sure that nobody can get any information. And I said, when they call and the operator answers, the operator will tell them, we don't have anybody listed as that name in the hospital. And I told them over and over and over, making sure I told multiple people because they're all distressed.
Because you thought you were in like Flint at that point, and you wanted to make sure that there's only you with your claws in and nobody had access to what you thought. You were circled around firmly ensconced at that point because, well, being nice and the Southern hospitality thing, and people want to be rude to you after you went through so much effort, and there might be promise of paid for services and food and all this, and you think that you've bred a sense of familiarity and nobody's going to be rude to you because here's this string dangling and expenses paid, and you think you're in. You want to make sure you've got your little captives in a place where nobody else can sort of get to it. Let's be real.
And they're, distraught and they're grieving. Right. And when you're going through that, you don't always remember details, and you don't always. So I tried to tell friends that were there also. And
I think that's really a good point, because in this community, a lot of people try to go real life, and that's not something people should have to worry about when their loved one is in ICU going through something like this. They shouldn't have to worry about people calling and trying to get information. It's scary.
It's nobody's business. It's not my business. If something happens, I don't want to say when, because a miracle, we don't know a miracle could happen. I believe in miracles.
Oh. And yet, I can show that you all, toasters, loopses, all the others, all the blah, that you all were definitely up to fuck shit around all of us, my family, myself, as my brother passed. It was in ICU. Same group, tragedy pimps. Same shit with stalking, getting pictures of, selling off tragedy pimps, blah, blah, blah. Hacking in devices, posting of pictures. Oh boy, you name it. And the meth and shit in there, and all the things, and hacking them. Hell no, but, it's weird how this is literally around the dates. My brother. It's fun, Toaster. It's fun. Okay.
And so, if something happens, they don't need 100 people calling. It's not their business. It's not my business when she passes. It's not my business if they use that funeral home. It's not my business about any of that. It's not nobody's business.
Raise your hands if you remember this much of a big brouhaha around Leslie or other neighbors. Well, they still did attempt to fuck her on Leslie's and other neighbors, don't get me wrong, but I wonder why they're doing all this extra because it's Allie. It couldn't be because it makes better tragedy pimp food, right? Entertainment.
The cost, that's covered completely if they accept it. Now, if
A good way to insert around H and everybody else, isn't it?
they don't accept it, then they'll have to come up and figure out, how to cover the cost.
And if they don't accept it, they're going to have to figure out how to cover the costs. That's weird.
The funeral home and the people I know that are paying, they're not going to come to me and tell me either. Because once it's out of my hands, and that's between the family, the people paying, and even though I know those people, they don't give out any information, even to me, because it's not my business. And they take the privacy thing very
well. Obviously they do, or y'all wouldn't have talked about this, and you wouldn't be comfortable. You know what? You know them well enough to where you can swear and attest to the fact that they're all about the privacy, but yet they didn't reach out themselves. You're airing everybody's business. You're inserting like a motherfucker, stalking people again, doing all the things. Here you are online. But yeah, they most certainly wouldn't trust you enough to give you all the beats. If the family did take them up on offer or anything, and then you wouldn't come back to YouTube to, no, you'd never do such. Or the Tragedy Pit Party Line.
And I know that you were just trying to help. I know there's some people that feel like that, that you shouldn't have went to the hospital to offer this help because you didn't have a way. I realized that you tried to call the hospital but they would not take this information of the offer of the free cremation. So,
whoa! So Toaster did indeed try to call the hospital, and then they wouldn't take this offer of a free cremation. So then she just shows up. Okay.
you wanted to give them that information, but you weren't wanting to put this on YouTube. You were wanting to just.
So then why, if they weren't given their, you could take that like the hospital refused to confirm Allie was there, or to give a family that they weren't willing to give any information on their whereabouts either to Toaster over the phone, a message from Toaster, then why was Toaster all concerned about information being given out and making sure to repeat that to the family and friends while there? They, I don't know, either the family already refused via the phone when she called the hospital, or the hospital wouldn't give her any information on Allie and the family's whereabouts or pass a message along. So Toaster then just shows up. Either way you put that, it doesn't matter either. So then she knew that protocols are already in place to keep the family safe from people calling. and that the entire conversation and encouragement she's gave is bullshit. Or they refused to connect Toaster with family and she just showed up. I don't know. Whatever. Whichever way they want to feed it after y'all do. Yesterday.
At the hospital, I planned on not ever going back. Never planned on seeing any of them again. It was done and over on my part. And I left out of town and I went to get something to eat because I'd had nothing to drink or eat all day because I was taking care of all that.
Okay, so you're telling me that on all your driving back and forth and ordering them food, you couldn't order yourself a damn burger while you're waiting on the food, or all this, you couldn't even visit the coffee shop, Subway, or the cafeteria yourself either. You were so busy. It makes it sound good though, doesn't it? She was so busy taking care of them, she neglected herself. But yet during any of that time while she was at restaurants or ordering wherever she was ordering or coming back and forth to pick up and take the food, or even in the hospital itself, there are quite a few restaurants and Starbucks and all these other things. She couldn't grab herself. Sounds better though. She's like, yeah, I was so busy taking care of them. I just couldn't stop. I didn't eat. I didn't have anything to drink all day. I couldn't even grab myself a soda from a fountain or from the place where I was getting their food and take a sip on my drive back. I hadn't had food or drink all day because of my caring heart. God.
And so I was hungry and I was thirsty. So I went and I was sitting there eating and I was called and said, you need to get out of there now.
Oh, so she was sitting there. She was just innocently eating. But wait, where did she get her own food and drink from suddenly? Hold on. Let's rewind that. She hadn't had nothing to eat or drink all day because her caring heart, she was more concerned taking care of them than herself. She was thirsty. She was so hungry. And she didn't bother to get herself a burger or a drink or anything in between any of that shit ever. And even though when you're down in the lobby, let me tell you, when you're at the main entrance going into this particular hospital, Starbucks is literally 3 feet on your right. They have waters and drinks for sale. There are drink machines to your left. There's a Walgreens right there to elevators to use to go up and down to ICU and shit too, and all the other floors. But there's a little Walgreens small pharmacy right off of the help and admission desk. All that shit. The Walgreens right there also sells drinks and food. They're open quite late, long after visiting and all these things. But there's also drink machines throughout. Shit, far. Oh boy, the subways and all these other things they offer. You know what? It's fine. I mean, it's literally just right inside the door. She could have grabbed a bottle of water, anything out of the machine, swiped a card as she's talking to the family in the lobby. Supposedly, all. Anyway, okay, we gotta stay on track. Damn.
I'm like, what are you out of where? And are you at the hospital? No. I left there and I said I'm out of town and I'm sitting and eating right now.
Oh.
If they use that funeral home, it's not my business about any of that. It's not nobody's business because that's covered completely if they accept it. Now, if they don't accept it,
I'm gonna bet that the same funeral home she's talking about is the same place up here. It's actually owned by an out of country corporation, but either way, they're across the U.S., but it's Trinity, I believe. But even to their subs and members who wanted to pay for something, they do payment plans. I'd say what you have here is a sub or a member gonna do a payment plan of their own, even though the family could do that, because guess what? That place will work with anybody. No shit, especially for cremations, it's kind of their thing. So it's probably not really what it's made to look like. I'm gonna bed. Carry on.
And they'll have to have to figure out, how to cover the costs. And but the funeral home and the people I know that are paying, they're not going to come to me and tell me either. Because once it's out of my hands, and that's between the family, the people paying, and even though I know there's people, they don't give out any information, even to me, because it's not my business. And they take the privacy thing very seriously.
Right. And I know that you were just.
Yeah, so seriously, they contact Toaster, who then spreads it all online, contacts all the tragedy pimps, and does all the things, and yes.
Trying to help. I know there's some people that feel like that, that you shouldn't have went to the hospital to offer this help because you didn't have a way. I realized that you tried to call the hospital but they would not take this information of the offer of the free cremation. So you wanted to give them that information, but you weren't wanting to put this on YouTube. You were wanting to just.
That hospital, I planned on not ever going.
Here's Dutchie going, well, you didn't want to put it on YouTube, but you remember earlier when Toaster said clearly she had typed it out in Hilt's own chat that they were trying to offer the family cremation services and supposedly pay. Duchess, I think you're cleaning for the wrong person. I don't think they're understanding your job, or it's fine.
Much. Never planned on seeing any of them again. It was done and over on my part. And I left out of town and I went to get something to eat.
So she left out of town and went to get something to eat.
Because I'd had nothing to drink or eat all day.
So she'd had nothing to eat or drink all day.
Taking care of all that.
Because she was taking care of all of that. Yeah, with them. And their food and all that. Okay.
And so I was hungry and I was thirsty. So I went and I was sitting there eating and I was called and said, you need to get out of there now.
So wait,
And I'm like, what are you, out of where? And are you at the hospital? No, I left there and I said I'm out of town and I'm sitting and eating right now. And
here's a newsflash. You don't leave town here to get something to eat. Everything to eat and get something to eat from is right there near that hospital and on Stone Drive and Fort Henry and Eastman. You do not leave town in Sullivan or Kingsport in order to acquire something to eat and drink. You'd still be fucking close. Any locals want to back me up on this? Actually, any of y'all use Google fucking Maps. Pull up the restaurants in the area. Look at all the names of the roads for them. And then look at the distance from the hospital. You do not leave town to get something.
And they said, well, somebody's coming to the hospital and was going to be there in so many minutes to video. I said, oh no. And I said, because I traded numbers with one of the people. And
what the hell? Wait. Yo, this looks like a pavement situation. Make that make sense. She gets called while she's left town to get herself something to eat. She's sitting there, where there is, one can only speculate. When you say there, it makes it sound like you're in the same place you were sitting, dear. But anyway, she leaves town to get something to eat. She's sitting somewhere. She instantly gets called, going, you need to get out of there. Are there and there the same theirs? I don't know. Anyway, and she's like, what do you mean? And they're like, oh, somebody just called and said they're on their way to videotape. And then she's like, oh no, I just traded numbers with those people. With one of those people. Wait, what the fuck does that have to do with getting out of there or somebody coming to film? And remember earlier when she was all like, oh, I seen somebody filming them and I blocked. I played Superman. I got in the way. Somebody else could get pictures or video or exploit the family. I stood in the way. Paving.
I mean, if I was going to do something bad, I sure wouldn't have gave, the hospital my number. I sure
The hospital.
wouldn't have gave these people my number.
These people, that's plural, so not one person. Got it.
But I said anything you need.
So you didn't just give your number, you just didn't trade it with one person. Okay.
Or anything, I said you can call me anytime and I'll see if I can help get whatever took care of.
And she did that and traded numbers with them. Not for the information, but for continued promises of help from her, but not to help set up the other stuff.
Right. And it's not about if you like them or not. It's about being nice to someone and ministering to someone.
Ministering? I'm just going to leave that alone.
It's a family hurting, and it doesn't matter if this part of the family's bad, that part's good, what they've done in the past, what they're doing. It's about showing a little bit of love.
What the fuck does that have to do with any of this? I think that's the same thing everybody decent human who didn't do anything said, but okay. Carry on.
Love and kindness, because there's innocent parties in all of it.
I understand. And I appreciate you.
Change. There will not be change. And there will not be. I mean, this is a cycle. And cycles, these generational, these.
What kind of fucking shit just happened? There won't be change in generational cycles and all. Where the fuck was the segue for this? What the hell does this have to do with anything? It seems like a build it thing. Oh, they talk a good game, don't they?
Things can't be.
Well, they parrot normal human beings with normal feelings and normal compasses in between all the bullshittery.
broken unless there's some unconditional kindness.
Unconditional kindness. I don't know. It looks like there were some conditions.
Thank you, Toaster, for being willing to come forward and just, explain that, there was a live stream that was done today on a YouTuber's channel. Her name is Chris, and Chris is a
All right.
friend of mine. And
Oh, okay. Wow. So Chris, who's an intimate and very close friend with Hunter and family, is friends with Dutchie. And earlier, remember how Dutchie was like, "Hey, you even called me, Toaster?" But Dutchie herself couldn't get Toaster in touch with Chris or the direct family. Even after hearing all the offers, like, they couldn't do it quietly in the background. Make that fucking shit make sense. Chris, a longtime personal friend of Hunter, his family, Alec, the rest, all those on the panel at the time, and who Dutchie's friends with. When Toaster called Dutchie about this, Dutchie couldn't be like, "Hey, let me ring up Chris, and then I'll get you in direct contact with it." Toaster, who's friends with Candace Stone and the rest, etc., couldn't just call it and be like, "Yeah." Toaster, who's friends with Nana, who's friends with Vincent, who's friends with and all it. What an easier direct lineup. And Toaster, who mods for Hilts himself, See, it narrows in, doesn't it? Instead, Dutchie and the rest, they left Toaster hanging by her plug-in cord. Couldn't get in direct contact, but all thought it a wise idea for her just to show up. Couldn't find another avenue. Make it make sense.
she's local to me, and she did have Hunter, and I think a friend of Allie's and some other people on her channel today, and I did call her and speak with her about this after the live stream.
But not before. You could call her about a live stream and what y'all didn't like about all this other stuff. You could call her about the live stream, but you couldn't call her in order to get Toaster directly in contact with, or the person offering the funeral services and all this other stuff. You couldn't get them in direct contact with the same Chris, who thought it necessary to go live with Hunter and True and everybody else around everything. But you call her about that live stream. Okay. Got it.
And I appreciate her kindness. And she said that she was not aware that it was potentially the person that, that they thought that you were doing these things, that it was potentially another person that was actually calling the hospital or calling, I don't know who would be calling TBI about Hunter, but anyway, obviously that was...
Seriously? None of y'all can guess who would be calling TBI or police or false welfare checks or DCS or tampering with courts or fake lawsuits or fake this and fake that and fucking tamper with everything and do whatever around here. But all pretending none of them ever do.
Was not Toaster Oven. And Toaster Oven was not at their house or at the hospital coming to cause problems. She just gave the information and brought food.
And how other tragedy pimps might have told other tragedy pimps who would have done something like that. Toaster's whereabouts anyway, in order to, even if it wasn't Toaster, to make it look like it was, in order to get her separated while they're fighting over who gets control of Allie, Hunter, and family, and all the entertainment to be had for Cash App Gang Gang. Ha! Can't imagine what group or people or tragedy pimps or anything would have done any such thing. Can y'all? Shit.
And then left to go on with her life. And I just want to say thank you, Toaster, and I'm sorry that you just trying to show an act of kindness turned into you being threatened. And,
I don't recall anybody threatening anything other than being like, we're sick of this shit. We'll sue the hell out of people, or I'm arrested for stalking and stuff like that. I think I kind of got a gist of that, or that the lawyer was going to take care of the situation, Jim. But anyway.
Not untruths being told. And Chris did tell me that she would like to apologize to you because she did not know all the sides to the story. And I did explain to many people that, there's always three sides to the story. There's their side, there's your side, and there's the truth.
Make that make sense.
And the truth matters. And I don't want to stand by and watch people be torn into shreds and terrible things be said about them if the information wasn't completely accurate. And I'm just asking for people to have an understanding that, if she didn't need.
Leave Toaster alone. Toaster's fine. She's a victim like Vincent and everybody else are all around them, and they all know each other each time, again and again and again they appear. And it's everybody else that they're doing this shit to that are the big bad guys. But they're gonna, no, you can't touch this. No, we're gonna build it up to be like untouchable. They're these tragedy pimps, these stalkers, these whatevers, these tamper with everythingers that are all connected and know each other in real life and shit. A lot of them, especially us here locally, they just keep appearing, and they keep being the ones again and again. I don't know, man. It has a flavor on it.
Anything. She wasn't trying to invade their privacy. She just wants to try to help, and it wasn't meant in any negative way. And Andrew didn't send her to go do anything. In fact, Andrew wouldn't even call her, so that she just wanted to give that information to Andrew, and she would have never went to the hospital. But Andrew was too busy putting his gaming system together, and he didn't have time.
Oh, they mentioned that gaming system again.
Yeah, he was too busy trying to get his cash out.
And the comment I put in his chat about, no cost to the family, cremation and services, and,
Yeah, the comments put in his chat about cremation and no cost to the family service, blah, 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 which Toaster admitted earlier was placed in that chat by her. Though, remember, she needed to get a hold of him and tell him that because she didn't want it on YouTube. That was even prior to that statement. I don't know. It looks like Toaster pulled a Cam and Allie here. Uh-oh. Maybe Chris should listen to this shit.
No, these people would have helped this family. And I mean, I went back. I was scared because when this person called when I was eating and said, get out of there, the only thing I knew was somebody was going to go to the hospital and film and do things.
Okay, but did you notify him when you seen people recording earlier and you were getting in front of them, stand in front of them to save them from that? Did you notify them or police that somebody was out there doing that? Stalking them, videotaping them? I don't bet not. But now she's terrified for the family. About video and people stalking them. It's fine. Alright.
And I'd already told the family when I left, I said, I feel you're safe in the ICU waiting room, but I said the way these YouTube, and Hunter was playing some of Andrew's lives, on.
So she already told them warned them about YouTubers and how they do. But did she make them aware she seen somebody watching and filming them and she moved conveniently from it's
Speakerphone and chatting on speakerphone and so anyone in there coming and going could hear this stuff. But I said, just be very protective, especially of the kids. I said, these kids don't deserve this and they need protected. And people putting them on the internet should not be happening. And I said, when you go out these stores, I said, always be, watchful of who's around you and what's going on. And I said, and make sure you put her on the list. And that's some of the last words I said to her. Or probably y'all pray for you or something, I don't know. And because my involvement was over at that point, and it wasn't my business anymore. And when this person told me that, I'm like, I've got to tell them. I've got to let them know people are coming to the hospital. And Grandma even said, y'all pray for you or something, I don't know. And because my involvement was over at that point, and it wasn't my business anymore. And when this person told me that, I'm like, I've got to tell them. I've got to let them know people are coming to.
It concerned her so. I've got to tell them. I've got to rush back and tell them, or I've got to let them know that, this is happening. But yet she didn't straight up be like, oh my God, somebody's filming back here. Holy shit, we need to call the police or get these people charged for what they're doing. I can see them filming you now. Earlier, did she? But now that she's been called, oh my gosh, suddenly she's got to let them know. She's got to let them know. Somebody's coming, though she'd already clearly, by her own admission, seen people filming them already. She didn't melt down about that. Didn't have to call police or go knock on the person's window, but what the fuck you doing filming the family? But now, because a call come in saying get out of there, there's been a call placed to TBI or whatever about Hunter or whatever, this and that. Now it's, oh my gosh, I gotta let them know people are on their way to film them or to do whatever. What the hell did that have to do with the call? What? That doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense.
The hospital. And Grandma even said, people have been calling, saying they're her, and claiming to be other family members, and claiming to be friends. And that has so much.
So wait, the family already knew all of you were doing all that thing out here in YouTube world, and so were the nurses and the hospital, and surely they didn't put protocols in place because of all that, did they? No. So they already were well aware without her encouragement about putting protocols.
Stress on them. And they don't need that, especially True. Drew does not need that. I mean, she's very.
She doesn't need that. You know why? Because she's pregnant. Because, like, the Republican and the political and the everything tagline since time immemorials, but the babies! But yet, they'll hurt, use, exploit, blah, 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 all the babies. Once they're born, they don't make shit.
Very pregnant, and she's not feeling well. And there's a baby that could be harmed if people keep doing these things to the.
Yeah. True's also Allie's baby, and there are other siblings, and Hunter's also Allie's baby, and they could be harmed, and they're threatening to be harmed over all this bullshit you all done, and Floppy's out here trying to get one of them hurt or murdered and arrested or taken, and y'all are tampering with witnesses around Summer's case in that manner that are minors, that are people's babies. It don't matter, because they're born already, right? Because all y'all's tragedy pimp bullshit. But the unborn ones, by God, they matter. Make it make sense.
Them. And these
are calmness right now.
Yeah, these are the same people that claim to care about babies.
Drew does not need that. I mean, she's very pregnant, and she's not feeling.
Okay, just rewound itself after the commercial, I guess.
Well, and there's a baby that could be harmed if people keep doing these things to them.
And these
are calmness right now.
Yeah, these are the same people that claim to care about babies. You need to stop calling the hospital.
And
wow. Monsters parroting humans.
When that fell into play, this free cream.
Tell me where Smiley gave a shit about my baby or babies when she was stalking them before you're ever public, trying to get on social media, lying about them, sexualizing them, putting out some of their shit, terrorizing them on Amazon lists that are apparently okay according to them here currently around this situation. Sexualizing, body shaming, any of that. Minor children. Alright, lies she's put out. Wait, all the babies don't matter? Y'all are the same people that proclaim to care about all the babies. All the minors. Weird though. But yes, she can say it with a straight face.
And stuff. I thought this will be great because two things. One, it's going to take that stress of the situation off the family. Two, it's going to take that stress of people coming to this community and needing money for another funeral.
And two, it'll take stress off this community of people coming here needing money for another funeral. Name a funeral this place is paid for. I'll wait. Was that the neighbors dying of cancer that they helped terrorize for months and months leading up to their last days where they couldn't even enjoy their properties in peace or tranquility or anything like that? Was that Leslie? I know damn good and well it wasn't any member of my family. Now I know some had gotten hold of the fucking article and shit and whatnot and gave, couple of these tragedy pimps, $25, $50, something like that. I'm showing receipts before. But, that was fuckery too. Trying to think of, did they pay for Jose's? How about Stacy Slay's? I mean, I know they paid that $129 for the buy one get two free obits. They're fake as fuck. But did they pay for a Jose? Any Jose's? No, as I recall. Justin came on. Well, this one time I bought him non-slip grips. Shoes for his job. But not Justin's able-bodied own job he has outside of here. I mean, I know he's busy with those imaginary children of his, but, you know, weird that. Anyway, I know he's a stay-at-home dad of imaginary children, but, you know, it's that. He's real heckin' fucking busy. He can't carry a job. He doesn't need non-slip grips. And he spends more time online than I do. That they bitch about. Anyway, I kind of keep waiting, honestly, for him and PG to have some sort of imaginary playdate for their imaginary children online. They'll just turn a camera around to a blank space and be like, do y'all see all the children? And it's much like the ghost noise shit around here, right? Like, do y'all hear the noise? Do y'all hear the noise? And they'll really have people believing they see all the imaginary children playing together at some, and it'll just be a camera on nothing, and it'll be imaginary playdate between all their imaginary children. I just keep waiting for it. Anyway, so y'all name another funeral that's been paid for around here. I do recall each and every time that any of us have had any issues or deaths or family things are in here. I recall them always starting up with something around us, even if nobody's doing or asking to share anything like that. They start up and they make money on all of our tragedies that satellite around our lives in real time, and they inset just like they are right now on Allie and Hunter and them, and they make money off of it, entertainment. That's what I recall being consistent around here. From everybody, from neighbors who passed to Leslie to Jose to my brother to other things to hospitalizations of any of us to all the shit. Or even if we travel anywhere, anything, it's always, they'll always insert somehow there's a scam too around all of it, right? And there's not. To create doubt, just like they're doing around Hunter family, to where it cuts them off from anybody actually reaching out or helping, but gets cash thrown at the creators for their good jobs in entertainment. And how much they do for Summer Road. And all the people and their good hearts and their good giving blah blah blah. It's strange, isn't it? That's what I know to be consistent here. Is that every time anybody has anything life altering happen in any way, these past couple years, these tragedy pimps and everybody across the world insets, turns the knife a little deeper, makes sure the blood's flowing good for the fucking piranha section of the internet. That always stays true. However, I've not seen another funeral paid for here, or help truly given without tragedy pimps making it public or content or narratives or anything else, or helping any of those they've used exploited for millions and millions of dollars. No shit, true story. And that was just in the first few months when it could be seen openly. That does not even include the shit that even Hawkins K News and Coop and all them made sure to mention in all that, with the hundreds of thousands of dollars raised out front in the open by this group during just a couple weeks of that first scam. I don't know, man. It has flavor to it, don't it? But yeah, it's one thing that remains consistent. Tragedy pimp's gonna tragedy pimp while trashing the shit out of and using and exploiting and digging knives in deeper in any moment we all experience in our real lives. Satelliting everything. Oh, they'll latch onto. And they'll make it a thing. And dramatize it for entertainment purposes. And pull real life criminal acts in. And stalk us and do all the things. And it's fun.
So the only thing I really wanted to be known on there was, if anything happens, this stuff, it was covered in full.
So the only thing she wanted known on there, when she was popping in Andrew's chat openly on YouTube, but she wanted all them skip off YouTube, was that. Okay.
And, that would have been great. I didn't want people scammed again. I didn't want people, worrying about, somebody taking their last $2.
She didn't want it scammed again. But yet, it looks like tragedy pimps have all played together since word broke about Allie to indeed do all of that. Mindfuck all of you all. Feed you horse shit. Profit off of Allie, Hunter, True, the rest. Insert in. Do all the tragedy pimp things again. And scam the ever living shit out of you. For Cash App Gang Gang. Wasn't Hunter and like that. Who's been pulling this shit past few days? Tragedy pimps revolving around Hilts and others and those on the ground and their little group. That's who. Same shit, different day, ain't it? The scam is the scam is the scam is the scam is the scam.
Their Social Security to help pay for a funeral. Because, and that's what I think with Andrew now. Because why would he delete?
Yes, a mod for Andrew has to be told that the boy pulls scams often. She's just now coming to terms with that Andrew is a fucking scammer after being a mod in his room for how long? It's fine. Toaster's just suddenly shocked that Andrew would do any such thing. Oh my god! Oh dear. I don't know, even Chasing was surprised by it. Hell, she was out there helping get money up for fucking Hilts. What a goddamn super detective she is, eh? Meanwhile, you know who didn't fall for that shit? JSP. But do you know who was trying to insinuate somebody fell for it? TM and BK. Trying to make his narrative like I was there helping Hilts. Nope. Did y'all ever see me put Hilts up anywhere? No? No. Put H's up. Sure as fuck did. Has a flavor to it, doesn't it? Now, I'm not a detective, nor do I play one on TV or YouTube, but doesn't take a goddamn genius. And I mean, Chasing is good at the math, right? Supposedly, allegedly, and putting all the Blue's Clues together. But she really... Oh, and then let's not forget Piss Pad. She went with that too for Hilts. And then she retracted and was like, never mind, Hilts is suddenly bad. You serious? Alright, you guys. All for one for all. Tragedy Pimp Musketeers. And then they all do the, oh my gosh, we're shot.
My comment about a free cremation and services.
Her
Why was
comment.
the comment deleted?
Because the money.
Yeah, he wanted more money so he could say they needed it for a funeral. That's what he was doing. Andrew, you're so wrong for that boy. You're wrong.
Was he saying that about a funeral? I don't know. I wasn't over listening to all the shit. As I recall, though, during that time, he was asking for money to get here because I needed him, but whatever. Could have missed a live stream or 12 or an Aircon or 4 or whatever. I don't partake of hills.
I have to say that's really disgusting that he would even delete your comment knowing that you were trying to help.
Weather.
How do you know it was him deleting the comments? Well, I don't know. She was a mod. She'd be able to see who was deleting comments. Does she have screenshots of that? If indeed that's true, and Toaster Oven, her comments were disappearing. Toaster Oven had a wrench, which means she could clearly see what other mods or Hiltz himself were deleting her comments. I hope she has screenshots.
Because his brother's been doing some of his lives. So I don't know if it was Andrew for sure, if it was his brother, but it was his chat. And when you are a creator and you have a chat or a live or whatever, you're responsible.
Hey, Di, are you still here? Any of y'all who have modded, can you or can you not tell which other mods are deleting or removing comments? And you can also tell when I'm deleting them and it's not you all. Tell me I'm wrong.
Responsible for that entire, whatever happens in your chat, on your live, you are the responsible person.
Now, she's saying Aircon was doing live and it had Hiltz's thing connected to it. Well, okay, if Hiltz is not there, I mean, you can't tell if he's behind the scenes removing. It would be done under his account, whether Aircon was running the live stream or not. Granted, but hopefully she took screenshots.
It doesn't matter.
Since the phone seemed to be working well enough to be modding and in his chats, leaving comments with no Wi-Fi or internet service.
If you give it over to your brother or your sister, your wife, your cousin, your uncle's great grandmother's third cousin out in the hills.
Mm. So you're implying that halftime Aircon was in control of this live stream. You knew it. You were leaving him in there. But yeah, you've put it on Andrew. I don't know, man. It's weird.
You are the one that's responsible for that live and for what happens in your chat and what is said on your live. So whoever deleted that, I mean, here's some things, you know, that's very disgusting to me because I didn't even want to write that in chat because I didn't want that known. I wanted, you know, all these things to be, I didn't want people to know it was me.
And Vixen, I'll go one step further and tell you it just wasn't tragedy pimps that sent to and enacted all this fuckery around Hunter, Allie, and the rest.
Me that was, I had was delivering that message to them.
Right.
Or that service or whatever you want to call it. I just wanted that family ministered to. I wanted, and these people could have built.
Does she know what the word ministered means? I just wanted this family ministered to. Preach that? Or a religious official to go stand beside of them and say prayers with them and all that, which the hospital provides if family so chooses. At any time, there are chaplains and priests and shit available in the hospital. I know this to be true because I've been in them in those situations and settings, etc. I'm also asked, well, I used to be. They've stopped that kind of now. There's a few that go hardcore when they see on my file where it says atheist. And they're like, you sure? And I'm like, yeah, don't you dare have one of those motherfuckers near me if I fucking die in here. Thanks. And they're like, you sure? Because there might be a God somewhere. You might be wrong and you might burn in the pits of hell. I know right now, JSB, that you're in need of extreme medical care, but can we sell you religion at a low, low price of I'm religious and a medical associate who shouldn't be doing it, but I need to push this on you, dear atheist. Anyway, I go through it often. So, but either way, in these settings, because I've been in them, I know damn good and well, Toaster doesn't have to be making sure this family's ministered to. But yeah, here she is.
Relationship with this family, yeah, and help them along the way. And I'm hoping they still do, because I went back yesterday to these people and told them,
she went back the day after. But wonders never cease.
I wish I knew now that, I was being accused of following and stalking or whatever, because
Ma'am, you are a stalker. A self-admitted one in Smiley's room before. Well, you've always circled a Nana, a Candace, a Dawn, a Vincent, and a Yennefer, and all these? Oh, ma'am. Ma'am. She's also full of bullshit and a liar. Doesn't keep her from pumping out those bullshit lies in chat either. Do you know how often during the course of these years I've been outside anywhere for hours and anything? Actually, hold on. The only time anything like that has taken place. Hold up a minute. Hold the fuck up. Hold up. And I think I may have already put this together. My mind says to make sure of this. Okay, so that's no. I'm just gonna go around the block here because I'm pretty sure it's still up. Hmm.
Girls, look what I found.
Damn, really? Seriously? Good lord, y'all hiding all the things, aren't you? Okay. Good lord. Okay, let's see. No, that's when she had part to do with that squall and stick thing. Okay, that's May. Finish. Alright. It's March. So, nope, not it. Mm, mm. No, this does correlate with the events of Monster and Stalin. Where is when? It's, I'm trying to find the picture and the date of. Hmm. I went to those early notes there. Nah, whatever. It's fine. I'll find it later. Carrying on.
I could have told them that, but I'm not driving back that far now. I'm 2 states away because I've been threatened. And
What? So wait. Yeah.
entire, whatever happens in your chat, on your life, you are the responsible person. It doesn't matter if you give it over to your brother or your sister, your wife, your cousin, your uncle's great grandmother's third cousin out in the hills. You are the one that's responsible for that life and for what happens in your chat and what is said on your life. So whoever deleted that, I mean, here's some things, that's very disgusting to me because I didn't even want to write that in chat because I didn't want that known. I wanted, all these things to be, I didn't want people to know it was me that was delivering that message to them. Right. Or that service or
That had. Why'd you swap?
whatever you want to call it. I just wanted.
Holy shit, Josh is modding and smileys.
That family ministered to. I wanted. And these people could have built a relationship with this family. Yeah. And helped them along the way. And I'm hoping they still do. Because I went back yesterday to these people and told them, I wish I knew now that, I was being accused of following and stalking or whatever.
But wait a minute. She was sitting, she went out of town to get herself something to eat. She got the call saying she was responsible for shit. She was like, holy shit. Then she went back to these people yesterday. And then wishes she had known that she was being accused of all these things. Even though she was told, oh my god, you need to get out of there right now because okay.
Because I could have told them that. But I'm not driving back that far now.
But none of the tragedy pimps she had on Party Line called to tell her. Same people that warned her the night before that didn't tell her. Dutchie didn't call and tell her what was being said. None of that. But yet, by the point of this, and then just really make it make sense that Dutchie a minute ago had said that Chris and Toaster gotten it all straightened out. That Dutchie got in touch with Chris, who's a really good friend of hers, but couldn't get her in touch with Toaster before, but either way, everything's straightened out and now Chris understands. So if that was the case, then why bring all this shit public and this live stream? Why did this live stream even happen? If not to do all this fuckery and continued tragedy event bullshit. If everybody's so private and all this, right? Either way, so less than 24 hours after. Actually, this live stream was a day ago. Now, as it sits. So you're looking at 2 days ago, but only probably hours after she had revisited the hospital. She says she's already 2 states away because she's terrified.
2 states away because I've been threatened. And
she's not going to go back because now she's 2 states away because she's been threatened.
And we don't want you to be threatened. That's not right for people to threaten you just because people assume that you've done something that you. That's why I wanted you to clear the air, Toaster. I wanted you to let the family.
I don't know what she's taking exception with. Honestly. Being called a stalker suddenly. She's not any such thing. But hearing Ziggy's before, she proudly admits she's stalking me and my family. Says when, where, how, whatever. What the fuck's the problem now, bro? What the fuck's the problem now? Proudly proclaimed it before. As you run your way back and forth to certain locales.
Family know, and I hope they do watch this, that you wish no harm on them and that you're not trying to stalk or do anything for Andrew.
Yeah, she's probably not stalking for Andrew, dumbasses. Duh, just like. You think this stalking of me and my family? And I mean, you can't deny it. It's in Toaster's own goddamn words typed out in the chat. But she's all about that privacy and shit. Everybody deserves it, whatever, you know. I don't know what her problem is with it. Yeah, and there's peeing about stuff. But now she's terrified. She's the one being done. I don't get it.
Family only, not for YouTube, not for glory, not for anything. To minister to that family and hope that somewhere down the line things could change and cycles could break and their heart.
So here she goes, this shit that makes no sense again. Well, so you get your heart and certain cycles could break in a certain because kind humans aren't being kind humans. They are being true stalkers, tragedy events, helpers on the ground here, one of the worst people associated with, and those most likely to be responsible in some way, and blah blah. Oh damn! Ain't it something? Yes. Taking some of that Cash App gang and spending a whole $2,000 while making millions more off of and getting more shit to sell off of and exploiting the shit out of. I'm sure helpful to Summer and everybody else. It's great. It'll break the generational cycles for sure. It'll show everybody around Summer's case it's whatever generational shit or could be or could become. Yeah, it'll help break it, alright. I think y'all need to look at your own back porches and what kind of monsters and subhumans you are and what kind of issues yourself, like you have. sit down and talk to your demons, exercise them motherfuckers, and then get back to us. There's something inherently wrong with each and every one of you motherfuckers. I think y'all need to think about your own behaviors and your own generational curses and whatever the fuck it is that's wrong with each of y'all. Do whatever the fuck this is. I think y'all got some demons and dirty porches of your own. You got your own shit you ought to be sitting down with, breaking. Apart. Figuring out the fuck is wrong with you. Owning that shit, fixing it, writing your own goddamn ships. Carrying on. Weirdos.
Would mend and their grief would heal. Grief is really hard, and I can see it in the youngest child and in that great grandma.
It'll heal their grief too. Tragedy Pam's always coming near all of us and circling us and using every goddamn terrible satelliting moment of our lives as all this shit each and every time. Yes, it helps us in grief, and especially to know that we can't even cry or grieve with our families or even talk to our families normally on an average day or any of our friends or anything, because it'll be sold off or pumped out or fucked with or anything. Being afraid to have any of those moments ever because somebody's inserting, stalking, taking pictures of, knows even when we're on our phones in our own driveways and shit. Yeah, it really helps us grieve and heal. No, I wouldn't. Incoming cancers, I think you're a little fucking stupid, but I enjoy your threat, dumbass. Anyway, I have a mirror, just one. Either way, I know monsters, pieces of shit, scammers, con artists, criminals, junkies, and nefarious groups when I see them tampering in and around open and active investigations repeatedly throughout all the years they've been here. Sure. And you feel better about it now? And we're not going to do this today, okay? We're just not. I don't care enough about you to give a fuck. So, leavers. Carrying on where it was. So, yeah, apparently, according to the Jody Sue incoming cancers, I stalk my own self. I stalk my family. I do all the things. Sure. Alright. Whatever. Wild, ain't it? Okay. So anyway, yep. I tell you what, it helps our grief. It helps our healing. To know all these people in here, much like Toaster, they have to be able to come by or get people to come by in our worst moments or insert in hospital rooms or at funerals or services. That way they can come back and somebody can feed y'all the info on who cried and how many tears and which family members and this and the other. Doesn't it? Yeah, okay, that's the opposite of helpful. That's the opposite of these people and their worst moments. Being able to be with those they love, care about, and could help them heal. That's how you keep them from healing, though, or grieving, or being able to be with those they love in the hardest of times. Yeah, okay. But whatever y'all say.
And Drew is having to be, she shouldn't be worrying about this stuff and have to always worry about Satan. Always worrying about the youngest. Always worrying about everything. And she has had to take on so many adult responsibilities.
But not H? and take on adult response. No, no. Unborn babies. Right. Oh, and there's Dumpling. You know, Mama Bear Dumpling being like, "Oh, poor Toaster." Who's in around that fuckery? With H before, it's fine.
Abilities and things that she should not be doing.
And she couldn't have given any of the numbers to Toaster either.
For years to come. These are things that have been dumped on her. And she should be able to enjoy her pregnancy.
For years. Around all of the children and minors. Because of all of you all. Like Smiley. He was stalking my children before we were public. And we just thought some Facebook woo-woo out there and all the other things. But yeah, all the babies, they matter. Stalking of them. I guess both of these birds of a feather, right? But they care about the babies. But they'll stalk them. But they'll talk shit about them. But then they'll swear the babies matter. It's weird, these two. It's fun. Fuck it.
Seeing this baby and she can't do that.
Yeah.
She's so stressed about all these, I'm going to say a cuss word.
Don't do
Damn. I did. Damn people. And videoing. And I want to.
All of these damned people. They all had to be worried about these damn people. All of these children have to worry about all of these damned people and have had to do so since summer vanished. All of these damned people include all of you damn people. Toaster, Smiley.
I thank whoever, I guess it's called swatting them. And I want to thank whoever went following her, videoing and stuff, because she put my life in danger. But more important than me.
Holy shit. Now Toaster's life is in fucking danger. When the hell was that ever said? Yeah, fucking break. Because she's been accused of stalking. She's not a stalker. She's just a helper for all the babies. Your words imply different. Yes, stalker. Of all the people around Summer Wells and all their babies. Proudly announcing you're a goddamn stalker. And Smiley's before. Now her life's in danger. Holy shit. It's cyclical. The last time she announced, and there was a talk of her being a stalker, and when she was pulling this shit on us, it's fucking January as well. Fucks up with these monsters on certain dates. Playbooks. It's like a thing. Every January, Toaster crawls out of the fucking hole and starts stalking people. Holy shit, Toaster. Damn near to the day. Damn near to the day. Hey, if she's homeless and she's so broke and all this, how does she afford all the gas money to get 2 states away? I'm asking for a friend. Wait, somebody does something to her and she's terrified for her life and she immediately has the money to flee 2 states away? Well, thank God she's not somebody being stalked with order of protection placed and working with an online group or anything, in and around anything. And mm, mm, mm. Damn, almost to the day. Ain't that something? Thank God she doesn't put anybody else in fear for their safety or for their children ever. But she's terrified for hers. They're always like this, right? It's like Adrian and Jenni and the rest. They just, Ziggy, I just can't with him, man.
That family, you put a lot of stress and grief and worry on.
And I do hope the family hears this, because they need to know that, what's been said. I hope that they realize now that Toaster is not the person. Like, she's been threatened, but she didn't even do that. Like, there's other people on.
Now, what do you mean you hope the family hears this? Didn't you get a hold of Chris earlier? Like you said, Dutchie? You said you told Chris, and Chris was aware, and Chris is close, intimate friends with H and family. Well,
YouTube that have called the hospital, y'all. There's other people that have gone to try to get information, that have called the police, and it's not Toaster Oven, and she's getting blamed for something.
and yeah, you're right. She done knew there was shit swimming around her, and so she went back to the family. Then somehow felt threatened and scared for her life, and then ran 2 states away while being absolutely homeless, fresh couldn't afford rent, and the cries going up to raise money for her, and smileys and everything else. It's fine. It's totally fine. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. And those, much like Vincent, just keep, I don't know, man.
And that other people are doing. And yes, Sylvia, the cremation offer is still valid in case they ever want to use that. They have the phone number, and they can call if they decide that they want to do that. They don't even have to reach out to Toaster Oven. They have all the information if they choose to go that route.
Because that's the good deed she did. What good deed did they do? Call the hospital, almost get an innocent person. Well, who knows what. It needs to stop. I'm so pissed at this.
Smiley's pissed at people calling the hospital. But they're fine with people showing up at the hospital and doing all this fuckery a couple days in a row. Despite Dutchie have been able the whole time to just ring Chris after Toaster had told her about the thing and was like, hey, I'm gonna help the family out. Somebody is anyway. Dutchie herself couldn't pass along and get her in direct contact with that whole extra bullshit. But yeah, they all need to stop calling the hospital. That's bothering me. But going there a couple times in person, that's not bothering me. Being on YouTube, being like, well, I watched this one cry and that one cry and this one show grief and this one say and all that. That's not exploitive. That'll make them feel comfortable being around or with loved ones, or while they're out smoking, having a conversation where Allie may not, you know what I mean, and all that. Yep, yeah. But worrying about people like this one sitting in the parking lot taking pictures of them, yeah, it'll help them heal and grieve. All right, carry on.
This right now.
She's doing
Toaster,
Lord's
thank
work.
you so much for sharing that. I know this has been stressful for you, but I don't want to.
Yeah, and that
It's a song that never ends. How many times you heard that shit? It's stressful for these stalkers, criminals, tragedy pimps, blah, 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 this area. It's so hard for them to work Summer's case. It's so hard for them, stressful for them, so dangerous for them. They're the ones terrified for their lives. They're the ones that are being done terrible. They're the ones that have poured themselves into everything. How many times have you heard that around here? I'm asking for a small, tiny friend named Summer Wells. I'm asking. How many times have you heard it?
There's nothing seems more important than me, like that family. I can understand why this family, I don't blame them for thinking it's me and coming, being mad because this happened, Of course they're going to think it's me. But no, it wasn't me. They don't know. Their family sitting there grieving and planning and trying to figure things out and what's coming next. And, and they've got strangers, come, brought food, offering this. That's scary. That's a little bit scary. That's why I made sure the hospital had my number. That's why I made sure some of the family had my number. That way they would feel more comfortable.
Well, we appreciate all that you've done, Toaster, and I don't want to keep you any longer than I have to. Is there anything else that you want to share with us?
Well, I had went back to these people yesterday, and I told them the situation and what I knew was going on at the time, and all I knew was the swatting thing. That was all I knew, as of yesterday morning. And they don't like dealing in drama. And the funeral...
Yeah, they don't have to deal with that bullshit, homie. But you came back again. And again. And again. To make them aware. But you remember how she said she swapped numbers with one person there? Same applies. Couldn't she have also called Dutchie then and been like, hey, Dutchie, can you get a hold of Chris for me? So she and the family she's close with will know the situation without me having to revisit and be bothersome in person again. Same applies here. She didn't go that route though, did she? No. She went there to talk about drama and all the bullshit and have all that going on. Because it seems appropriate to these weirdos to do that. Just when these families and people need it the most. They don't need all this stress, though. True doesn't need all this stress. The unborn babies don't need all this stress, but Toast tried to take her ass there and be like, hey. And then here's the thing. If she showed back up in person and explained all the things, then why in the hell did the rest of this ever take place? And why didn't Dutchie and Chris on Stebbins? You know what? Y'all want to buy it? Go ahead. It's fine.
When they're offering a little discount or to help and somebody else is offering to pay.
When they're offering a little discount on a cremation, wait, which is it? Now it's a discount. And somebody else is offering to pay. Okay.
They don't need 100 people calling up and trying to cause drama.
Nope, they just need a toaster oven to keep showing up in person. And let's be real, Toaster, you weren't the only person doing so, and I know that. I also know that you were referred to by people here on the ground watching you do it as in with those group of ladies before I ever even put up anything for Hunter. I knew what the fuck you people were up to on the ground. You group of ladies. I'm just gonna put that little devil right there. But there is also a problem with that. And I'll just put that pebble right there and let it sit. Soak for a bit. Oh wow. Hell, maybe another few years. Carrying on.
There's not going to be, that wouldn't be a regular service. There's no need for 100 flowers to go over to that funeral home. It's a cremation.
Hell, it would be a continual service. There's no need for 100 flowers to go over to that fucking service. It's just a cremation. Thought you cared about human beings and last rites and ministering or whatever. What if a family, like, they ain't no need. I see you desk nurses. Y'all ain't done that with the body yet, have you? Because cremation, and they don't need fucking flowers. Just toss them out in the garbage. The body and the people. It doesn't matter. It's just a thing. But we need to do this quick. I need to get in here like Flint and wrap around the fence. Oh, what do you mean somebody did? Wait, what? Hold on. You're talking about Allie, a human being, like she's fucking trash. Why you pretend to care? Nah, they just need to cremate her and get it fuck over with and get over it. 1,000 flowers don't need to be sent over. They don't need a service. They just need to do the thing. What the fuck? What if somebody wants to send flowers to the family? Because that's a customary human outpouring of. Most people even, they go further than just cut flowers. They go to little rock gardens and things. That way the family sort of has things to hold on to and memory, I mean, like, and what? Who the fuck are you people? Are you raised in a goddamn barn? No couth, morals, compasses, right versus wrong, human versus proclaim to care, and like, just throw away. They don't need flowers. It ain't gonna be a continual thing. It's just a cremation. What the fuck? Oh.
And I begged these people. I said, this is what's going on. And I said, please. I said, if they contact you, can they still have this cremation? Will you still serve this family? Will you still pray for them? Will you mentor them?
Will you still pray for them? Will you still mentor them? I'm sorry, I don't recall any mentoring services at any funeral home. We still give them a discount and offer them services, cremation, and minister to them and pray for them and mentor them. Okay, Fruit Loops. I'm not so certain about her ever planning services. Because you know that funeral homes don't do that. That'd be a fucking church or your pastor or whatever, you know what? What? Exactly. Maybe they don't want to cremate either, but shit, that's what the tragedy pimps want. And then they make it look like the family is If that's not what they want, then they're gonna make them look like they're ungrateful pieces of shit because they didn't take toaster ovens and tragedy pimps and the world up on this discounted offer of cremating their loved one and all the good way to make the family look like shit while making Toaster and others doing all this shit look like they're virtue queens, isn't it? They're just, nah, 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 can't touch this. Nah, 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 nah. Yeah. Mhm. Build themselves up by using these families and those around summer in their most vulnerable moments, and they tear the families down and tragedy pimp on them. They tamper with witnesses and those they get near. Summer's case and detain jury pools and to do this and the other for those, it's. And even if you see and hear shit like this a million times from over the course of years, people will inevitably buy it, eat it, drink it, shit it out, breathe it, repeat it. And these will be the untouchable ones. Even if you can watch this a million times and see within minutes they don't make sense, nothing they're doing makes sense, it's obviously a thing, it's part of the bullshit, and you're being fed bullshit. People will buy this shit before they buy the truth, which is often stranger than fiction. And also sometimes simpler than the narratives and the bullshit and the tragedy. But the truth is, they are what they are.
And they knew I was distraught, and they said, don't even worry about it. We will take care of it. That's a little bit scary. That's why
I rewound.
made sure the hospital had my number. That's why
Look, the cries up in chat. Does Toaster need anything? Does this need anything? How about rent? Blah, blah, blah. And people, stop sending them money, okay? Allie has a savings buyout. They can use that too. Not if it's not released. See, here's all the shit. And at the same time, they're saying don't give the family money. Don't help them in any way. They're ungrateful sons of bitches. Or this, that, or Toaster show up. She's the one that's been done wrong. Hey, Toaster, can we help you? See how this works? Time and time again. It's all here. Such a short span of time. And there's been so many thousands of streams just like it during all these years.
made sure some of the family had my number. That way they would feel more comfortable.
Y'all remember that most recent shit with the Cam and all them and the swearing they had scammed and whatever, but it didn't add up because the person that offered to pay directly to the lawyer came in or had hands on it, and then the other one just gave them money that they'd offer, and Vincent, of course, was in that, who's connected with Toaster and all, but and connected with Brad Bashan and the billboards and the scam. But anyway, so these people had not been scammed in any way, nor money stolen in any way. But the cries up in chat were, can we raise money for you? And then they really did have a stream or two and links to donate to those people and to give them money during and right after lockdowns live about it. The people, obviously the rest of us, had not been scammed or conned in any way. So who actually profited? Tragedy pimps, those paying certain people to fuck with shit and to do these things over and over and over again, to set up motherfuckers, to take down other motherfuckers, to do all kinds. Also during Cam and Allie's weakest moment, after they'd done been hidden for several years, all these tragedy pimps knew the situation, but it was time to throw them off the bus and cold fuck them all up. With what all these tragedy pimps knew was the truth in the background that Cam and Allie were using. But it was only time to throw them off the bus, and another 10K amount mentioned twice around them, actually. And family members contacted after Cam and Allie fucked up the slave story. And then the long-term setup and the financial shit around hadn't been able to be used in order to really create a massive tragedy. Pimp eating cycle to make lots of money, but fuck, we gotta go in somehow and recoup some of that, so I don't know. Plus, there was talk at the time that Cam was making an appearance back around certain shit to do with Summer's case and trying to get in contact with Ryan, and God knows they wanted to stop that in its tracks. So anyway, there was a little shaking and moving. Carrying on.
Well, we appreciate all that you've done, Toaster, and I don't want to keep you any longer than I have to. Is there anything else that you want to share with us?
And I would love to know what it said to me before you all, the public, ever knew. And before even the first Cash App went up for any of this shit. Well, I already knew about Toaster and a couple others, our visits places and what they were doing and all this shit, and why those here on the ground were going, yep, that group of ladies. You damn sure weren't called those helpful citizens. Pack of ladies. The normal ones. The ones that get up to fuck shit around Summer's case quite often and frequently. Called that by those who often do frequent your goddamn tent events and other fuckery y'all do to help cleanse buttholes and get around folks and set people like Chillbilly and Rap and things up. I don't. Weird, eh? Oh, bless. Yellow, dark, and deep, Brenner.
Well, I had went back to these people yesterday, and I told them the situation and what I knew was going on at the time, and all I knew was the swatting thing. That was all I knew, as of yesterday morning. And they don't like dealing in drama. And the funeral homes, when they're offering a little discount or to help, and somebody else is offering to pay, they don't need 100 people calling up and trying to cause drama. There's not going to be, wouldn't be a regular service. There's no need for 100 flowers to go over to that funeral home. It's a cremation.
Well, I'm glad Toaster gets to decide for everybody else's family and everything. She's going to determine all the funeral arrangements or services for everybody and what they should or should not require and what should or should not be sent. That seems rather bossy, doesn't it? Looks like Toaster, though, was in control and setting up her own brother's arrangement and got to choose and pick for herself. And I guess all of her other family that was in accidental things. I don't know. Apparently, she's just planned it all out for the family. Telling them what they ought to do and what they should do. And in their faces going cremation and discounts and this and the other. You don't need flags. It's fine. That's not intrusive in any way. That's not insertive. I'm sure that's exactly what they need. They also need to hear you planning, and in their faces with final arrangements and questions and telling ICU nurses at the station I hope you ain't done nothing with the body yet. You know, just all this. Well,
And I begged these people. I said, "This is what's going on," and I said, "Please." I said, "If they contact you, can they still have this cremation? Can they still?"
and I gotta tell you, H&M did a hell of a lot better than I would have. Cause let me tell you, and I think most people are pretty certain of this. This is why we don't get the random stops. I'm not even chasing. It's like, well, I thought about pulling into Jody Sue's, but then I thought better, and I kept my tragedy pimp ass driving on by. Any of them had done any such thing and went face to face and were bold enough to pull this bullshittery to this extent face to face with my family or I during deaths and all that, even those just in the past few weeks, I would not have had the restraint that H&M have shown. Y'all been straight up in fucking ICU yourselves. I might have been sitting in a cell, but y'all been in the hospital. But y'all out here, and I'm sorry, I think any normal person in reaction time having some crazy ass bastards like this up in their face while their families in ICU or any medical situation out in their faces tell them that they need to cremate, they need to do this and blah, 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 and they don't even know what the hell's going on, and here they are in this extremely vulnerable, satelliting moment of their lives, and you're in their face this shit, knowing good and well by that point, family's still in the hospital, and here's your fucking sign. She was bringing food, doing all these things. She clearly knew even when she got there. Like, she went to the ICU to find it. You wouldn't do that if you thought someone had passed. But she'd already caught herself up in those words too earlier in life. But the thing is, I couldn't fault anyone. If someone like this came up to them in a time like Hunter and them are finding themselves in, like many of us have, and knocking them cold the fuck out for it. I just couldn't. And that's even without missing or murdered neighbors or loved ones or any cases open and active around any of y'all. I mean, honestly, if somebody like this showed up in your face in a setting like that, I'm going to say most of you are going to call the police. You're going to react and you're going to be yelling, and somebody's going to take swing most likely. Especially if they keep returning shit. That is so uncalled for. Just mind-boggling, really. And the people think that this was a good thing is mind-boggling.
Family. Will you still pray for them? Will you mentor them? Will you? And they knew I was distraught, and they said, "Don't even."
And they knew she was distraught. These people who she was, and the discount people and whoever else, they knew she was distraught. Because her feelings are what matters. She was distraught at being accused of stalking, which she's openly admitted to online. She was distraught.
Don't worry about it. We will take care of it.
And then they were comforting her. God bless her. Yeah.
It doesn't matter about all this other stuff. They only want to take care of this family. And that means I'm out of it. You know, I don't, the family, it's between the family and these people.
Thank you.
So that
And yet here you are.
offer is still on the table. And they will keep everything completely private.
That's wonderful.
Thank you for doing that, even after all this.
You're such, and there's so many people that are saying such wonderful, sweet.
Oh, yeah, here's the, she's a very strong, independent lady who's dealt with more than we ever will. Sure. And the toaster oven, what a lovely lady you are, helping others when you are struggling yourself. I hope someone helps you and gives you a room to live in. Uh-huh.
Comments in the chat. And it just makes me feel so proud to be in a community that, I mean, they're just lifting you up, Toaster. They think you're such a lovely lady. They're praying for you. They just want to know there's, anything you need. They're just hearts and prayers. And I just want you to know how many.
Bless your heart, toaster oven. You are an angel. That's what chat says.
People.
Oh, Pinks. Here's the cry-ups before she gets off on. Can we do anything for you, Toaster? Can we comfort you, Toaster? Make sure you have a place to live. Cash apps flowing to you, money flowing to you. You benefiting off of being such a fucking angel for just the goodness in your heart. Can we make sure you benefit? Well, you've seeded and created enough doubt with the tragedy events to make them fortunes and for the family not to be helped and to look like ungrateful bastards. In their most awful times of need, can we help you, Toaster the Stalker? Who did shit that was wildly inappropriate and uncouth and unmoral and yikes. But you're an angel. I don't know about you, but Lucifer too was once an angel. And despite the pointy horns and the tail and the pitchfork version, still told, right? That Lucifer is alluring and beautiful, etc. Tay draws you in, and silver tongue. That's why the devil works, right? And how is it told about the Antichrist? What they look like and appear like, and their silver tongues, and what they sell. Yeah. Uh-huh.
just want you to know that they appreciate everything that you've tried to do, and for you coming to share your truth about this. And listen, even
Still have this cremation. Today, still, will you still serve this family? Will you still pray for them? Will you mentor them? Will you? And they knew I was distraught, and they said, "Don't even worry about it. We will take care of it. It doesn't matter about all this other stuff. They only want to take care of this family." And that means I'm out of it. I don't, the family, it's between the family and these people.
thank you.
So that offer is still on the table, and they will keep everything completely private.
That's wonderful.
Thank you for doing that, even after all this.
You're such, and there's so many people that are saying such wonderful, sweet comments in the chat, and it just makes me feel so proud to be in a community that, I mean, they're just lifting you up, Toaster. They think you're such a love.
So blessed to be in a community full of fucking Kool-Aid drinking sheep that y'all can take advantage of them every day with this absolutely obvious bullshit. And they'll do call-ups for the demons around everything to have while they shit on people who really need. Yes. Over and over again. Over and over and over again, my friends. Such blessed little earth angels. Isn't there a song in the 50s, Earth Angel?
Lovely lady. They're praying for you. They just want to know if there's, anything you need. They're just hearts. And
oh, thanks for mentioning it outright, Dutchie. They're just wondering if there's anything you need. What can they do to help you with a living space, even though that family's getting rid without one, but they've already done their tragedy pimp and deed and torn that apart to make sure the family has nowhere to stay, and is all confused. Chat's all confused by it and thinks everything's a scam. But does Toaster need a place to stay? Does Toaster need anything? Does she need cash apps? Does she need gang? Does she need safety? Does she need food? Does she need the things? They just want to know if there's any way they can help you, Toaster, much like they wanted to know if there's any way they could help Vincent after her multiple rounds of again and again and again, and all the others that do this again and again and again. That all of you all are connected, Toaster, and know each other in person again and again and again, Toaster. Can they turn around and help any of you all over and over and over again? Well, somehow all of you keep finding your way here in these positions over and over and over again. Around all of us, and swear it's us and not you. It's wild. You little earth angels, you.
And prayers, and I just want you to know how many people just want you to know that they appreciate everything that you've tried to do, and for you coming to share your truth about this. And listen, even after.
Now, mind you, what did Toaster do? She went and delivered the message in person that somebody was going to give a discount and somebody else was going to pay for it. But everybody's like, oh, you're so giving, Toaster. You did for this family when you didn't have anything to give. What did she give? You know what she got? What she gained? Virtue signaling status inside of somewhere else. And she got all of these creators material for weeks to run on so they can make Cash App Gang. Wow, the family is now so fucked up in the public eye that nobody will help them if they need it. So once again, what did she get? Because it's somebody else paying for it. Somebody else giving the discount for it. And I'm gonna bet whatever food was purchased was not by her, and even if it was, well, it looks like she's probably already recouped that and then some. Through the cries up of what can we do for you? You've done so much for Summer Wells. What can we do for you, Toaster? What can we do for you? Here's whatever in the background. I don't know. How much think she's paid for this job? What did she do? What did she get? Selflessly. What did she do and what did she get? And last I knew, this is basically like, no, it's worse than. You know how some of these people that go around and they give a burger to a homeless person on the street and then they film it and they put it on TikTok? Tell me this shit's any different and that it's not even worse than that. And also, she didn't buy the burger. Bet. I can say she did. I can see receipts come out of her Cash App or Gang Gang or wherever else. But even then, it's probably gonna pay her tenfold and then some. But or help those she's nearest and dearest to. Really, what did she give herself? Quietly. You know, good Samaritans and good human beings don't often go around doing good acts to be recognized for, making a big deal of, contacting 900 people about before they try to do them, plan them, plot them. They don't do all these things. They quietly do them. They go help at soup kitchens. They go minister. They go do all these things. They help the homeless. They feed the hungry. They do all these things without any fanfare or applause or people knowing. At least the good ones I know do.
After what happened on the live stream where the family said what they said, you
Holy shit, where's Summer 1-800-TB? I find that little creepy. Toaster, not even a toaster. Toaster is a pure blessing to others. Really? Okay.
you didn't hear Toaster say one bad thing about this family.
No.
And she
Yeah, we did. We heard a little pebble drop skipped in there too about the hint hint GoFundMe's. Those seem sketch and hint hint babies versus no babies and hint hint at this and oh hint hint at and she kicked enough pebbles into that pond. You don't have to say anything outright bad while you're pretending not to. You know, it's fun. Snakes.
she's not going to, y'all, because that's not her nature, y'all.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's what and done what or any of that. What matters is be a good person and to
Yes.
help, not hurt. It matters to show.
Well, I can't say Toaster haven't helped at all. I can say she's hurt others. I think anybody that's actually seen any of this shit for what it is or knows shit about things, stuff, and certain folks and tiebacks and all, you know, and repeated patterns of this shit. And knows who and what some of these people actually are in and around Summer's everything. No, these Earth Angels are actually Earth Demons who continually fuck up shit. While y'all build them up into na 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 na. Yeah, I can't name any good thing Toaster did here. None. Not one. Nada.
Kindness in this situation. For example, when people first start going to church or not even, and they want to start changing their lives, people get hung up on, the bad things they're doing. But when someone decides they want to change or they want to get saved or they want to start reading the Bible, God doesn't care.
How about you stop ministering to people and preaching? Do you know what all of your religious texts say about you preaching? That's a big no. Alright, carry on.
If you're smoking a cigarette, doesn't care if you're taking a drink. God doesn't care.
The Abrahamic texts that lead to your say otherwise. He also very much cares about fucking honors. And all sins are equal to another. Carrying on.
Care what you have on or what you're doing, because he's working from the inside out, from the heart out. The stuff outside cleans up. It just takes time.
Amen.
It's a heart issue.
They gonna preach to the Christianity. It's a thing around here, isn't it? They know what demographics y'all fall under. Most of you are Christian. They know most of you fall under Republican. Say babies. It's the other. Your age range. It's all back here, really, in the back prayer studio too. How many of you are from what states, areas, locations, watching stream? Oh, but they do use that religion shit just like Cam and them did. A few others do. TM does. Everybody does. Blah, blah, blah. Real Christians don't go around doing this shit. The really religious don't go around doing this shit. They don't shove it down your throat. They don't sell you shit on it. They don't do any of this shit on it. At least that's what I know. Much like Earth Angels. Right? True human beings, those who truly help, they don't go doing this shit when they do good things, human things, without fanfare, applause, or expecting something in return. Real Christians don't go around talking about they're Christian, and they don't go around shoving it down your throat either. I always send you something with religion, ain't they? Because it makes you believe them more, because you identify with them more because of your own religion. Like, oh, but look, this person's preaching about Jesus and blah, blah, blah in the Bible, and therefore they, instant. Oh.
And, when a lot of people, they may not believe in God or be religious, and that's okay. But that's just an example. I mean, I've met wonderful people all over the place. Mm-hmm. And the important thing is to be kind to them and to help them. And, it doesn't matter how poor, how rich you are. There's something you can do for someone else. Always.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. Only difference is some people have to make a show of it, and others don't.
Something you can do for someone else.
And some do it without the expectation of returns on it tenfold, And they actually do something. And so far, I still cannot name a thing Toaster actually did here. Not one. somebody else paying, somebody else discount. I don't know.
This family is the one that, I mean, I don't know how, but those babies are going to need things. That great grandma, she's struggling.
The babies are going to need things. Remember that. But Toaster didn't want him to set up a legit GoFundMe or anything that there's consequences for if any fuckery's found. No, she wants them to bring wish lists online to YouTube because there's so many people here who care about the babies. And really, if that happens, what's going to happen with, any wish list these assholes can talk anybody into making around here. And then swearing it won't be a thing. They, like Smiley and BK and rest, boy, by God, they will tear, and the Carls and the Ziggies and everybody else, they will absolutely latch onto those lists and be like, why do they need this? Why do they need this? This food product's meant to stretch buttholes with, and body shaming the babies before they're even born, and who knows what else. Oh no, they'll use those lists they create and bring to YouTube, telling them that they're going to help because so many people here care, to actually use to annihilate them again. That's what they'll do. And Hammer Time, who conveniently showed up after I've been doing a na all night, under this clothing, and I've seen before, and actually, could have sworn I already put one of y'all on timeout somewhere around these streets, but, uh, an unrelated question of what I'm talking about, okay? Do you know, was Dawn in and out 6:15? And do you know how many times Candace left that day? Was it at the house on 6:15? Huh? Or was H at the house on 6:15? I don't know, man. It was a full day. And I've answered all those questions repeatedly. I have. They're here. So, I don't know. I mean, my apologies in advance, but since I'm not here to help creators on command get answers or speaking for an upcoming panel or clip they want, or because they're too lazy themselves or anything else to go get the info, and their helpful mods and members and shit ain't been paying attention all along, and they need an answer right there for whatever fucking piece they're gonna do with my name and make money on it. And they're fucking lazy. I'm gonna go with no, I'm not answering that question. Actually, you know what? I will. Dawn was in and out precisely 602 times that day. I seen a shadow person parading around his age at least 6 dozen times. Candace was never there while simultaneously being there. There was a whole party. There was a train dropping off transients. I don't know. According to Fred, everybody was there. Nobody was there. We don't know. We don't. None of us know anything. Hell, go. I don't know. Maybe Ziggy and Fred hold answers. Stole his cameras he trespassed and was putting up and weird shit. I don't know. Damn, where are you located? West Coast? Yikes.
She
Yeah.
really needs to help. That lady, and I loved her. She was beautiful. I mean,
I loved her. She was beautiful. What if she'd been ugly? Would you then have been like, I loved her, she was ugly? What the fuck does somebody's looks have to do with whether you love them or not? Well, it's next to godliness.
I enjoyed chatting with him.
Yeah.
When things that were issues or, things, the other things didn't matter at the moment.
So she enjoyed chatting with them. They were beautiful in this area, and they should have been well aware of all the things before she left there. Everything's but now we have this. Okay.
But I just didn't want, I think this community's been scammed enough.
True.
This community has been scammed enough. Yeah, by tragedy pimps.
And I didn't want this to turn into another.
And by you weird weaseling fuckers in this group of. Y'all just keep popping up. Just keep popping up. Everywhere, every time. And yeah, I have answered those questions here. I have indeed answered those questions 1,000 fucking times or more.
Debacle or whatever the word is she would say.
Yeah, I agree.
I wanted it to be something that was going to be, it was a God thing that came about. And, and it was a way to ease the burden of the family and a way to ease the burden of this community.
What burden of this community? It was a way to ease this family and ease the burden of this community. Blink, blink.
Yes. I agree. I think what you did was really great, and you were just trying to help. You had no agenda like the last.
Bullshit. All of you had an agenda with this one. As soon as y'all heard Allie wasn't there to possibly protect any of the things. Oh my god, no. You fucking vultures. You always tie around to this shit, right? Every goddamn time y'all do this. Tragedy pimps are just trying to help, and then look. Poor tragedy pimps. Stifle. They had no agenda. Hey, bullshit.
Said
Scamming and lying and conning indeed, you pieces of shit.
you had no agenda whatsoever. That's easy to see. Anybody with, any kind of heart or compassion.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Anybody with 2 ears that's blind can listen to this bullshit for an hour and hear it for what it is, with a damn brain cell rubbed together with another one. But let's carry on.
Which is kind of hard to find here these days. But anybody with that, and there are a lot of us, can see that you had no agenda whatsoever. And then for anybody else would have gave up, but you go back to the funeral home.
Anybody else would have given up, but you go back.
After all this, and try to still.
After all this.
Still ask them, will they still help them if they come and need.
If they come and need that discount.
Help. I mean, that's amazing to me.
Oh my god, it's amazing. It's amazing. Amazing. She called a funeral place or somebody who's paying for whatever didn't ask for a discount. Huh? And then they went about contacting all the tragedy pimps and commenting in Hills' chat. They're denying it. I mean, they didn't want it out there, but they didn't want the family's business out there, but they worked it out, but they didn't, and they had no way to get hold of them, but they did, and wow, okay. Scamming and lying and conning indeed.
She has a good heart. I've met Toaster in real life. Like,
You see, they've all.
she's my crazy little friend that I love so much. And
Weird that comes into the scripters. She's my crazy little friend. You know my besties, like I have never once, my friends, used the term crazy. I've never even felt the need to be like my sane little friend or my crazy one. I'm just like, this is my friend, so and so. Even if I was describing them to the world, I wouldn't be like my crazy little friend. But it's weird where Dutchie's mind goes, ain't it?
and that's why, you know, we got her a purple tint. We want her to keep doing what she feels in her heart.
And that's why we got a purple tint for her. We want her to keep doing what she feels in her heart. So wait. Toaster ain't even the one that bought the fucking tent for Balaton Day? What? Dutchie, you and the tragedy pimps butter that shit to set up, and then all of y'all be like, look what Toaster and Nana and Ollie were doing, and Raps here and Chibley's here, and they get cold set the fuck up for the shit Justin has them do, and Benny wants them taken out of the game, and oh, the mechanics of all this fuckery, and then Candace and Dawn make an appearance, and an Eric Estrada in a shirt without Summer's picture on it. Right across from the campground where Toaster's buddy works, and well, her family owns, and Toaster hangs out all the time. So Toaster's not been doing this all alone out of a good... Wait, so Tragedy Pimps are the ones providing for Toaster the things so she can go around and set up at events and... What? And then building Toaster up into a thing? This whole... What? Encircling Sandy? What? Oh my. My.
That she wants to help.
I wonder if that we includes Jenni and Adrian and chasing and backdoor tragedy pimp shit. Blip shit and this shit and that shit. Whatever shit. My God.
Put the faces out there for the Tennessee missing, and we're here to help her realize that
We're here to help her. Interesting. We're in Plaza Group. Fair enough.
dream and continue to carry on her mission with sharing missing cases at the flea markets and the festivals all across Tennessee. And in fact, Toaster has inspired other creators to put little purple tents up in their own states and share their missing from their own state. You know, Toaster, I consider her...
Still yet, you know where they all got this color purple for summer? These tents, all these things, they paint purple in the name of summer. You know where? Because a neighbor in the first few hours started putting up purple things for summer. A real neighbor. Who really cares and really knew something. It wasn't Candace and it wasn't Tragedy Pimps.
A good friend. And I appreciate all the help that she gives me. If she sees a case, she'll send it to me and say, hey, can you share this? Or I shared something on my community wall. We all try to work together.
Yeah, can you share this so we can all latch onto and find the new hot case to insert into? Not the cold cases, but the active ones with feds and detectives and profilers and card teams still on the ground. So we can insert in them as quick as possible. Can you share this? But not the cold cases, not the ones of the less attractive or POC or indigenous or anything. Hell no. Not a stale case, a cold case. Hell no.
To get their faces and information out there, y'all. And it doesn't matter how much money we have or what side of the tracks we come from, or, we can't be looking at all that. Listen, we have to pull together as a community.
Why does it not matter what side of the tracks you all come from? You as creators, you as subs, chats, members, but every day you spend over here, you demonize, terrorize, create narratives about and lie about those you all deem, depending on whichever way it goes, that damn what narrative you're on. Others based on whatever side of the tracks they fall on, or you think they fall on. Somebody riddle me that, Batman. Why does it matter if they're poor? Why does it matter what side of the tracks they're on? But not you as creators, or members, or onlookers, or the entertained.
Because it matters. It matters what we're doing on our platforms. Let's be the light in the darkness.
Yeah.
We need to try to get away from all of this crazy drama and stuff, because it's toxic.
Yeah.
And toxic turns into bad things, and people can get hurt.
And and not even the right target.
Excuse the fuck out of me. Did y'all just hear that? Please tell me y'all heard that.
Yeah,
that's the very sad thing about it.
And you're scared? And it doesn't matter how much money we have or what side of the tracks we come from, or, we can't be looking at all that. Listen, we have to pull together as a community, because it matters. It matters what we're doing on our platforms. Let's be the light in the darkness.
Yeah.
We need to try to get away from all of this crazy drama and stuff, because it's toxic.
Yeah.
And toxic turns into bad things, and people can get hurt.
And and not even the right target.
Implying there are targets. And the toxic and how it becomes dangerous. Extraordinarily so. And how it's directed and done in each open and active case. It was extraordinarily dangerous. To real people, not tragedy things. That right there just tells you all you really need to know. And Smiley finds it funny. Cheer, laugh, chuckle. And yeah, not even the right target. Shit, who's the target this time? According to BK, it looks like it's Hunter. It's okay to get him hurt or harmed, arrested, fucked with. Afraid, terrified, I don't know, shook, whatever. Right. Something, man. I just gotta have this one more. I'm gonna listen to it one more time.
And it doesn't matter how much money we have or what side of the tracks we come from, or, we can't be looking at all that. Listen, we have to pull together as a community because it matters.
But it matters what side of the tracks Hunter comes from. If they're in poverty and if they have generational stuff and whatever, y'all just can't pull together for them. It matters everybody else's tracks and generational this and this and that and the other. But you tragedy pimps, it doesn't matter. In the community, y'all should be able to pull together no matter what. Because it's about the light bringers.
It matters what we're doing on our platforms. Let's be the light in the darkness. We need to try to get away from all of this crazy drama and stuff because it's toxic.
Yeah.
And toxic turns into bad things and people can get hurt.
And and not even the right target. That's the very sad thing about it.
And not even the right target, implying there are targets. And that they do target.
And you're scared, did you say?
No, I said it's very scary.
Well, it is. When you told me you were threatened, that really upset me badly.
It's very scary, says Toaster. And Dutchie's like, oh, when you told me you were threatened, that upset me very badly. It's scary being stalked by toasters and piss pads and others online and in real life, and the Yennifers and all the others and the Ziggies and the BKs and the Honests and it's fine. Fuck it. The Duncans and such. Especially knowing these motherfuckers have some really close ties with one another. The Lindas, Chases, the Bradshawns, the Vincents, Nanas, Squalls, Scotts. Those like Cam, who had his chat and shit running through, talking about how they needed to put up cameras on poles to watch my family and I constantly. Those like Jenni and Adrian and Penny and Ziggy and Dolly have all participated in trying to get us murdered and harmed, fucking with my babies and doing all these things, and creators threatening to come murder us, and people in chats being incited to the point where they're talking about cutting us apart, coming out here since Lawson won't do anything, all these things, and how they'll take justice into their own hands, and they'll set fire to, and they'll do this. They're having chats, much like Jenni and Adrian's, riled up to the point where they're talking about violence against us, people coming out and cutting the power to the houses, and yeah, it gets scary. But these poor fucking graders, poor stalkers of all of us, these people who tamper with, fuck with all of us, they're the ones that are always terrified, aren't they? Scared, need to move, need the things, need the cash apps, need the help, need to be lifted up, need to be whatever. It doesn't matter what track they fall on, doesn't matter their background, doesn't matter their generational curses, doesn't matter any of that. Because you see, we're the targets. And we've all been the targets since summer match. And these people inserted and started hunting us down like prize deer, and like we all had price tags on us. And we did. I can prove that certain people were given extraordinarily large sums to collect us like fucking Pokemon. To get near us, to database, to do this, to do that. To come semi-kidnap us, to semi-kidnap or kidnap elderly witnesses or other neighbors, to do whatever it took to acquire us, even before we ever knew they were. Any lengths necessary. We are the targets, we are the content, and they do not care if they get any of us hurt, murdered, harmed, further traumatized. Abusers and other people dangerous to us, used, weaponized, further harming us in the background or in front of the world. Merch made on those moments too, merch made on our cancers, our health conditions, whether we're tormented, targeted in hospital settings, our loved ones, their death, their ICUs, all this used. We're the targets. Our loved ones are the targets. Our friends, family, we are the targets. Especially if we piss them off and we keep calling them out like this. Especially if we keep fucking with their money, speaking the truth while they call us all liars, but have our names tagged or titled to make money off of our names. Which they tell y'all we aren't entitled to do. We can't dare throw any PayPal or cash because we're big baddies. We come from the wrong side of the tracks to do this and the other, though. I gotta tell you, if you know my background, I don't come from the wrong side of the fucking tracks. Come from the opposite of that. They want you to believe that I'm whatever. You know, I was lucky. I had one of the greatest father figures ever known to mankind, and I don't just say that because he was mine. I say that because it's fucking true. I am one of the best examples in the world. Now, they'll tell you a lot about my monster ass sperm donor over here, who never raised me. Never had shit to do with my upbringing. That ain't my father. They'll tell you all kinds of stories about family and such. They don't know shit about shit. Pat made sure no matter what. And instilled in us, whether we hold degrees or not or anything else, that we were well educated and could think for ourselves, had compasses, knew right from wrong, could defend ourselves, didn't start no shit unless necessary, but didn't take shit either. Whether male, female, or anything else in between. That we reached out to help neighbors, those in need, even those we may know aren't going to do right with any help, but to reach out anyway, to give the shirt off our back if necessary, even if we had $1 million to act like we didn't, not to go through life that way. To have a sense of community, togetherness, humanity, decency, to act to act right, even if we did wrong. Sometimes everybody does. Nobody's perfect. To say sorry when necessary if we know we're wrong. To admit it, which I did earlier, but that didn't keep Dutchie from making a whole ass toxic drama title on it, though she clearly had to know it. Didn't stop her from that content wagon. Anyway, um, my pap taught me to help stranger, friend, community alike, to protect those I love, to protect even those who least deserve it, to protect strangers if the moment arose, to jump in front of fires and bullets,
And because I worry for you.
That's why
ass whippings if necessary for those in need. And I have throughout my life, even during the not so perfect moments of JSP throughout life. I have indeed, and there's proof of. And it's not a toot one's own horn, but I literally have been face to face with guns, triggers pulled, all kinds of shit, stuff scarring on my face, and all kinds of shit. Trying to save actual babies, people I'd never met, didn't know. I faced down many things and monsters and violence and extreme moments. There's a lot of things in my life I've done to help those who didn't much like, didn't much want to help, but I knew it was the right thing. Some of which I didn't know. I'm not going to endorse myself for virtue signaling, but I know who I am, and I know who my heart and everything is with, and who it was built by, and my soul and my brain, and I know which compass I try to follow that was left with me. And taught to me. And no matter what happens, I know the remainder of my days on this earth, no matter how short or long, I will always continue to do such. Whether they be weak-ass tragedy pimps or giants, I will call out shit. And I will continue to tear at the masks of monsters. And use my voice when I can. Do what I can. Unfortunately, though, I still have this flaw. This one little tiny flaw. Thing is, I do recognize that flaw. But I know at this point in my life that that shit too is an end. Has been for quite a bit. Sometimes I tend to protect those that least deserve it and actually harm me. It's a fucking flaw. But I am well aware of it. And at some point during the duration of this, I expect that I will step entirely out of the way at certain times. And no, that's not some sort of Jody Sue knows who's responsible for her, and she's protecting whoever's done whatever to summer. Not even remotely. Is that what I'm alluding to in any way? Okay? Just to make that clear. It's an entirely different matter. So, just so that's clear.
I'm 2 states away right now.
I know.
And, I mean,
Make your voice quake suddenly out of nowhere. Make it quake. That way we can all pretend you're that terrified.
it is very scary. And, you know,
It is very scary. Scary for two states away. Self-admitted stalker. She's now saying she's not a stalker. In the same place a year later that she stated she was a stalker. Openly, proudly. But now she's scared because people are accusing her of being a stalker. Almost down to the exact goddamn day. Happy anniversary, Toaster. Shit, this time, last year she was loud and proud about being a stalker. This time she's scared and 2 states away now that somebody can do something for her. Can we help you, Toaster? Can we get you a place to live? Can we... Campers. I don't know, bro. What the fuck? It's wild.
and you got people that want
Same place, same time, same tragedy pimp station. A year apart. I'm a stalker. I'm not a stalker. Oh my god. 2024 version is terrified. I'm 2 states away. I've flown away from the scene of the crime. Although she's destitute. So bad off. She has a gas mic 2 states away. Fine.
to dox you or run your tax or do all these, you know,
That really upset me badly, and because I worried for you.
that's why I'm 2 states away right now.
I know.
And, I mean,
Oh my god, it's Toaster's in danger. She's 2 states away. It upset me for you badly, says Dutchie, and I'm terrified. Let's just give out this fucking propaganda. Blech.
it is very scary. And, you know, and then you got people that want to dox you or run your tax or do all these, you know,
Wait, you got all these people that want to dox you and run your tags, but you goddamn doxed our goddamn location in Smiley's chat last year at the same time and admitted to stalking us. But it's scary. Fucking Toaster's terrified! Can we get her a house and a camper and another purple tent and some cash apps and food? Oh, can we? Oh! She only had enough money to flee away by Tuesday. Okay.
On the internet, that's why they say keep things private. Even people.
That's why on the internet they say keep things private. Unless it's all of us, the right targets that are calling out all the right tragedy events. Exactly, Vix. Who is it that run tags? Oh, that's right. The creators, the Ziggies, the BKs, the Honest, the little helpers like Jennifer and Toaster on who go by and get them all the tags and all shit. And then BK. You remember how he ran the tag on the back of the big and then was like, hey, and then the VIN number and all. You tragedy pimps and you assholes who run the tag. All the creators that Toaster has on the party line. Yeah. Okay. Who bought her the purple tints so she can continue her heartfelt mission.
You need. I mean, it's very important to protect yourself.
Yes, it is.
And,
No, it's only important to you all if it's creators or your little helpers or weapons. Y'all do anything from your shit and info and your families being contacted and people inserting your real lives or maybe serving you with papers, arrest warrants, civil suits, your neighbors, your family members, your children finding out what you're actually up to for hobbies and shit. You being embarrassed in your goddamn communities or your PTA meetings or bullshit being put out about you or the truth. Oh yeah, y'all do anything to keep that from happening. You'll really double down on certain targets for that shit. Our targeted asses, though, boy, we're fair game, eh? Fair game. Anything could be done to us, and that's just.
I wanted to protect this family. That's why I wanted to make sure they knew to put her on that list. And
They already had her there. They already had billions of people calling the hospital. Stop with your bullshit, bro. And we all know even before you showed up, people over here when they got wind were calling the hospital and not being anything. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
to be careful when they're outside of that ICU waiting room. To be, when they're around places. And, they know that I told them that over and over. Multiple people. And, I'm just hoping people stay away from them.
Right, that's why you did all this behind the scenes. That's why you did it quietly. That's why you contacted all the creators first. You could have just simply, it's fine. This all makes perfect sense. It's whatever they say it is. Eat it. It's what they would like you to do.
Yeah,
And stop harassing them.
they deserve.
I would like to find out.
Swear to God, every time I see shit like this in these chats, I kid you not, one of the comments over here right now is that's why people need to get their facts straight before innocent people get hurt. Wild how y'all come out swinging for these creators and these fucking people who are actually doing everybody harm around these open and active investigations. When's the last time y'all said that about the people they're doing this shit to? Or the people you all put targets on or decide are sus, not sus, whatever. based on whatever bullshit's been put. When have you demanded any of these tragedy pins, creators, manufacturers, assholes, get their facts straight in order to keep innocent people from being harmed? I ain't seen y'all never champion that when it's anybody around any of these open and active investigations. The only time I see you dumb motherfuckers saying shit like that is when y'all think it's a tragedy pimp or one of the people who harm us in real life or help do so. Comes back going, he's scared. All this mean stuff's being said and it's not true, but and then y'all are like, y'all need to leave them alone. What do you need? And how can we help? And what can we offer you? And safety's important and facts are right. Nobody needs to be doing this to you and nobody needs to be. You always come out swinging hard. Don't you? It's weird.
Who was following, who's videoing. I'd like to know who called and had them swatted or called the police, the TBI, whoever it was. I'd like to know who that was because they have put me in danger. And
How did they put her in danger? Y'all tell me what danger can come to Toaster because of that. Because of somebody, even if they have it wrong and Toaster wasn't the one that called. And it was another competing tragedy pimp who wanted her away from and all this. Even if you tell me what danger Toaster's in right now. Because do you see people running around the streets being like, pop tires, do this, find her, pitchforks, flames, Frankenstein's monster. If Lawson won't do something, it's up to us to go enact justice. Let's call her to pieces. Do you see any of that? Calls up for harm to Toaster? Hell no, you don't. What danger has Toaster been put in? Because somebody called her and said, or even if one live was done to where it said that Toaster did that, whether those people are wrong or right, or facts are straight or not. Tell me what extreme danger she's in other than maybe civil papers or an order of protection or anything because she kept showing up places or trying to insert or tampering with witnesses or anything. I don't know. With a well-organized group of them. And maybe when she's seen other people filming the family out there in the parking lot, she should have notified them then. It could have possibly been that person she's seen filming that she didn't notify the family about or raise about. Could have been that one. And I'm sure that she probably knew or recognized or could whittle it down. If it was them, possibly, that knew she was there, and then another creator knew she was there, and then they were competing for preferred meat of the moment. I don't know, whatever. But so anyway, y'all tell me what. Y'all tell me what danger she's in.
and that's not good. No, they think it's fun and games, whoever it is. They think that's fun and games.
Just like you think it's fun and games?
Or they're being cute. I don't know what their reasoning is. But whoever it is, they must have some type of mental illness. Because any sane adult would not do that to a family.
Do I need to show the receipt again? I mean, I can show many on Toaster, but I mean that receipt in particular because it's in Smiley's room too. I don't think I need to show this. Do you?
I mean, I'm very upset about that. That's dangerous on that family. That's dangerous on anyone that visits that family. That's dangerous on me. That's dangerous on, just in general people around them that don't know them. Because you don't know who's out there and you don't know who's involved. And there's a lot of crap.
Ha! Whoa! It's very dangerous for that family. Because someone's out there and you don't know who's involved. But somehow it also translates to Toaster being in danger by, I guess, the person or persons involved in summer vanishing, who could indeed, like I've been saying for how many years now, when you dox our locations for fun and entertainment, that somebody out here is responsible and then they have our locations. And that also, in our case, we have a fucking peeping Tom situation. All these things, that person was absolutely scary dangerous, not just your average, hey, peekaboo and bye, for years. And scary gifts, which even Monster, by the way, verified on a live stream. He was like, hell yeah, there was weird packages, and hell yeah, we did catch these motherfuckers. So, I mean, obviously. And I've shown enough receipts for proof. Just didn't come out anybody's ass. Years long. Peeping Tom, it was terrifying. Yeah. And scary, and absolutely one of the types they would have picked up. They would have progressed as their type of monster into some of the worst crimes from that point forward. They're the type that don't just stay stationary as people bombs. They get worse. They get dangerous. Anyway, so we got one of those floating around. If it's different from the person or persons responsible on June 15th. So, yeah, every time y'all doxed any of us, see, doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter. Community members, neighbors, those with children, grandchildren, as you've shown all the GPS data, the helpful how-to trails to their homes, this here, and blah, blah, and all these other things, you've put them all in goddamn danger. As you've outed and doxed other witnesses and such like that, you've put them all in goddamn danger. You, like we, have no idea who the fuck's responsible. Y'all may have your ideas, thoughts, opinions, but the truth of the matter is you have no fucking idea. Which means that person, though, which is absolutely probably 110% out here watching, just like I and the card team talked about, and common sense already told me long before anybody ever had to. This is a person type that would revisit or watch or look and that thing, but couldn't see him, couldn't find him doing any such thing or revisit him because all you helpful assholes out in the world couldn't identify him. So anyway, by that means, because you all were too fucking worried about a TikTok, a YouTube, a looky-loo, a pet and zoo. Anyway, carrying on. But yeah, that person or person, they're still out here. And not everybody's responsible, which means a whole hell of a lot of us, and a whole hell of a lot of innocent people in that community, and their grandbabies and babies, and daughters and wives and everybody else are in extreme danger. Perpetrator or perpetrators know exactly which witnesses and where they're located, thanks to you all. So no, I don't think it's the fucking toasters that are in danger from that person or persons. Not in the least. It's all of everybody around them in her life and a whole hell of a lot of innocence inside that community. Their children, loved ones. That y'all watched be doxxed outright and fully as entertainment. Funsies, games. Never having a care in the world. But now you want me to believe Toaster thinks she's in danger from this person. Yeah, okay. Y'all add that up. Why in the hell would anyone responsible for whatever took place on June 15th and however Summer vanished, just poofed off of 110 magically? Why in the hell they would bother to hunt Toaster down, do anything to Toaster? When clearly and openly she's been friends with Cindy, could have been followed anywhere, could have been found at Bayleton Days. She ain't been worried about her location or her face or any of that this there or any of these other events. Who she's friends with, where she comes and goes from, and now suddenly she's terrified. If people knowing her location, there's somebody responsible for Summer, they're gonna hunt her down. Seriously? This lady who's helpfully doxed and stalked the rest of them. Okay. Sure. Sure. Exactly, Sam. And I think that if H's people or them were going to bother anybody, that would have been done a while back. But this is her being like, there's somebody out here still responsible and acting like the perpetrators will come after her. The thing is, doesn't she hang out with the same people Ellie and Ansley on still put at the top of the list and most likely to be responsible? I don't think she's in any danger of them either. It's fine. Carrying on.
People out there. And, I mean, protection, this family, they just don't need that worry. That's a big worry for them. Right. They don't. And, I mean, I'm getting mad the more I think about it. Mm-hmm. Those young kids that were there, their parents shouldn't have to worry about when they take them out.
The young kids that were there and their parents shouldn't have to worry about when they take them out. Sadness there, but Boy Toaster didn't mind stalking us and giving out locations and stuff and children and who might be put in harm's way. Did she? Oh dear no. Those young children, the babies.
They take them down the hall. They should be able to go freely without a care in the world about walking down a hallway.
Much like this entire goddamn community. And their children should feel safe in their own homes, out in their own yards, playing, and all these other things, or going to school, or going to get medical care, or funerals, or services, or talking on the phone in their own driveways. Hey, Toaster? Hey? But they don't, do they? Wonder why that is, Toaster. Speak out of both sides of your mouth pretty often, don't you? Yeah, that's what a forked tongue of a devil pretending to be an angel. You want to add in some more religion here? You want to minister your bullshit to us some more? I think she means administer and pave over. It's
they've always got to be looking around and searching to make sure nothing bad is going on around them.
Yeah, like the rest of this community, who their children can no longer go out in the yards and they don't go out all that often, and you've changed their ways of life forever and the sense of safety and security they feel, including all the rest of the babies and children and minors, and especially the witnesses in and around Summer's case. Yep. Weird how you people have affected all of them, eh, Toaster? But right now, she needs this side of her forked tongue to wag. She cares about everybody's safety and the children, the babies, and how people should be able to live their lives freely and without worry and concern. No.
Yeah.
So,
Oh my God, there's a dino. What does Dino have to say? Oh, Dino's like, I would actually love to be on camera and share my life with you guys. Unfortunately, I can't. Well, shit, I wonder why that is, Dino. Remember when Dino and Annabelle and all them does anybody remember Dynamite's active role in all the fuckery to our children and terrorizing of and doxing of and calling all of us, including our minor children, murderers and betting on nicknames for all these things? And then shut down a whole channel, then come back up, and then, you know, it's fun. Days, Dino, whatever, it's fine. You know what, Dino can't go on camera and show you all who Dino is, or even really much come out behind that voice changer a lot of times. Because Dino is scared of being outed in their own life, their community, to their own children, family members, and open to lawsuits and civil suits and criminal charges. Because they preferred coming online and targeting all the right targets and making income streams. That's why. That's why Dino first really started on the anti-GSP thing. His monster's like, yeah, go visit Dave and Dino and do all the things. As Annabelle connected with, yeah, it's fun. We all know the thing, don't we? The chain, the chain of tragedy, pimp, cash app, gang. Whether terrified to be doxxed, come up behind the icons. You know, Dino, you might as well just come out behind there. You know that doesn't keep law enforcement and feds and stuff from finding you, right? Attorneys, those hunting for you. Or from people knowing or having all the things anyway. I know they tried to say that was Queen, too.
whoever is doing that, you need to stop. You need to grow up. You need to stop.
Oh, now she's telling me whoever's stalking and doxing people, they need to stop. They need to grow up and stop. Huh? Okay.
Oh, I'm sure they're already grown. They probably got a mentality of about a 3-year-old.
Mentality. I have a question. Does Toaster realize right now that she's talking to a woman who's lied about people in Benio? Made her claim to fame that way, targeted those said to have Alzheimer's, or has been stalking my children and their social media profiles before we were ever even known publicly, we thought, and won't let the fuck up even under their hidden accounts, and I've shown receipts for that recently, or targets and terrorizes children with wish lists and stuff. talks about them sexually, body shames it. Does she wear this? Y'all know who you're really hanging out with. Oh, but wait, that's right. Toaster absolutely does. Because Toaster was here and a fan of Smiley's at least a year ago, which would definitely place her having knowledge of what Smiley's done. It's fine. The children, all the babies around all of this. But they should live free and happy and not be bothered. Smiley over here going, yeah, they need to grow it. They must have the mentality of, okay, what the fuck is going on in this shit wagon?
You're old. It's wrong. Stop. Just stop.
Yeah, just stop.
Holy
And
shit.
yeah, just stop. That's all I really have to say. I can't think of anything else right now.
Well, Toaster, I appreciate you calling me. I appreciate you calling me, and I just
Now, Sammy, you're over here in Smiley's chat saying one love, H and his girlfriend's mother said Toaster Oven was stalking and harassing him. Toaster Oven is now here saying that it's not true. You're all caught up. Welcome. I'm glad Sammy's making themselves aware of all of this. Here we are with this, and I've shown receipts. Toaster's a stalker.
be willing to tell everybody exactly what happened from your standpoint. I did want everybody to hear it from you. And thank you for calling me. And I'm going to let you go. And if you need anything, you know you can call me anytime.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I love you.
Thank you.
Well, shit. She needed in contact with Hiltz or Hunter and all them, and you had a direct line through Chris. Shit, all this stuff was absolutely unnecessary. Somehow y'all made it a thing, though. Y'all did all this. Congrats. Y'all made fucking 6 weeks worth of entertainment to Cash App Gang on together. While tearing down and putting danger. You know what? And pretending that Toaster's one danger. Where have we seen this? Just a million times before. Yeah, I've seen that, Sammy. I'm not saying you were doing anything wrong. I'm just saying I'm glad you're all the places. Trying to keep up with the situation. Where do you stand now, Sammy, that you've seen the receipt that Toaster here absolutely was stalking us, putting out location for us, and obviously traveling back and forth somewhere between here and Ben Hill and her buddy's campground at Bayleton. Long enough and repeatedly enough to know that I apparently, allegedly, was on a phone for hours. Which has only ever happened once that I can name. And that was because I wanted it away from Little, and I was actually on the phone with police, I believe, that day. Or feds, somebody. And I didn't want Little to hear. And then somebody, some tragedy pimps came out with a picture. Otherwise, I don't hang out in front where I can be seen. Very quick in and out, Joe. Make sure not to make a kerfluffle or a photo opportunity out where it can be seen. Because guess what? We have to worry about that. Because it was like Toaster. You know, when they took that photo, while I was actually out there one time, on a phone for hours, etc. You know, the picture they got and put up with a continuing theme of setting the camper and all these things on fire by a creator and an incitement of that, along with an Ewok or two, I believe, around the same time. But anyway, you know, the picture they posted actually had my child in it, my minor child, illegally about terms and such, and also terms of service on Google it, violated all of them. But yeah, and my kid was sitting somewhere because they can't be out front either or enjoying the property where they can be made a photo of. So, y'all know. All the babies, so they matter, don't they? They should be able to just live freely and fully, and all these people, they're grown, but they have the mentality. All right.
Silent.
All right, bye, Toaster. Okay. Thank you, Smiley, for just allowing her to say, what's on her heart. And there is one.
I'll be Now I'm going to ask you a question here, though. Knowing that Toaster, the Nanas, the etceteras, they're all wound up with the Pennies, the Adrians, the Jennies, the Chasings, the Yennifers, the Heathers, the whatever, the fucks, and blah blah blahs, and everybody else is right. Okay. Knowing that, and then you know that those like Yennefer and Jenny and Adrian are absolutely connected and on and with Monster and Stall and have done a lot of the shit. To Little and I continually behind the scenes and blah blah, and as long as we've been here, it's been happening. So, I don't know. You think it's right that an abuser has those who stalk us the most with this group and us together openly buddies with them? Those like Jenny who insert in our families. Here, Telly was in. Oh dear. Where last night? And that's connected to the Who's. Yeah, that's right. And it doesn't matter. But you think that's fun times? Because it's a private giggle for them all, though it's out in the open in front of the world, law enforcement, courts, etc. But all of them are connected. As you can see, they're all with Monster, Monster's with, and then what they fail to glean or can't or whatever off of family in this, and they're inserted in They have monsters, just like they did when they figured out we were traveling and didn't have wind of it till the last bit. They couldn't get their boat, tried to have monster do it. Who do you think that was? Because even it struck my family as, what the fuck? These are even more invasive than the normal shit monsters always asking about. Little and Jody Sue, despite court orders saying he can't and shouldn't without being violated, and making her feel afraid and a little afraid. But hey, it's fine. If we die, it's cool. That's when they'll do something about it. Uh, Nobody can understand in any way us continuing to have a voice so that we stay protected in many ways. As we're being hunted by tragedy pimps and abused still, even openly to the world. And much like Monster did for decades, cutting us off from family, Jenni and them have done the same. To where, like they promised in the blackmail sharing, family units are broken down, la 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 la, child support, blah 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 blah. As you hear Jenni go on dates and JLR contacted one of my family members. Right? Boo-hoo. My toaster's over here going, I'm being accused of stalking, but I am a stalker. I'm in danger. Alright, so same shit, different day. But do y'all think it's funny that an absolute abuser with orders in place and center, who admitted on this paperwork that included a well-organized group doing all this shit to us, is still with them openly in front of the world, and all of the stalkers of us, including one of the main ones, who is absolutely admitted to being a stalker of us and bringing Zigzag and others by and all this and honking and doing all these things and petting Zeus style around all of us many times. Monster's buddies with it. It's a wonder. Not only does that motherfucker install keep an eye on us, and like he always has and always will for lab. It'll be strings in a box. No matter what. It's why the job, the firm insert into and near people he'd never been in or around before, quickly after Ben Hill, and it's why stick thing, it's why all these other things, it's why, you know. But now this group helps him do that. And not only does he outright do this shit to us and keep eyes on us, it's only like he has me since I was a kid. Like his parents have since I was. I'm always kept in boxed. No matter what he's doing out in the world, no matter how many years at a time, I'm always kept. This place and these stalkers help him keep eyes on us. And then that way you can know whereabouts is there when they can try to set up, fuck with, target, hurt little and eyes. He's been known to do and seen to do here out openly and in the public and in court settings. With this group. And that he openly frolics with. As on social media. They have absolute contact with and have. From the very beginning. And he installed and so forth. Oh, you know how we were talking earlier about if anybody could name one funeral or anything these people had ever paid for in all these years and we couldn't come up with one? I do know a wedding they paid for. Do y'all remember which wedding and whose? And how another camper was also offered out? And lives and members only is running $5 and $15 pop questions for Monster. Remember that? I know a wedding that's paid for is we got the calls in before and this and the other, and I have the calls recorded saying that the only place, or the only reason the wedding and all that's taking place was to get at me anyway, and that's in Monsters on Voice. So I don't know, tell y'all, you helped an abuser abuse with that exact purpose, and you paid for a wedding, but you ain't paid for no funerals, and you only paid for a wedding to help an abuser abuse. Congrats, my dudes. You helped an abuser. I have yet to see any of you help a victim or survivor of Fighter 1, though. Find a missing child at all.
One comment, and I don't know, did you guys, let me see if I can find it up here that I wanted to address real quick. Sylvia Toaster doesn't have a place to stay. She lives in her van, but currently my husband and my moderator, Michelle Macklin, who is in chat here today, we're working on trying to get her a train.
Now, suddenly, after all this time, they're working on getting Toaster a place to stay. Though Duchess and all these other creators, even before they bought her a purple tent, knew the situation. Her buddy that owns the trailers and campers, and her family does anyway, who she hangs out there at that place all the time anyway, doesn't know where to get a cheap camper for her. I mean, she can afford gas to run 2 states, but not $50, $75 or something. Probably cheap, very close family friends or friends of hers would give her or help her with. I'm so confused. But y'all bought her a purple tent first, knowing she was homeless, so she could travel about on no income and no resources somehow, wildly enough, setting up this purple tent for all the babies everywhere. Now, suddenly, you're worried about helping her get a place to live. Now, my, what convenient timing you all. Huh, it's odd. So you're telling me Vincent, who she knows in person, or any of those, or her buddy Nana and all that, and that family that knows her, she hangs out at their thing, or campers and shit are left behind or towed away or anything. I mean, you're telling me that none of them, knowing all this whole time, didn't help their buddy? Didn't Vincent just give thousands to Cam and him and stuff, but she didn't turn to Toaster, who she knows in person, and I had screenshots of all this shit, and Nana and everybody. They all knew about this in the background? Didn't help her quietly? I'm very fucking confused by this. But now's the time to use Hunter and Allie in this situation in order to do the rallying cry, forget Toaster place. I mean, I guess after a couple years of doing all things summer roles, it does eventually pay off. You ever notice that? These little ones that build up into something, they finally do all the little things, and they've helped enough. They get these channels built for them, or they get these massive things at the end of their runs. Or they eventually get the crap for help for themselves and massive whatevers. Usually after they've participated in extreme events around us, not just the minor ones, not the average daily entertainment shit, but the big massive. They reap indeed. Definitely a pattern. Carrying on.
Trailer, like a travel trailer or something. And no, we're not.
This is what they sell all their souls for. While harming others. to a great extent. Targeting others, terrifying others, putting others and their children in danger. Pays well, doesn't it?
Not raising money or a GoFundMe or asking anybody for cash apps. We're doing it out of our own pocket because we want to help.
Yeah, Hilt's got a computer and headphones, and Adrian got a computer and shit, and the money to pay Monster for access to the golden tickets and all that, and then Sleazy Fitz left out. Oh my god, I don't know. Computers and campers and vehicles and whatever and moves and this and the other and $500,000 houses. Oh my.
Now, whether she's going to accept it or not, I don't know, but I haven't really talked to her about it. But we do need to give her some place that's safe because she has been threatened in the past just from being homeless. You know, she
But y'all left her out here homeless. You bought her a purple tent, though. Just because she's homeless.
she's been held at knife point. She's been robbed. It's and the temperatures get so cold out there in Tennessee. It's and listen, she's homeless at no fault of her own. I mean, her parents were elderly and they didn't even have insurance on their home, and she didn't even know that. So when her house,
So she's an older lady, Toaster is, and she was living with her parents. She, I guess, according to Crooked Arrow, is some sort of ER nurse or professional, whatever. And she didn't have a place for her own. She, too, was living with her parents until some accident took place and no insurance, and she was left homeless because her elderly parents passed away. Yep. Red Cross didn't come into play, no services offered. What were they just telling H&M and all the chat screaming after they created doubt around the living situation around H&M? There are services available that Toaster could clearly reach out. I'm so confused.
burned down, she didn't have insurance. So that's why she couldn't just go get another house. Like, she got nothing.
Yeah, and like I said, you don't see her on here begging and all that. What you see her on here doing, you see her going to.
And probably getting paid behind the scenes for it. She has no money, but she can afford to go 2 states out when she feels like she's in danger. She can afford to live in. You know what? It actually costs quite a bit to be homeless. No shit. She has a friend who owns a campground and all these other things. That she could park there, I'm sure, since she hangs out there all the time. And I have receipts on it. And be protected to where she wouldn't be robbed or in danger or anything. And she could park there every day. There are close places to walk to work from there. Even, she could even drive just right up the road to any of those couple places and get a job. And no real gas money needed. Like $5 a week would do it. And, save up and do what it's fun. What happened to them bootstraps? The 17-year-old H and everybody else, and True and everybody else needed to strap on. yesterday, day before. Toaster's incapable of that. She's an adult. I mean, I even know for a fact there's some long-term stay motels here for like, 100, a little over 100 a week for them. If Toaster can afford gas in a van to drive 2 states instantly like that,
and somebody had asked me, and you see her going on there. It doesn't mean she's fans of Dawn and Candace or whatever, but she's kind to everybody, and I don't have a problem with that. She's
is stalking kind now? Doxing people's locations, is that kind now? Okay.
kind to everybody. She goes and puts the purple tents up. Duchess helps her with, and other people helps her with the flyers and stuff.
Huh.
She helps.
That way she can insert in and around missing children's cases and pretend she's helping while getting them a segue into and around all the cases and the families. That pays well, doesn't it? You think?
Put out the
A procurer with a purple tent.
missing things for missing kids and different people. Thank you for being a new member. Thank you. Well,
Oh, there's Ginger Snap. So she needs a travel trailer of sorts because she travels to do the purple tent event. But when you get her that, remember you're also gonna like, I hope she has a van ain't gonna pull that, bro. She'll need a new vehicle next to pull that. If you get her an RV that has an engine in it instead of a travel trailer or camper, well then somebody's gonna do the maintenance and oil changes and afford the gas for that motherfucker, and that ain't cheap. And propane and heating sources in it, or the fees to park it in these locations that she's at doing the tenement. Where's that gonna come from? I have questions. So y'all gonna get her something that has no heating anyway, unless somebody provides that. She has no way to haul or pull behind, and she has neither the means or anything else to maintain, keep up, or put that much gas in traveling. That makes perfect fucking sense.
welcome.
Welcome, little Ranchette.
Yes. And she always, she goes, like we've seen her go. Was it the children's? What was that called? Where she did the interview with the lady. Was it the children's? I don't want to say home society. What do they call that there? The children's. Well, it just so happens she went in there and talked to them. They like advocate for the children or
The Children's Advocacy Center in Morristown and Hamlin, all these that is in and around Summer's brothers that Jenni and Adrian also have little fingers in, and we're getting info fed back to them from those they knew inside of that. You mean Toaster made her way there, where the reward fund was also being released to, and did an interview and got on camera with her good deeds? Please say no.
whatever. Can't remember what that post was called.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of what it is right now.
Yeah, she just goes around and tries to do everything children's advocacy. Thank you, 1-800.
That's weird. Toaster, who's connected with and doing things for Candace and Dawn. Jenni and Adrian connected chasing their rapper on Candace and Dawn. And then there they are trying to wiggle up near children's advocacy and where the reward fund is and where the boys were and all these things. Oh, fuck. You don't say.
Summer. And she does everything she can from what I've seen to just try to help. And it's just amazing to me that she tried to go to the hospital. She tried to get in touch with Andrew, but again, she's right and others is right. He was just up there too busy playing his games.
Why does she need to get hold of him anyway? It doesn't matter. She knew Dutchie. Dutchie had to be like, hey man, I got an in. I know Chris. She's very close personal friends with. You see how that cancels out all this bullshit? None of this ever needed to occur. And now it's all on purpose. Every single last bit of it. Most likely to tamper and fuck with those around Summer's case and Summer's case, but also for tragedy purposes. Ha, all the right targets, eh?
Trying to see how he could get his money, cash, not plane tickets people were trying to give him, not information people were trying to do to help him. He didn't want that. He wanted.
I think I'm done here with. I don't want to listen to any more of this. I just don't. I am, however, going to change the name of this title to, instead of blizzards of receipts on everyone, Jenni Waters' Blue Porkchop's Returned, I'm going to change it to Jenni Waters' Blue Porkchop. Alright, so, yeah. And I would have probably changed to something nicer one for the fucking meltdown toxic dramatic title. Entirely unnecessary after I'd done self-corrected. Knew I was wrong. It's like, oh shit. Anyway, so, now it is what it is. It's just gonna be that way. So, and all still applies. There's a Jenni and an Adrian here somewhere. Obviously so. And really, you can't tell the two apart. They have the same cleansing job, and the goddamn voice is just spot on, isn't it? It's definitely a doppelganger. Alright. Interesting. And of course, it's always about helping the creators. Destroying the cases. Destroying their lives. Supporting monsters. While all being monsters. Shit. What would the YouTube tragedy against truth be without that? Woohoo. Now the question is, all the receipts I planned on. Yeah, and they did say that she has a purple tint. They have identified her at the rest of the events she goes to. Oh, they might want to buy her a different color tint. And they did identify that she was driving a van. Not a truck, not a car, not a crossover, not an SUV, but a fucking van. That was helpful. That she can't haul a trailer or a camper with. She can't afford the upkeep of or the heat sources for it. Anything. Anyway, and in RV she couldn't do the same with it or rent the spots or pay for all the things as she's part. It's fun. It is whatever. Y'all do your thing. It's time Toaster gets paid for all of her years long effort to hit all the right targets around the summer world. It's time she finally reaps. Well, actually making everybody else terrified and unsafe. Whatever. It's fine. This one time there's purple tent or two though. Some flyers, others provided a tent, others provided other things provided to get her around places, other families. Yeah, it's fun. It's like that crazy lady in the Quentin Simon case. Wait. What the hell was that one's name? Do y'all remember? She eventually got arrested for some other fucker around another case. Do y'all remember her name? She helpfully came for show purposes too. They do get those to do though. What was that one's name? What was involved in the whole Dolly and ICU fuckery? I remember she traveled out of state to come there. Oh, Eileen, that was it. Eileen. Aileen. Eileen, however you want to pronounce it. Mm. I know I got a picture of her in my shit during the last arrest. Anyway. Mm. Yeah, Fruit Loops. They like their Fruit Loops. They get up to the worst shit for them, and then they pay them well at some point or behind the scenes, or I don't know. They use folks. What in the world? That's what I get for turning that one off. Yeah, this was during the rap, and this group had to finally, because shit was falling, because Tragedy Pimp had finally stuck with the moniker, and they determined they were going to create an entire different section to bounce off of. And those are going to be the anti-Tragedy Pimps, like Rap and the Clown and, the rest. Queens and everybody else going, we're anti-Tragedy Pimp, but they were Tragedy Pimps. But it created a triangle instead of a good versus bad only. It created a third section. And it has created a fucking monster. Pizzle. No, Becca Rodney. I have not slept in a whole 9 hours. I'm certain I'm smoking meth or something to stay up the whole 9 hours. I don't know. I don't know, man. I must be on drugs. Just all I'm saying. Sorry if I'm taking your comment wrong. But good Lord, I've been up a whole 9 hours that you all are aware of. I I I look so tired. I didn't feel good yesterday. Man, I'm sick. Which is nothing new, really, but I have a little bit of a bug. It'll pass, but I often look tired because of my health conditions, whether I am or not. But I'd hope all of you out here in this room could manage to stay awake for 9 hours. Work shifts are usually at least 8. By the time you grabbed food for the family real quick from a fast food place, got home, took a shower hopefully, and crawled into bed, it'd definitely be more than 9 hours. I hope then nobody would accuse you of looking tired after being up for only 1/3 of an entire 24-hour period, really. Or I'm flying weird things. Most of you, and here's the thing about this. There's data out here that shows most people do not get enough sleep. Most average adults. Right? Most aren't even clocking 5-6 hours a day of sleep. You know, when I was able to work, and when I did work, these jobs most people couldn't even imagine. Hard as fuck. Well over 100 hours a week. I don't recall anybody telling me I looked tired or must be on something or implying any such thing as I worked those jobs. Got beat by monsters. Made sure I worked only when children were asleep, so monster and contact and all this other stuff, so I could come home, watch my kids, maybe if I was lucky, get a half hour nap, go back into work. It's just fun. The way finances are going for many Americans, they're working on just one but two jobs. It's 2/3 of an entire 24 hours. Very little time for home, children, raising, etc. I don't know. See people out here on the streets day in and day out saying that they're working 2 and 3 jobs to support their families. Nobody's accusing them of anything. I watch people watch creators who they can clearly see do their own lives and then run around the streets literally 24 hours a day or behind them plotting and planning and scheming and conduct all the others. They spend more time here a day than I do. But yet, and sorry if I took your comment wrong, Becca. I just wanted to clarify today. Once again. And, for me, I don't sleep all that often. I never have. Not since I was very little. I just don't sleep all that often. I am capable of staying up for long periods of time. It's part of being wired the way I am since very early age, but also being around a monster and abuse for as long as I've been, for decades. It's the hypervigilance, it's shit brought on by those like, I don't know, Toaster and the Duncans and everybody else around here who want to fuck with us, and monsters and stalkers and safety concerns and being hyper vigilant. Well, people call us paranoid, but like y'all heard last night when it started into this, what happened? Yeah, that's right. But yeah, y'all heard it. Something we see in here every day, and it's often noted by me here with the one particular truck going by last night. It's 2 in tandem, including that one. Not long after certain folks mentioned. But yeah, Toaster today is terrible. 2 states away. What a lucky little toaster. And so yeah. Anyway, hope everybody out here can make it further along than 9 or 10 hours a day. And I'm sure they can, considering the average American does. And like mentioned in the live I did yesterday, it's like shit's foot like it was the night before, and every time you all, little helpers, like the toasters, pick up shit to this degree in extreme events like that are taking place, and there's food to be had for these piranhas, it picks up shit everywhere around all of us. Every time. We were experiencing that yesterday to a degree that kept me up and kept me watching over my family and loved ones and my kid. Definitely not able to pick up and flee 2 states away. Just on a whim. Just on how we felt in nature. Nope. Anyway. How many of those around H&M you think feel absolutely secure and safe right now with all this happening? And I know it's more extreme for them right now. How many of you think feel safe and comfortable and the kid's not extra tormented or knife twisted in while they're already bleeding out and are up hyper vigilant, grieving, bothered, stressed out because of all this bullshit, and keeping watch over or afraid to go to sleep or not feeling safe because of this shit. But yeah, we're all glad Toaster's 2 states away for her safety and how badly she fears. And the others. My God, bless those good souls. Bless those good stalker souls. Who y'all gonna support and give to for doing nothing other than fucking with all the quote right for so very long now. Years even. Literally. Anyway, so here's what I'm gonna do just to piss them off today. Alright. I'm gonna shut this one down. And then get this. I'm gonna come back with potentially another 2-3 hour live. Just to make it 12 so you can bitch about it. And I'm gonna show some those receipts and we're gonna walk through them together. I'm gonna separate. Okay. Y'all down for that? Yeah. Y'all wanna put some of this group together and its players with me? Some of the slay shit. Some little drops and pebbles shit. Yeah. Make it shorter so maybe people can watch it and grab their receipts out of it and put some of their own puzzles together, and those who care about outing tragedy pimps and stalkers and that type of thing. Anybody down for that? So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Snow is out here. Holy shit, it's still snowing like a motherfucker. But I can still see the pavement. It was a little icy over the bridges when I was out for a while and snow in the darkness last. Because I did leave this live stream for a while, just, aware. Had actual shit to do. Alright, so I'm going to separate this one. Go down for a few minutes. Yeah, car insurance is definitely needed, and I don't know, I hate to tell you the prices on campers, pull behinds, RVs, and what the insurance is on those recreational vehicles, buddy. Coverage on those ain't cheap. And a lot of campgrounds require you to cover some type of insurance or to buy it through them when you park your shit there. Just, I know this feature. You buy it through the park you're at for temporary, even if you're taking them to the beach, do this, do that, whatever. Especially if you leave them in off seasons or anything. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Those who travel know. Anyway, it ain't cheap. Ain't cheap. Alright, so I'm gonna hop off here. I'm gonna shut this down. And just one more time, because if I can feel like it. Once again, here's Toaster in Smiley's, almost a year to the day, admitting she's a stalker around Summer's kids. Doxing locations. Finding it cute. Okay to put people out there where a perpetrator or perpetrators are still unknown, uncaptured, and children on premises. But suddenly, oh, here's Toaster in danger. She's needing house. She needs all things. She needs whatever. She's 2 states away. All the babies matter. They should be free and allowed to, and nobody should be doxxed, and nobody should be. I don't know. All the babies. Safety.
Ash, or beg and all that. What you, I mean, and not even the right target. you
Yeah,
know,
I mean, yeah.
that's the very sad thing about it.
For Purple Tint, we want her to keep doing what she feels in her heart that she wants to help.
Let's listen to this one more time. We bought her purple tint so she could go places, and it's fine. Wait for it.
Put the faces out there for the Tennessee Missing, and we're here to help her realize that dream and continue to carry on her mission with sharing missing cases at the flea markets and the festivals all across Tennessee. And in fact, Toaster has inspired other creators to put little purple tents up in their own states and share their missing from their own state. Toaster, I consider her a good friend. And I appreciate all the help that she gives me. If she sees a case, she'll send it to me and say, hey, can you share this? Or I shared something on my community wall. We all try to work together to get their faces and information out there, y'all. And it doesn't matter how much money we have or what side of the tracks we come from, or, we can't be looking at all that. Listen, we have to pull together as a community because it matters. It matters what we're doing on our platforms. Let's be the light in the darkness.
Yeah.
We need to try to get away from all of this crazy drama and stuff because it's toxic.
Yeah.
And toxic turns into bad things and people can get hurt.
And and not even the right target. That's the very sad thing about it.
And you're scared, did you say?
No, I said it's very scary.
Well, it is.
Yeah, people getting hurt against strangers. Yeah, especially when it's not even the right target. Implying their targets. And it's okay when it's the right. Anyway, y'all, Do me a favor. I'm going to end this one. I'll come back up in a few minutes on another. Do me a favor as always. Share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for Help. Y'all know my speech around that. It can help save a great deal many lives, not just kidnappings, abductions, DV, etc. in public, but many medical and emergencies, those for disabilities, all these other things. You cannot imagine or fathom how many lives it can save in how many situations, especially as tech meets call center. Okay? The more you share it, the more people learn it, the more people recognize it. It's an amazing thing. Also, as always, please do share Summer's picture information, call her by her name, and by information, y'all know damn good well I do not mean social media. I don't mean YouTube. I don't mean tragedy pimps. I don't even mean any of us speaking around any of this shit, because we ain't shit. And all we can do is speak from our perspectives, what we know, what we witnessed, what we lived around, all this. And I guarantee you, not everything is a thing. A lot of things are going to be wrong. Not everything can be part of the final puzzle. Hell, everything from everybody speaking and everything can be not a goddamn thing. See how it works? Do you see how it works? Okay. So, that's the thing. Stick with law enforcement, local surrounding agencies, TBI, FBI, and local investigative journalists with actual backgrounds in it, not the jail or bullhorn or Hinton varieties. Y'all know how the fuck I feel about Hinton. Fist bumping the bullhorn and admitted contacts between both and cash apps. We ain't got time for this, okay? We ain't got time for the Nancy Grace anti-tragedy pimp tragedy pimps. It's just how I feel about it. Y'all done know, okay? Alright. Those are not the droids you seek. Real, local investigative journalists. Bobos, the Ansleys, the whatever his name is downstate. WLTV, WTLV, whatever the hell it is. All the rest, right? Anybody but tragedy pimps. Okay? And as always, please do walk over, click over if you have 10 seconds to watch a AI cat or any of these other jackasses with their clips. You have 10 seconds to go over to the TBI and Fed's website, Q&A section on Summer. The massive amount of questions they've answered, basic forms, everything else for Summer in her case that can keep you all from being misled, tragedy pimp, narrative, mindfuck, Kool-Aided to death, pulled around like bulls with a ring, okay? And it'll keep these creators, these manufacturers, these fucking tragedy criminal, true-ass crime con junkies, find these icons and terrorizers and tamperers with active and ongoing investigations, at least on a path where if they know you're knowledgeable like that, then they can't mislead you too far, hopefully. It helps, okay? It helps you, it helps Summer, it helps a whole hell of a lot. And I encourage you to do that in each and every case, not just Summer's. Each and every case. Especially where children are involved, because you always really find feds involved, and they usually do put out some sort of information. Okay? So, please. Go visit Summer's Q&A on our case. And if you can't find it at TBI or any of the government websites, FBI, etc., or it's hard to locate, Rogers Review, Boba articles have the helpful links embedded in any articles put out by him, or at least quite a few, put out by him on Summer and stuff. So you can really visit a few of the articles pretty quickly that are written by Bobo and find the link, click it, have it, but also inside of those articles, often Bobo has included the Q&A. Alright? So, not just by link, but by copy and paste. Okay? So it's there. Anyway, but continuing to share Summer's picture, information, call her by her name, is absolutely a tangible way to help her, to help find her, to bring her back to her community, her brothers, courts, and law enforcement, where she, her siblings, courts, law enforcement can tell her story for or with her or by her side and get justice for her. It's also a good way to shake loose, hopefully at some point, the person or persons responsible. Alright? No shit. True story. Alright. So anyway, it's far better than a tragedy pimp stalking toaster. Anyway, you guys. I'm off here for the second or two or three. I'm gonna walk around a bit. I'll set up the room. I'll be back.